Members, in accordance with a determination of the Business Committee, I call on members' order of the day number 1.
Restoring Citizenship, removed by Citizenship Western Samoa Act 1982 Bill, second reading.
I call on Tiano Tuiono.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Restoring Citizenship, removed by Citizenship Western Samoa Act 1982 Bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by paying my respects to elders, both past and present, and to those who are with us in this house this morning. I acknowledge the Reverend Ministers, their families and community leaders that are present, and I note the presence of Whalema Eliasa, who took the original case to the 1982 Privy Council. I acknowledge you all today, talofa lava. Welcome to your place. Whawhitai te lava me taki rā nui to the communities across the country that hosted me and other MPs to Talanoa about this bill. I visited Dunedin twice, spent some time in Christchurch, in the Wellington region, and of course in Auckland, some of whom are here today. Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of a longer journey of which my part and the part of the Green Party is just a small part that many people here today have walked for many years. I acknowledge their continued advocacy. Mr. Speaker, these communities ask important and often detailed questions, some of which I'll admit I didn't have the answers to. In Christchurch, for example, I met with the Pacific Youth Leadership and Transformation Council, PILAT, who hosted a talanoa whono, which included elders and youth to discuss the bill. And I noted that I just got a message from Josiah Tuamali'i this morning. I'm not too sure if he made it into the gallery. At that whono, they came prepared and with lawyers, Mr. Speaker. I had some of the answers, but not all of them. But I suspect I had more answers than Hamish Campbell, who joined me that night, Mr. Speaker.
That can't be right.
So, Mr. Speaker, having this bill go to the Select Committee to give us time to work through those questions is really important. I want to thank the members of the Governance and Administration Committee. I think we worked together collegially, and what I meant by that is when I tended to show up there, someone was shouting cheese scones and coffee, and I might actually owe them one. I won't subject them to my culinary skills or their lack of, but I think I do owe them one. When I put this bill in the biscuit tin, I thought it was going to be easy. It wasn't. So I appreciate the skills and acknowledge the skill set of Rachel Boyack, who helped to navigate the committee to a deliberation. And noting that although not all parties supported the first reading, I did appreciate the government members on the Select Committee who engaged with the community and worked with their caucus to strategise a way forward that worked for them. And of course, the real heroes, as many members will know, of any Select Committee are the clerks and the officials, noting that this was led by the Department of Internal Affairs, Parliamentary Council Office with their very articulate drafting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Ministry for Pacific Peoples, and the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. Mr. Speaker, there are around 24,581 individuals and groups that submitted on the bill, including many from Samoa and across the world. One submission represented the views of 5,951 other people. The involvement of young people, Mr. Speaker, I think is something that is important to note. It made me hopeful and confident about the future of our Pasifika communities, knowing that our future is in strong and capable hands. To our Samoan communities, I want to say they represented you well. They represented us well. And I note that when you speak to the heart and it connects and people are open to receiving that communication, as our young people demonstrated at the Select Committee process, then the mind can follow. This is what our young people did. I'm not too sure whether that was the experience for the other members of the Select Committee, but that was certainly how it was for me. For example, we had Whili Fepulai Tupuai, who shared that I want to emphasise that although this is an issue for elders, it is very much an intergenerational issue. For context, it can be said my whole life has been shaped by trying to get this citizenship restored for our elders and Samoan community. When I was 5 years old, my father marched down the streets of Wellington with the March for Mo Asitisini 2003. And I also remember remarking to the Honourable Jenny Salesa that when her daughter Esme Salesa addressed the Select Committee, that there might have been a bit of dust flying around and getting into the eyes of some of the Select Committee. And it's also always an amazing and awesome to have many of our elders join with their mokopuna in that process. The submissions presented several reasons for supporting the bill, Mr. Speaker. Among them, reparation for historical injustices, such as the Dawn raids. Also around fairness and upholding human rights. And at the heart of this bill, it is about fairness, upholding human rights and equality. Noting also many submissions talked about the significant contributions that Samoans make to New Zealand. And I quote this from Lucy Aniseko. The Samoan community in New Zealand has played a vital role in enriching the country's multicultural landscape, from arts and culture to sports and business. Samoans have made significant contributions that enhance the fabric of New Zealand society. Other submissions talked about the important role of improving international relations, noting that we are part of a family of Pacific nations and making sure that we treat that relationship with respect, we treat that relationship with alofa and aroha is so important. One of the groups, non-Samoan groups that reached out to me quite a lot were Māori. They reached out to me in support of this bill. I remember stopping and talking to a Māori man who said, I support this bill, my Samoan my mokopuna is Samoan, and that is why I support this bill. That came through in some of the submissions at the Select Committee as well. And I note a quote here from Dr. Will Flavel, who noted the links to the Treaty of Waitangi. This bill is more than a correction of past policy. It reaffirms our commitment to the principles of Te Tiriti of Waitangi. By supporting this bill, we are restoring citizenship and honouring the spirit of kotahitanga and whanangatanga that define us as New Zealanders. Many submissions also said that the passing of the bill honours the Treaty of Friendship between Samoa and New Zealand. The Venepa Trust put it this way: at the heart of this bill is about doing the right thing. It's about honouring Article 1 of the Treaty of Friendship signed in 1962, which reads, relations between New Zealand and Western Samoa shall continue to be governed by a spirit of close friendship. There are other submissions that talked about the need to improve the Treaty of Friendship, and I have this quote from Tai Lord Duffy. The bill acknowledges the need of the New Zealand government to consult with the Samoan government to amend the Treaty of Friendship between the two nations. This amendment is necessary to reflect the restored citizenship rights and ensure continued strong relations between New Zealand and Samoa. Mr. Speaker, in the Select Committee, we all agreed that the bill should move forward and that it should be supported, and I am grateful for that. But we did have some differences of opinions, particularly around who this would apply to. Many submissions came forward about trying to widen the scope of the bill, in particular widening the bill to include descendants born before 1962, and we noted that could be about 19,000 people. This points to me the importance of the Select Committee process, because that was new information for me. The widening of the scope was supported by ourselves in the Greens and also the Labour Party. We also proposed to amend rather than appeal the bill, and this includes having a name change of the bill from the from the original name to the Citizenship Western Samoa Restoration Amendment Bill. Another area that we didn't agree on was around the applications of fees, and here I want to note the significant contribution of Lemonga Lydia Sosene, who has been a strong advocate in this process, and I am sure that Select Committee members and all members around the House would wish her best on her journey to recovery. And I wouldn't be able to do it as articulate as her, but she did point to the fact that if citizenship was taken away, then people should not have to pay for it. That, of course, needs to be balanced out by the work that government departments need to do as well. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have come this far, and I know that the community wants us to go further, and of course we in the Greens are open to that, because there are a few more stages to traverse. I want to mihi to the community and to acknowledge their contributions, but also to note that the Greens remain committed to equality, committed to Pasifika justice, and we will continue to uphold that. I want to close with the words of my friend Whaanana Efesel Collins, who I spoke about in the first reading, when he said, "E lea tū whaamaunga se tangata. No one stands alone, no one succeeds alone, and no one suffers alone." And I added to that, we succeed best when we succeed together. Whawhetai tele lava, mai taki rā nui nui.
I call on the Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member who has just resumed his seat has graciously acknowledged many others in relation to this, and it's appropriate that he do so, but I would like to start my contribution by acknowledging the member himself. Ordinarily, for those who are less familiar with this place, which, as Mr Tuano points out, is your house, does belong to you. You may not be aware, but our colleague is ordinarily in the position of presiding officer, so technically we often address many of our contributions to him in that way while speaking more generally about a bit of legislation or other matter before the House. But on this occasion it is you specifically, sir, who I wish to acknowledge for your leadership in guiding a conversation and taking this House, this nation, and indeed many in Samoa on a journey. You're right to have acknowledged that the journey does not end here in terms of the parliamentary process apart from anything else, but it is an important step along the journey, and we thank you for walking alongside all members of this House, particularly through that select committee process that you've acknowledged in doing so. I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge and endorse and echo your welcome to those who are gathered here today. Elsewhere in this building, there are many activities. One is not very far from here, a meeting of construction lawyers, and we were treated to the beautiful sounds of a song, perhaps a hymn, being sung, no doubt by you fine people. And I think the surprise on the attendees' faces that Parliament always has a choir at 9 o'clock in the morning to serenade us. If only that was so. But I do want to acknowledge the colour and the energy and the passion that you have brought to this process, including by your presence today. I also want to acknowledge, sir, the Select Committee members, and obviously the Select Committee process is the particular aspect of the law passing that we are acknowledging today in this, the second reading, and we will talk, no doubt all of us, about the mechanics of that process, of some of the debates that were had, the discussions, the agreements that were reached by majority or consensus. But I think it's important to acknowledge also sometimes, as much as the substance of what has been arrived at, the process and the method of that engagement. And it seems to me, sir, from the outside, not having been a member of that committee, but it seems to me nevertheless that the Select Committee has engaged internally but also externally in good faith to try and understand the issues at play and to arrive at the most sensible way forward. On that note, sir, I should mention before my time elapses any further that the National Party has agreed to support the bill. We think that the changes that were able to be made in the Select Committee process in the name of introducing certainty, where there had been a couple of areas of uncertainty, both as to substance and also in the method of engaging with the Government of Samoa, has been a really helpful conversation. We think we are now in a good place, and we're grateful to the Select Committee. Its chair, Rachel Boyack, has been acknowledged, rightly so. I've had good experiences with that member in that committee previously with other matters that are also, as Mr Tuiono's rightly said, a matter of speaking to the heart so that the mind will follow. Governance and administration sounds very technocratic in its nature of its consideration, but no less a matter than the human significance of membership of a community, membership of a nation, expressed through citizenship, can be discussed in that body, and it seems to me they have exercised the care and the diligence that is appropriate for this bill, not only in terms of the importance of the work, but also in a way that reflects its seriousness and significance to all involved. From a National Party point of view, sir, having reached a point that we can agree to the provisions of this bill and being very pleased to be able to do so, my colleague Cameron Brewer deserves acknowledgement. He's engaged with National Party colleagues very diligently, and I know that he and also Tim Costley and Tom Rutherford have entered into the spirit of that discussion with a mind to arriving at the right place in a very creditable manner. So the three themes that I wish to focus on in my remaining time go to consultation, certainty and comity. Each of these is important in its own right, and I think coming together and taken as a whole represents the process by which we have wished to arrive at being able to support this bill. So the first is consultation, and members will be aware, and those present and those watching as well will probably be aware that there is a treaty of friendship between the governments of New Zealand and Samoa that imposes an obligation of consultation and discussion, and I think it's been helpful through the Select Committee engagement through various channels to be able to interact with the government of Samoa and other key figures in that nation, that proud nation, to understand the effect of the bill, both in its original form and as now amended, on that nation. Of course, it's right that we acknowledge the people-to-people links, the community links between New Zealand and Samoa and within New Zealand, acknowledging, of course, the special role that the Samoan community has played in New Zealand over many years and in many different spheres. But of course, it's also the case that the government of a nation must engage in good faith with that other nation. And New Zealand hasn't always been a good partner, a good neighbour and a good friend, sir, including in the Pacific. And we're mindful of the need not to do a thing that we would consider maybe in some ways very helpful to the people of a nation, but in a way that would perhaps cause consternation with the government of that nation. And so in the spirit and indeed the requirement of the Treaty of Friendship with Samoan government, from a New Zealand perspective, to say that we have engaged with them to understand a level of comfort on their point of view in terms of what it might mean if more Samoan citizens were to become New Zealand citizens, and not wishing to take from them in a way that reflects in addition to this country, but to reach a compromise in terms of the eligibility, but also that understanding of what it might mean for both nations. And so I think that consultation has taken place now in a way that's appropriate. It's unusual for a member's bill to amend the external relations of a nation, and that was a point of nervousness from the National Party's point of view. But through that Select Committee deliberation, including the good faith engagement with the member himself, I think we can feel satisfied that we've made a good faith effort as the Government of New Zealand and as the Parliament of New Zealand more generally to reach that place. The second point, sir, is certainty, and certainty obviously reflects the fact that we want the law to be as clear as possible, and we would not be doing the nation of New Zealand, or indeed the citizens of Samoa and would-be citizens of New Zealand from Samoa, a service, or we would be doing them a disservice, in fact, if we were to have a law that was uncertain as to the eligibility and the application of the law. And of course, in citizenship, there are complex rules around succession, for want of a better phrase, and eligibility questions aren't always clear, sometimes do end up in the court. And of course, the slightly unfortunate history of this legislation is that it responds to a court ruling that had been made in a way that was surprising, and many have said, frankly, unfair. And so we don't wish to compound the error by having a piece of legislation that's unclear as to its effect going through further generations. And I think that point's been reasonably well made, and as I say, I think that the point that the Select Committee arrived at and that this House appears ready to arrive at reflects the desire for that certainty. And then finally, on a similar note, sir, the other item that I promised was comity, which is the relationship between the Parliament and the courts. And it's sometimes the case that Parliament needs to change a law to clarify its original intent, or of course has the ability, as being the democratic arm of government, to make laws that are different from the way that courts have interpreted or applied, or indeed previous other laws of this place. But certainly in this case it was helpful, I think, for us to look at the proposition of the members' bill before us as an exercise in restoring the original intent of the legislation proper, this being an amendment bill, as the members referred to, and so we respect the fact that courts always have the right to make decisions on matters before them, but nevertheless Parliament is sovereign, and it's right that we should have the ability to come together and make a law that we think reflects the right and true nature of what the people of New Zealand intend in this matter. So, Sir, I have little time left, and so I really just want to emphasise again that from a National Party point of view, we're pleased to be able to support the bill. Others will speak probably more helpfully than I would be able to in terms of the detail about how those decisions were arrived at in the Select Committee process. But I do wish to acknowledge the efforts of all those involved, including in particular the member himself, but also all those who have engaged in good faith through a process that can be opaque and intimidating, but nevertheless which is capable at arriving at a good place. And I think we have, Sir. We commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Patia, Luapati, Tatofa. Hey, 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 hey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging in me. I just wanted to make sure we had some Samoans in the House today. Au te whaata alofa atu ma le wha alo alo, ma lo le soifua maua ma le langi e mama. You don't know where you are going unless you know where you have come from. I repeat, you don't know where you are going unless you know where you have come from. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be able to stand in the second reading of this member's bill to lend our support to the member, Te Ano Tuiono, for this bill. I want to acknowledge you, my 682 brother, again for bringing this to the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use my contribution to take us through the past, and my fellow members will take us through to the future. As many members know, Samoa is an archipelago of islands covering just under 3,000 square kilometres of land in the South Pacific. The population in Samoa as at 2023 was 218,019 people. The population in New Zealand as part of the 2023 census is 213,069 people, over half of the Pacific population in New Zealand. Nganana Samoa is the third most spoken language here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, behind English and Te Reo Māori. Us Samoans, we are very, very proud people. We're also humble, but we're very proud, whether that be in our homeland of Samoa or here in our new home of Aotearoa, New Zealand. We do have a close connection to New Zealand, to Aotearoa, both through our whakawhanaunatanga, with our tuakana taina relationship with tangata whenua. I will let Adrian Rurawhi argue whether he is tuakana or taina. I still believe we are tuakana, but we can leave that for another day. Also with the Treaty of Friendship. However, there have been many times in the history of New Zealand and that relationship with Samoa where that friendship has been trampled on. The Talloon that landed in Apia Harbour in 1918 led to the death of thousands of Samoans. 22% of the population was wiped out through the flu. The Mao movement, Mao atu Mao Mapule, where Black Saturday on the 28th of December 1929, a movement that was brought together to protest and to organise around some of the atrocities that were happening with the New Zealand administration of Samoa. That movement was pushing for independence. Te Pua Tamasese Lealofi III, this man here in white, he was assassinated on Black Saturday, December the 28th. This man is Anai Neru Levasa, former MP's great-grandfather. And next to him is my great-grandfather, Temu Lauwha. That is the connection to New Zealand and the Parliament and the history. The Dawn Raids, The 1970s, where Pacific people, Samoan, Tongan and Māori, basically if you were brown, were targeted, questioned, arrested and deported, despite the fact there was a concerted effort by the New Zealand government calling our Pacific people to New Zealand to help with manufacturing, to help fill the labour force gaps. The Privy Council case of Lessar versus Attorney General. That is why we need to know our past in order to go to the future. I looked to the Privy Council case of Lessar versus Attorney General, which led to the Citizenship Western Samoa Bill. And in the third reading of that bill by the Honourable Jim McClay, who was the Attorney General at the time, he said, equally important is the fact that for 60 years, no one believed that Western Samoans were British subjects owing allegiance to the British Crown. No one believed that Western Samoans were British subjects owning allegiance to the British Crown. But he was wrong. Whalemai Lessar believed she had that citizenship. And as many people in the House know, that went straight through to the Privy Council. And at the very first reading of that Citizenship Western Samoa Bill, Jim McClay, the Honourable Jim McClay, the Attorney General, said, the Privy Council's interpretation of the 1928 Act remains as the law of New Zealand unless and until legislation reverses it. Remains as law of New Zealand unless and until legislation reverses it. So that legislation, the Citizenship Western Samoa Bill and now Act, reversed it. And that's how we come to today. The amendments that will be put forward from the Government Administration Select Committee right that wrong. Right that wrong that no one believed that there was allegiance to the British Crown. Right that wrong that Samoans born during that period of 1924 to 1928 were not New Zealand citizens. But Whalemai Lessar proved that wrong. And today the lesson really for our New Zealand government and for this Parliament is there is a crisis already happening in Samoa today. Yes, we have the Commonwealth heads of government there today, but we also have one of our own Navy ships that has sunken in the reef off the coast of Sawhata and Siongo. We need to ensure that we do not trample on the friendship again and right that wrong. And I acknowledge that there is work being done, but please listen to the Samoan people on the ground. Please listen to those villagers who cannot fish. Please listen to those villagers who cannot put food on their families' tables. Let's ensure that we don't continue to trample on this friendship. So, Mr. Speaker, I really wanted to ensure that this House knew the history, that we knew where we had come so that we know where we are going to. Our members will talk to the bill more in detail. They'll talk to the amendments which the Labour Party will hope through some support will continue to advocate for. We hope to get in the Committee of the Whole process. But I wanted to ensure that we put on the record today, Samoa is a proud people. We organised when our families were dying as a result of the influenza pandemic. Our families came together, took the dead, put them on the road, buried them. We organised then in order to save the rest of our population. Our Samoan people organised when we were not happy with the atrocities by the New Zealand administration. We organised with the Māo movement. We organised that we could get our independence. We organised with the Dawn Raids, with the Polynesian Panthers here in New Zealand, with the people in the communities and the churches that met in order to protest what was happening to our people here in New Zealand as their homes were getting raided in the early hours of the morning and as the dogs barked at their door. We organised when the Manawa Nui has been sunk in order to support our villagers who are currently experiencing this issue right now. And in the same way, we organised for this bill with over 24,000 submissions. We organised in New Zealand, we organised in Australia, we organised in Samoa, we organised in the United States. Let that be a lesson to our Parliament today. Yes, I am a proud parliamentarian that represents the electorate of Mana, but I am Samoan first. And today we will continue to organise. The Labour Party will continue to support our Samoa community as they organise around the issues that matter to them. And for the 24,000 submitters who organised to ensure that their voice was heard in this bill, we hear you, and that is why never underestimate a Samoan. We're very nice, we're very smiley, but we're very smart. And we forgive. We are humble in our forgiveness, but we do not forget. So to all of our community members, whawhatae tele lava, thank you for your organisation. It is my privilege to be able to stand in support of this bill and to carry your voice in this House, the New Zealand Parliament.
The House is going to suspend to take part in Shakeout 2024, which is a national earthquake preparedness drill. Members will either get underneath their benches or underneath the galleries on the end. They could move now. Could everyone in the gallery please just pretend you're on an aeroplane and you've got to do that drill and move forward and hold your knees or something like that just while we do this. Take their seat, crisis averted. Just apologise to those in the gallery. We didn't want to interrupt this important debate, but that exercise was carried out right across the country, and it would have been a bit odd if Parliament had decided it didn't need to be doing what we're asking of everybody else. So thank you for indulging us, and I call on Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a real privilege to stand and take this call on behalf of the ACT Party in the second reading of Restoring Citizenship Removed by Citizenship Western Samoa Act 1982 bill. And I want to again congratulate the member in charge, Tiano Tuno, for seeing that this bill has come to the second reading, which is really good, and good recommendations made by the Select Committee. Good work by the Select Committee, Governance and Administration Committee. All members on the committee, I want to acknowledge them for their diligent work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that the ACT Party doesn't have a member on this Select Committee, so we missed out on those cheese, corns and coffee that you mentioned, the member in charge. But I have been following the progress of this bill very, very closely. And Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge everybody who is up in the gallery as well for their effort to come to your Parliament to witness this bill going through the second reading. And I'm sure that there are many, many more community members, family members out there watching this online or on TV. And I want to say hello to them as well and thank them as well. Mr. Speaker, in the first reading, I said this on behalf of the ACT Party, that ACT Party believes in equality, ACT Party believes in fairness, and we wanted to see that this bill goes to a select committee. And I'm really proud to stand here today and say that ACT Party played a very important role in enabling this bill going to the select committee process. And Mr. Speaker, in the select committee, what we noted was that people have spoken. And I said that it will be important to hear from people what people have to say. And receiving more than 24,500 submissions is a big thing. And one submission that included views of more than 5,900 individuals, Mr. Speaker, that is something to be very proud of. And I must say that for communities to have a view is one thing, but then come to that next level of putting that view through to a select committee definitely needs a lot of courage. And so many people have shown the courage to come to select committee, submitting in writing and appearing to be heard in the select committee, Mr. Speaker, is something that I would like to acknowledge. And I would like to say that this kind of strength from the community that we have seen, this kind of unity of the community that we have seen cannot be denied. And it has sent us a very strong message to us here in the House that this is an issue that is very important to the community, Mr. Speaker, our Samoan community. Mr. Speaker, the Select Committee has actually, by majority, agreed some changes, some decisions they have come to, which I believe are really good decisions, and the ACT Party support those changes made by majority. Because it's really important for us to make sure that this bill is quite clear. There is no room left for any doubt. Because this is something I know that it's a very important step towards a historic moment. And that historic moment will come, I know, when the bill goes to the third reading, and we are hoping it will go through. But this step is also a very important step. So we want to make sure that each and every step that we take towards this historic moment is fully understood, and that the expectations are managed, and that all parties understand what we are committing to. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a few of the discussions that the Select Committee had. One very important thing to highlight is who is going to be covered by this bill for citizenship. It's important to note that this bill will cover people born in Western Samoa on or after 13th May 1924 and before 1st January 1949. Very important to note, and the wives of those people if married before 1st January 1949. And talking about their children, Mr. Speaker, the bill covers children, those who are born in this period. So if they are born before 1949 and were British subjects before that date, they are going to be covered. But other descendants born on or after 1st of January 1949 are not going to be covered by this bill. And also, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this citizenship will apply from the date it's granted. So there is going to be no retrospective nature to this citizenship, which is important for us to understand. And this citizenship cannot be passed on to other descendants other than, of course, if, Mr. Speaker, a child is born to these citizens here in New Zealand, and they adopt a child here in New Zealand according to New Zealand laws, then that person, that newborn individual, will get a New Zealand citizenship by birth under Section 6 of the Citizenship Act. That is to be noted. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we also must note that while this bill worked on this very important issue that is so close to our Samoan community, it is also important for our wider communities as well, whole of New Zealand. We have taken into consideration what it means for Samoa. We have taken into consideration what it means for New Zealand. And it is about that fairness and equality and justice, Mr. Speaker, that I talked about in the first reading. It is important that we also realize how many Samoans may be eligible for this citizenship. The numbers look just over 3,400, and this data is extrapolated from the 2021 Samoan census and mostly represents people between the ages of 76 and 100. Mr. Speaker, the Internal Affairs Minister will be granting these New Zealand citizenships. So how it will work is that people will have to still apply for this citizenship. But they will not have to go through the standard process of getting the residency first and then applying for citizenship. They will get New Zealand citizenship as of right upon applying once this bill has gone through. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight that I'm an immigrant myself, and many of our Samoan brothers and sisters sitting in the gallery are new immigrants or they are second-generation immigrants. And I understand their emotion, their feelings behind this, because this is an issue which I can relate to, because anything of this sort can become very important for the community, for the wider community as well. And I want to say this, that yes, we have come from different backgrounds, born in different parts of the world. We have different ethnic backgrounds, Mr. Speaker. We may have different perspectives, but having different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different perspectives is not a division. Bringing all the perspectives together, Mr. Speaker, actually makes us stronger. And here what we have seen is, we have seen what the perspective was of one community, and we have taken that into consideration. Obviously, this was an historic issue, very, very relevant to New Zealand as well. So we need to take that into consideration as well, and we have come to this conclusion that the ACT Party is going to support this bill and with the points that I have highlighted, Mr. Speaker. And I also must highlight that the Select Committee also noted that that it should not be a repeal of the 1982 Act, it should be an amendment, so the name of the bill is going to be changed to reflect that, and we support that as well. And Mr. Speaker, a final point I want to make here is this, that all these submitters, those who submitted and those who supported this bill going through, they selflessly did this. This wasn't about them. This was about those people, the older generation that is between 76 to 100. So that selfless, Mr. Speaker, support for the community coming together and trying to address this issue, Mr. Speaker, is something that I would like to acknowledge as well. So I would like to thank everybody who came forward, showed the courage to submit on this bill. And I would like to again thank the Select Committee for doing a great job. And the ACT Party is proud to stand and support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call on Andy Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to stand on behalf of New Zealand First to support this bill as well. Talofa lava, awhio mai. And it's just welcome to your Parliament. It is lovely to have you here, to have our Samoan community so strongly represented here today, as you have been strongly represented right throughout this process. And it is your passion, it is your support that has got this bill to where it is. So thank you very, very much. I want also to place on record my thanks for my parliamentary colleagues in the Governance Administration Select Committee, especially Tiano, for bringing this bill to the House. And I think when you started, you weren't quite sure it was going to get through. But both with the support of New Zealand First and ACT, it came through the first reading, and now National has said we're supporting it too. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this bill unanimously supported through the rest of its stages. So and congratulations for the way in which you've worked with us through that. Congratulations also, Rachel, for chairing us through the process, Rachel Boyack, and I think it's been a very good collegial process. And my observation is that the select committees that I've been involved with are good collegial processes. If any other select committees are less collegial, I'd encourage you to come and have a look at ours and just quietly watch them, and hopefully you might learn something from it. I also want to put on record my thanks to officials from multiple agencies, and there were multiple agencies involved. In fact, we had to bring in a couple of extra agencies when we started, because this bill looked like it was quite a simple bill at face value, but as we unpeeled the onion, it got more and more and more complicated. So it involved things like history, which was complex in itself, international agreements, and not just the view of the New Zealand government, but also the view of the Samoan government, which we repeatedly tried to uncover. It included past changes to a range of citizenship laws over the last century. Of course, the Privy Council ruling of 1982, various policy initiatives that have been taken. So it was a very, very complicated process. My biggest thanks, I think, is to the submitters. more than 25,000 people expressed their view on this bill. And you brought passion, you told us your stories, you told us your family stories, you told us the stories of the nation as well, and you told us that history, and there was a clear, strong feeling that an injustice was done in 1982. There were a range of views, it must be said, Mr. Speaker, as to what should be done to put it right, but I would say that this is the Parliament that's going to do that. This is the Parliament that's actually going to do something concrete there, because previous Parliaments actually in some cases declined to do anything about it. In other cases have made apologies. We've had a couple of apologies, but the question is, what were those apologies followed up with? So this bill started off with the aim of giving citizenship to people born in Samoa between 1924 and 1948. Now why that time? Well, that's all wrapped up in the history, and Te Anau at the time reinforced that for us when we sought clarity about the extent of what this bill was about. The history, Mr. Speaker, is critical to this bill. New Zealand became the administrator of Western Samoa in 1914 we talk about colonialism sometimes in this House, but that was a really colonial approach of, if you like, a Western nation taking over the administration of another country. That was formally acknowledged in 1920 following the First World War, and it carried on through till Samoa became independent on the 1st of January 1962, so a very, very long time. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot look back on many aspects of New Zealand's administration with pride. Barbara Edmonds, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, has pointed out some of the terrible failings, and they come, I think, from an autocratic approach of we know best, we know what we should be doing, and the reality was that the New Zealand government and the New Zealand administration did not. So in 1918, as we've heard, New Zealand government's negligence effectively allowed influenza into the influenza epidemic into Samoa, causing enormous loss of life. In 1929, as she's also said, the Black Saturday, police fired on a crowd of peaceful demonstrators, resulting in 11 deaths. And those are things that we should be very, very sorry for. Of course, later, this country also showed racist attitudes, and we had the trauma of the Dawn Raids. Now, Mr. Speaker, there have been apologies for both New Zealand's administration before 1962 and for the Dawn Raids. I'm going to change tack slightly. Until 1948, all New Zealanders were British citizens, and in 1948, New Zealand citizenship was established. And then I'm going to say we talk about the 1982 Privy Council case, because that's what this is all wrapped around. And Ms. Lesser contended that at the time she was born, she was a British citizen and therefore became a New Zealand citizen as of right. And there was debate about that. Clearly, the New Zealand government didn't think that was the case. But the Privy Council said yes. Privy Council said yes. And that might have surprised, and I think Barbara Edmonds again has said that nobody at that time believed the Western Samoans were British citizens and therefore New Zealand citizens. And they didn't have an allegiance to the British Crown. And I think maybe they genuinely thought this was the case. But I think that they were wrong. Because if not British citizens, if not New Zealand citizens, if Western Samoa as it was then was not recognised as a country, then citizens of where? Citizens of where? And I think that today is about putting some of that right. So that government, the government of that time passed in the space of 2 months the 1982 Citizenship Western Samoa Act, and that said that people born in Samoa between 1924 and 1948 were never citizens, as though the Privy Council had never made its ruling. And that is what this bill is about overturning. So I want to go through some of our deliberations, because the first part of those deliberations was, do we repeal the existing bill, get rid of it altogether, wipe it off the statute books, or do we amend it? And we had quite a discussion about that. The intent was still the same, but we decided in the end that we would amend it. And the reason for that was that while one side of the Act essentially said, no, never been citizens, the other side of the Act also said there's a different pathway, an easier pathway to citizenship, and we would have removed that at the same time had we repealed the Act. And that's why, by majority, we decided that we would keep the Act, but we would amend it to do what Te Anau wanted us to do. And I can remember as the Mayor of Wellington at the time, and one of the greatest things, the greatest joys, was having citizenship ceremonies and welcoming people as new Zealanders. And I'd often ask people how long it was that they had been living in New Zealand. And people would say 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And the Samoans came through might have been a year, might have been 2 years, because of that special pathway to citizenship. So that's a very important thing to have retained. And removing those would also, Mr. Speaker, have offended against the 1962 Treaty of Friendship. And New Zealand only has one Treaty of Friendship, and it's with Samoa. And so that's why by majority we decided to amend the original Act, still achieving what the bill was intended to do, but to retain those protections. We discussed the extent, the number, the time frame. 1924 to 48 was very, very clear, and there were some technicalities around that, but that bit is very, very clear. We had a discussion about the period between 1949 and the 31st of December 1961, in other words, before Samoa became an independent country, and there is a discussion that I think is a real one there. We discussed descendants and the open-ended nature of that, and I think it would be fair to say that there were concerns about New Zealand's capacity if the number were too large. There were also concerns about Samoa's capacity, and I know if you look back in history that there were concerns about losing a very, very large number, particularly of young people from the population of Samoa. Mr. Speaker, the 1962 Treaty of Friendship requires New Zealand's government to consult with the Samoan government over immigration matters, and we have done so. We've reached out as a select committee on several occasions to ask for the Samoan government's view, and it was their view that this was a domestic matter for New Zealand. But I know from looking back in the history that there were concerns about depopulation at the time, so that was a real concern, and I suspect that was one that they maybe didn't want to say. So we spent, Mr. Speaker, a lot of time focusing on ensuring that we had clarity over eligibility for citizenship, over the pathways to citizenship, over the process for applying for citizenship, and we wanted to make sure it was as easy and clear as possible, and it is not just done in the English language, but also in the Samoan language. We really, really wanted to make sure that was very, very clear. We considered how adoption would work. We considered a reduced charge for application. Now, there was an argument about whether there should be any charge at all, but the feeling was that if there wasn't, that potentially, and the advice we had from officials was potentially that if there wasn't a charge, the immigration system could potentially have been overwhelmed, and that would have, of course, disadvantaged all other potential applicants. And Mr. Speaker, just to finish off with, outside the scope of this bill, we also heard a lot of submissions about it often being difficult to move from Samoa to New Zealand for family reasons, just for a temporary visit, the visa issue. And so we have said outside of this bill to the government, please can you have a look at the visa process? Can we make that easier? Can we make that smoother so we make it easier for people to come from Samoa for whatever purpose it might be in New Zealand for the short-term visit? So I hope that has progressed. So as the committee report says, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not provide redress for the history of injustice, but it is a concrete response, belated, important, but real, and I thank you all for your part in making this happen. I commend this bill to the House.
Debbie Ngāti-Wapaka.
A tēnā koe te pika. A talofa lawa I te pā. Ia male mamalu o lea ua awhia. Whawhitai mō lea awhanua mō ahu. O te tū ai. E lango le sitini sini o Samoa. Ka tuahau mo te tangata whenua pāti anake, te pāti Māori. Ki te mihi kia koutou hei iwi mo te moana ki tētehi iwi. He muhia ana mātou ki te mamai o te kaikiri. He muhi ana mātou ki te āhua o te hangature hei tūkino ia mātou. Hewa noa hewa aha koa tēnei he kā waka kia o tātou, ngākau ki te aroha, nā te mea he manawa nui mō o tātou mokopuna. Samoan and Māori mokopuna, ka mihi au kia koutou mō oku mokopuna, ara Hawaiki, Malua Papa, Waimarino, Savai, and Tiaki. Tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou katoa. So Party Māori isn't like the other parties in here. We only get 5 minutes, so I'm going to give it everything I can from our ngākau to your ngākau. A mihi to our wakapapa that we share, our people, one moana, multiple wakapapa. A mihi to our mokopuna we share. And sadly, a mihi to the colonisation and racism and racist legislation that we share that has hurt Samoa, that has hurt our kaumātua, and that continues to hurt our people. What Muldoon's government did in 1982 was despicable. It was low and unjustifiable. This place should never be used for racist agendas. should never let personal agendas, should never let discrimination and bias come across the threshold. The New Zealand government at the time rushed through the Citizen Western Samoa Act 1982 to stifle our growing population of Samoans migrating to Aotearoa, not New Zealand, Aotearoa. And the legislation set out to target a culture and a group of people. Legislation that is rushed hurts people. It is simply wrong. And my deepest shame for you is that this place continues to rush legislation that hurts our Pacifica and tangata whenua. Eki eligibility for citizenship. Eki, you are descendants and wakapapa of the moana. You have wakapapa that gives you eligibility. And I swear, when Te Pāti Māori, not if, but when we get into government, that will be restored. There is no... This is not an argument about citizenship. Wakapapa is our tiriti, and te tiriti o Waitangi is what it is that restores and ensures that we as Pacifica nations can come through each other, however and whenever we need, for the well-being of our nations, our mokopuna, our wakapapa. And while we are here to support this bill, we must never ever forget the last time Tiano and I were in Samoa. The Prime Minister, Whiami Naomi Mataafa, said to us that we want to ensure that the well-being of Samoa, of all her citizens, has the ability and the privilege to come in and tautoko te whanaunga in Aotearoa and go home at pleasure. The same way our waka comes in, tai timu, tai pari, that you can move as the moana requires you to move and be wherever you need to be. That is what needs to be addressed. But today, we are here simply to look at putting something that was so tragically, disgustingly wrong right. For us, in your wakapapa, we mihi also to those who have had to stand here with the shame and the wakamā of our wakapapa. And I tautoko the words of our sister Barb, who says and reminds that while we are a humble people, we are a proud people, and the ability to mobilise, to organise, and in Te Pāti Māori we call it activation-ise, the ability to activate is a power, a superpower that no other peoples in Aotearoa can do, as well as our Pacifica and tangata whenua nations. Tangata moana, tangata whenua, keep rising. Keep staying focused on the well-being of the mokopuna that we share. And whether I tautoko mai whanaunga, whether we're tuakana or taina, the reality is we are one people. I'm mihi to our brother, Tiano, and I know that this is a massive feat to have us all supporting, and while at times I sit there could barely stomach some of the words I'm hearing, the reality is you have done what many can't do while you're not in government. So a huge mihi to you, to your whānau, and to the wakapapa that brought you here to do this kaupapa. Nō reiri, te āhuatanga o tā tātou tūpuna, ngā mihi aroha kei a koutou katoa.
Sing again.
Yeah.
Just remind the gallery that waiata is a privilege in the House, and it's generally confined to once the vote is taken. Call on Chloe Strawberry.
Tēnā koe e te mangai, tēnā koutou e te whare, talofa lava, e te whānau, nau mai, haere mai, welcome to your house. I wanted to mihi to everyone, as Tiana Tuiono did, who has come before us, but also to those who will come after us. It is today that we are the custodians and the kaitiaki of the fight for justice. I wanted to also mihi to Whaanana Efeso Collins for his brief but by gigantic contributions to this kaupapa. Also to our Pacifica Greens, I won't be able to name them all, but Renee Dingwall, to Reverend Moa Strickland, to Louise Tu'u, to Agnes Magele, and to many, many others who have also engaged with Tiano in this kaupapa and this fight for justice. I want to mihi to the thousands, the tens of thousands who came forward to the Select Committee and opened your stories of trauma and of resilience and of hope and of that consistent fight for justice through the generations. I also wanted to mihi to the parliamentarians who came to that Select Committee with open hearts and minds, and the fact that we have got here today to a place of consensus in this House is not something to be taken lightly. Now, I also wanted to just briefly mihi to the community who has welcomed myself alongside Tiano into some of your hui and talanoa, where I received one of my new names that I've been blessed with, which I'm not sure if it was because you got my name wrong, but Gloria. Kapai, thank you very much. So I just wanted to speak to why it is not only as the co-leader of the Green Party that I'm speaking to this kaupapa today, but also to ground this very much in our geographical relationships. I am a little white kid from central Auckland, and central Auckland looked like a radically different place in the 1960s, 70s and 80s. At that point in time, central Auckland was estimated to have a Polynesian population of approximately 60%. It is the home and the origin and the foundings of the Polynesian Panthers. But as we have seen, and as my experience in politics, and particularly in the debates around the electorate have shown me, we spend a heck of a lot of time talking about this notion of heritage. But what we tend to be talking about and debating in that notion of heritage is the built environment, not those who built that environment. So I wanted to acknowledge the Pacific peoples who came before me, came before us, and built central Auckland and the fabric of that community that I love so dearly today. I also wanted to acknowledge the fact that how we've got to having this debate today is off the back of fundamental injustice, as many have acknowledged before me. And we had a government of the day back then, several decades ago now, although it may sound like a familiar story today, who intentionally passed policies in order to bring in people from the Pacific Islands to fill gaps in our economy and to grow that economy. Yet when times got tough politically, these governments turned their backs on those very communities and scapegoated them. At a point in time where the dawn raids were happening, this racist policy was in action. It is really important to note that the majority of overstayers in this country were not Samoan, were not Pacifica, but were European and American. And that is why this law was demonstrably and evidentially racist. It is really, really that simple, and I've checked with the clerk that I can indeed say that. But I think it's important to make that point about the racism which filtered through that legislation because of the fact that we actually can't say that in contemporary times when we are discussing legislation that may share the echoes of what we've seen in the past. And I don't think until we can get to a place in this institution where we can look ourselves in the mirror and truly acknowledge those injustices and that potential of racism, that we will not be able to evolve until we can get to that point. I want to acknowledge that this kaupapa has shaped so many lives throughout the generations. I also wanted to acknowledge the fact that in the government's 2021 apology for the dawn raids, it said, and I quote, "In many cultures, including in Pacific cultures, words alone are not sufficient to convey an apology, and it is appropriate to include tangible gestures of goodwill and reconciliation." Well, today is just one step in addressing those historical injustices. But as many have already reflected upon, those challenges and those injustices are still with us today, including in the likes of immigration policies around RSE workers. So this kaupapa can and must continue, and the Greens are with you in that fight. Ngā mihi nui.
I call on Cameron Brewer.
Talofa lava, Mr Speaker. The National Party is pleased to support this amended bill at second reading following much consideration and key refinement at the Governance and Administration Select Committee over the past 6 months. We believe we have landed at a good place, balancing both countries' interests, as well as finally addressing a long-held grievance by many since 1982. The bill will restore New Zealand citizenship to individuals born in Western Samoa between 13 May 1924 and 1 January 1949, yet were not in New Zealand in 1982, whose citizenship was removed with the 1982 Citizenship Western Samoa Act. The Select Committee's intention is clear and explicit in our report back to the House. We are ring-fencing this cohort of now elderly people, possibly up to 3,500 people. Only those directly affected will be eligible as of right for citizenship by grant, not their descendants. Initial advice from officials indicated that if descendants were to be included, that could implicate over 100,000 people, nearly half of Samoa's population, having a huge impact on Samoa as well as New Zealand. By ring-fencing the eligible 1924 to 48 cohort, we have done something no New Zealand Parliament has done in 42 years since the Privy Council decision. We are acknowledging what many lost when the 1982 Parliament unanimously voted to rule those living in New Zealand at the time citizens, but not those living in Samoa and elsewhere. Again, it was a unanimous decision by this Parliament in 1982 to revoke their citizenship. In 1982, the legislation had cross-party support, with Bill Rowling's Labour Party and Bruce Beetham's Social Credit joining the Muldoon government to pass it. Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Christopher Luxon, for being the 11th Prime Minister since Sir Robert Muldoon, but the first to actually confront this issue in a practical yet meaningful way. I want to also pay tribute to the support from senior MPs, the officers of the Honourable Nicola Willis, Shane Retty, Chris Bishop, Erica Stanford, our Department of Internal Affairs spokesperson, the Honourable Chris Penk, for his considered guidance, and the Chief of Staff in the Prime Minister's office, Cam Burrows. I also want to acknowledge Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, and Minister for the Department of Internal Affairs, Brooke Van Velden. As we all know, National opposed this bill at first reading, but some critical changes have since occurred. We are not only fine-tuning the specific intent of the bill, but we are now amending the 1982 legislation, not repealing it. Amending, not repealing the legislation was the explicit wish of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Officials advise repealing the bill, as continues to be advocated by the opposition, would have serious ramifications on the 1962 Friendship Treaty with Samoa and New Zealand, which, among other things, provides a simplified pathway to citizenship for Samoans. In short, a repeal would, quote, particularly impact individuals outside the group directly addressed by the bill, adding more hurdles for Samoan citizens to apply for or automatically receive New Zealand citizenship, wrote the DIA's departmental report to the Select Committee. By amending, not repealing the legislation, we have avoided violating the 1982 protocol to the Treaty of Friendship and potentially straining diplomatic relations with Samoa. Any amendments by the opposition in this House at the next stage to try to make it a repeal bill go against all the official advice. Frankly, it was highly problematic having a bill with so many foreign affairs, diplomatic, economic and immigration consequences being sent to a select committee as a private member's bill. It simply couldn't benefit from the usual vigour that shapes government bills from the outset. With that in mind, I want to acknowledge its sponsor, Green MP Tianao Tuioni, his work and his willingness
to adapt it, to get it over the line before we lose what could arguably be our last chance to make a real meaningful acknowledgement to this generation. I want to also thank my government colleagues, National MPs Tim Costley and Tom Rutherford, and New Zealand First's Andy Foster for their interrogation and hard work over several months to help knock this bill into workable form. Can I also acknowledge Select Committee Chair Rachel Boyack? For me, this is not my first exposure to the 1982 Citizenship Western Samoa Act. No, my first exposure of it came in the late 1990s when I was a young staffer in the Jenny Shipley National Government, back in the 45th Parliament. As a researcher, I was assigned National's first Pacifica MP, Arthur Anai, who's here today. I'd help him write caucus memos to his colleagues to consider this very matter. But it was hard going. It was hard going. Arthur, however, didn't give up and continued the fight and continued his advocacy for the next 2 decades. I ended up on Auckland City Council as a councillor with Arthur and I in 2010 as his benchmate. And he was still going on about it. He was still going on about it. Luckily for me, after last year's general election, I then effectively became his whipping boy inside the caucus. Arthur, I know this isn't all that you wanted, but you can take pride in what is being achieved across Parliament today. I want to also acknowledge National's Pacific Blues Chair and a member of my own Electorate Committee, John Luau. John presented a thoughtful submission supporting a third way with many pragmatic suggestions to help build political consensus. John's priority was to reinstate citizenship to those who were directly affected. Doing so, he wrote, will allow those victims to some dignity to this dark period of their lives. Thank you, John, for all your advocacy and for your friendship. Today, our Prime Minister Christopher Luxon is flying to join the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Apia. Again, the Prime Minister can feel proud that since 1982, after 6 Labour Prime Ministers and 4 national ones, he is the one Prime Minister who is putting his support to this. As Deputy Chair and the Government lead on the Select Committee, I want to acknowledge the support and willingness of the National Caucus to reconsider this, the front and back bench. Thank you to my committee colleagues from across the House for listening to the submissions and making the necessary changes to enable this day, and the inevitable, dare I say, the inevitable passing of what will soon be known as the Citizenship Western Samoa Restoration Amendment Bill, Amendment Act. 42 years in the making. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
I call Rachel Boyack.
Talofa lava, Mr. Speaker, and talofa lava to the community who are joining us here in your House, the Parliament, today. Mr. Speaker, there are a few people I wish to acknowledge at the beginning of my contribution. First, and most importantly, can I acknowledge the member in charge of the bill, my brother from across the aisle on this side of the House, Tiano Tuiono. Thank you for putting this bill into the tin, for having it pulled accidentally, and then for championing it through the House to date. It has been a real pleasure working alongside you, my brother. Can I acknowledge our elders who are with us and are also watching from around the world, talofa lava. In particular, I want to make mention of 3 of your elders who, while former parliamentarians, haven't lost their touch as parliamentarians. Arthur Anai, who has been very forthright in his views with us. My former caucus colleague, Opito Sua William Seo, who is also at Chogan but has made sure his views are known to us. And also with us today, can I acknowledge in the House Dame Loa Manovau Winnie Laban. The three of you are a reminder to all parliamentarians that even when you leave, you can still make your contribution. So thank you for your wisdom and your guidance to all of us throughout this process. Can I pay particular attention to acknowledge Whalamaii Lesa, who took the case to the Privy Council all those years ago, and having her engage in this process and submit to the committee has been a very powerful thing. I also want to acknowledge her son, my constituent in the mighty electorate of Nelson, Ian Lesser, who has also been a very useful source of advice to me as we go through this process. So acknowledge you both. As chair of this committee, it has been a very humbling process to hear the stories of the submitters. And throughout that process, we have been guided and assisted by a number of people. And so I want to take the time today to thank those officials. We had a rather record number of officials giving advice from the Department of Internal Affairs, from the Ministry for Pacific Peoples, from MB, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. But can I pay particular thanks to the Parliamentary Council Office. Our committee, I'm proud to say, is a committee of pedants. We do like to dig into the detail, and dig into the detail we did. And having the guidance and advice from the Parliamentary Council Office ensured that as we were drafting the amendments to this legislation, we can have the confidence that our intent is very clear in what we have written, and we wouldn't be able to do that without the support of the Parliamentary Council Office. Finally, to all of the members on the Select Committee, Deputy Chair Cameron Brewer in particular, who also chaired some of the submission hearings, and my sister, who cannot be with us today, but we send her all of our love and support. Lamonga Lydia Sorsene, who has been right by my side throughout most of this process. I'm really missing you today, sister. I wish you were here. This has been your mahi as well. And I know that I speak for all of us that we wish you every good wish, every prayer, and all of our love as you go through the treatment that you are going through and come back to us well and able to contribute again. So now to the bill. As I said, it is very humbling to be able to talk to this bill. This bill, it rights a historic wrong that was done to our community by the Parliament in 1982. And today is another step in that journey of righting that wrong. Can I refer everyone, please, to what is a very detailed Select Committee report? Please do read it. I don't want this just to sit on people's bookshelves not being read. Please read it. It has a lot of very useful information that I won't be able to talk to all of it today. We are hoping soon to be able to have this translated into Samoan. We weren't able to do that in time for our report back because we finished it the day before we reported back. But we are working with officials so that we can get this translated into Samoan. And on that, I want to acknowledge a point that my sister Lamonga Lydia Sorsene made throughout this process, and a note to officials in particular, how important it is that our officials communicate clearly with our Samoan community here in Aotearoa, but also in Samoa and other parts of the world, about the clauses in this bill, about how it will apply, about how it will be implemented, so that it is easy for people to follow. It's a point she's made, I think, very, very well. We've made it in our report, and so part of that will be ensuring that this report is ultimately translated into Samoan so that people who can read and write in Samoan can read their version of the report. That was important to us. I wanted to point out 3 areas where there was some disagreement at committee, and this was off the back of the wonderful contributions from submitters. The first was about whether we repeal or replace. Repeal and replace this legislation, or whether we repeal and then move those clauses into other other pieces of legislation. The advice we received was that it was actually a bit of a line call. In amending the original legislation, it probably will be easier for officials to be able to interpret it in terms of eligibility. But also, I want to acknowledge that there is a symbolism in being able to repeal that act and the name of that act and all of the hurt and the mamai that it caused. My view is still that we could repeal that bill and pick up those important clauses like the ones that relate to the Treaty of Friendship. We could pick those up and put them in other legislation. We could still do that. So that is still the view that I hold. The second was around the grant, the need for a fee when people apply for their citizenship by grant. Now, fees are ultimately determined in regulation by Cabinet. What the committee has chosen to do by majority is have a fee set in the legislation until such time as that fee is determined. But our view, Labor and the Greens' view, was that for that short period of time, we shouldn't put a fee in place. There should be a window of opportunity for people who have suffered the trauma, who have gone through the hurt, to be able to apply for their citizenship without a fee. And the final point where there was disagreement was where we do extend this to in terms of descendants. The views of the Labor and Green members on the committee was that we should extend it to the next cohort, and those are the descendants of those affected who were born before 1962. And that is all laid out in the Select Committee report in terms of our views and the reasoning around that. What I will say is that we have two more stages of this bill to go through, the Committee of the Whole House and then the third reading. And it is likely we will consider some amendments to put forward at the Committee of the Whole House. Ultimately, though, that will be the decision of the Parliament, but we will work through that process over the coming weeks. I just want to make one final point, which was a particular concern we heard from the community, but that is out of scope, but we have made some commentary about it in our report. And that is the visa settings for people from Samoa coming to New Zealand, coming to Aotearoa. We heard very clearly that it is onerous, that it takes a lot of time, and that particularly when you have cultural and ainga contributions to make, where people need to come back to Aotearoa, maybe for a wedding or for a funeral, having to go through that visa process is onerous and doesn't feel fair to a community that we have a deep and lasting relationship with. And so the committee was unanimous in calling for the government to look at those settings, to have a look and see if we can make some improvements so that it is easier for the people of Samoa to come to New Zealand, particularly in times of a crisis. Finally, can I just point out and just finally acknowledge that for the people of Samoa, on your minds will be the sinking of the Manawa Nui on the southern coast of Upolu, where I have visited twice that very area. I think all of this House wants to send our love and support to the people of Samoa and how deeply sorry we are at what has occurred in your moana and your waters. On that note, Mr. Speaker, it has been a real privilege to help guide this bill through to this point. For Awhatai Tele Lava, I commend this bill to the House.
On Tim Cook.
Talofa lava, Mr. Speaker. Let's set the scene and understand our government's and this Parliament's precedent-breaking support. Samoa in the late 1800s, and there are interests from Germany, the US and the UK, and civil war breaks out between local factions backed by these three countries. And then, without consulting any Samoans, this is not something any of us should be proud of, they have a conference and decide how to split Samoa. The eastern part goes to the US, now American Samoa. The western part, hence Western Samoa, comes under German control. Of course, 1914, the start of World War I, Britain rings up New Zealand, not so keen on having Germany with a safe haven in the Pacific, and New Zealand is asked and goes in without anyone firing a shot and takes control of Samoa for the duration of the war. Now, the intent at the time was actually to give it back to the Germans in 1919. But the League of Nations has a different plan, and it becomes what we call a Class C mandated country, along with other German territories in the Pacific and in South Africa, the likes of Southwest Africa, now Namibia, Nauru, I think of New Guinea, South Sea Islands, of course went to Japan, Micronesia, Marshall Islands. And the mandate lasts from April 1922 until April 1946. Now, the dates get a bit confusing when we look at the dates in this legislation, but we also have to read the British Nationality and Status of Aliens Acts in New Zealand, both the 23 and the 28, along with this, the act by the same name but in the UK from 1914. So this trusteeship, 1921, the Samoa's Act to bring this in to law in New Zealand, and the bill makes it very clear that Samoans would not become New Zealand citizens. That was the thinking at the time. In fact, we have the letter that the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Gordon Coates, wrote to the League of Nations in 1928 after the legislation that actually this bill gets based off. And he says, I'm quoting here, that the status of native inhabitants from Samoa is distinct from that of nationals from the mandatory power, in this case New Zealand. And again quoting, it cannot be identified herewith by any process having general application. And he goes on to say that the native inhabitants of the mandatory territory are not invested with the nationality of the mandatory power. And this is also agreed to, of course, by the UK, Australia, France, Japan, Belgium, and South Africa. And none of those countries have ever gone on to give citizenship to any of those trustee countries. This is the first time in history that a trustee administrated country will be given citizenship. So this is incredibly significant. That's the start of the period and the thinking at the time and New Zealand's intent not to give citizenship. Let's fast forward to the end. It's the first Labour government, of course, Savage and then Fraser, and Labour's Minister of Internal Affairs at the time, the Honourable Bill Parry, again makes it clear that Samoans, in his view, and that government's view, are not New Zealand citizens when he's commenting on the law changes they're putting through in the 48 bill. And I'm quoting from the Labour government, the inhabitants of Western Samoa are not British subjects because trustee territories and protectorates are not in the legal sense part of His Majesty's realm. In fact, the Privy Council accept the intent of that Labour government, and that's why the cut-off now sits at 1948 in both the 82 legislation that we are amending today. But he goes on to say that although the protected persons are not British subjects, they should not be treated as aliens either. There should be an intermediate class, and so they changed the rules requiring 5 years of residency to get to citizenship to be just 1 year of residency, and this in a way sets the path towards the 1962 Treaty of Friendship, which builds on what he called an intermediate class. Now, of course, 1977, and Falema Elisa was prosecuted for being in New Zealand unlawfully, but argues that actually between the periods of legislation that we're talking about now, she effectively became a New Zealand citizen. And ultimately, the Privy Council accepts that. But we can understand the shock that there was across all parties in government at the time, because we know that the intent was, both in the 20s and the 40s, that they were not citizens, and hence the thinking to go and change this. As we've heard, Jim Macleay was the minister responsible at the time. He argues that, look, successive governments never anticipated this, and he uses a comparison to a tax loophole. When someone finds a loophole in the law, a responsible government would honour those that found it, but also move to close it, which is what the 82 legislation did. And in fact, that legislation did three things. Firstly, it awards citizenship to Falema Elisa and her family specifically, but also to any Samoans who were legally in New Zealand at that time. Secondly, it creates a fast-track pathway, and we love a good fast track, for all Samoans, removing that 1 year residency requirement, but also things like not needing to pass an English language test. In effect, if you can reside in New Zealand legally, you can become a citizen right away. And that's something we want to protect by not removing some of those details from the 82 legislation. And finally, of course, it ruled out future citizenship to people who might not otherwise be entitled to it from that period. Come forward to 2002-2003, Helen Clark's Labour government, and they were presented with a petition to do exactly what we're doing here, but they denied it. Why was that? Well, part of it maybe was, as explained in their thinking, they considered that a repeal of the 1902 Act would be inappropriate, I'm quoting, inappropriate from an international law perspective. And they noted that no other mandated country had citizenship from that time. In fact, even today, MFAT's advice to us was that the advice it provided to the committee 20 years ago was still valid, and further that they consider, before this bill passes, New Zealand's current legislative policy and administrative settings in relation to Samoa are consistent with international human rights law. Now, add to that the DIA advice that said if we were to repeal the 82 bill, it could create an unintended divide between those who would gain citizenship from that period and all other Samoans and those that might be born in the future that would not be able to benefit from the fast track and the provisions that that brought in. And of course, we know from recent submissions, like we heard the Honourable William Seo, Minister of Pacific Peoples from 2017 to 23, heard from him directly that even with the complete majority, this bill was not something he was able to gain support from his cabinet colleagues, which is, of course, a real shame. And that begs the question, why now? Why is this government, why does National support this now when, as we've heard, no previous government was willing to? Well, I want to cover three reasons. Firstly, I have to acknowledge the member in charge of this bill, Te Anau Tuiono, for bringing it, and his clear intent of what he was wanting and the target group, and I'm quoting from his intent in the bill, that this would not create new rights of citizenship for descendants of those whose citizenship rights were removed. The intent was never to go broader, it was to address this historic wrong, and by bringing that focus and that clarity, it really enabled us to get a better sense of comfort and to know that this was a targeted bill and something that we could find unity in the Select Committee to gather around. That was a big piece of the puzzle. Secondly, it is about amending, not repealing. We heard official advice that there would be huge challenges with a repeal, that it was, and again I quote, it was very difficult to operationalise or could not be operationalised in its current form that it passed the first reading. It could potentially kill the Treaty of Friendship, kill the fast track for Samoan citizenship for others. It could inadvertently do more harm than good. And I think it's a great sign of leadership, actually, that people are willing to forego the big banner posters of repeal and go for the thing that will actually deliver the practical outcome that was desired. Add to that things like Section 32 of the Legislation Act, which are also problematic in terms of a repeal. But finally, for me, as much as anything else, it was the submissions, the personal stories that moved me, the emotional, often at times, examples that we were given. I know that this bill is not directly just in response to things like the Dawn Raid, the 1929 massacre, the Spanish flu, but I heard the submissions from people like Melanie Anai, Polynesian Panthers, David Louis, Samoan Trade and Investment Council, Hans Schvelger, and they were very clear, again I'm quoting, that the Ardern apology didn't cut it, it was hollow, it fell short. And this bill is an outward and visible sign of an inward and invisible bond that our two countries share, and one small step, as the Greens mentioned, to show more than just words. Secondly, it was the personal stories from people who lived in this period, or perhaps their children. I think of Akanesi Taupo-Polilo and Rome Vui Vauliko, I apologise for my pronunciation, their parents personally impacted. Akaripa Toa Alapai Ali'i, who is from this generation, has to apply for a visa to visit his grandchildren, or Matayo Lemevivi, who wanted their grandfather to be able to come and visit them. Or Lealasa Tovio, her and her sister, both born in the 40s. She has citizenship, but her older sister, born in 46, doesn't. Now they both could become citizens. There is no legal precedent for this bill, I'm convinced. There is no legal right or requirement, but let's do it anyway. This is a focused bill on one small group. It's actionable, it's amending, not repealing, and it's a bill I look forward to a constructive committee stage with. I commend the bill to the House.
This is a split call. I call Right Honourable Adrian Rurawhi.
La whiunga e whawhunga whitalai māsui māmalua o le palemene. Kia koutou aku tuakana. Ngā mātua, ngā whaia, ngā rangatira katoa taitu ki a koutou tamariki mokopona ana ia au. E tuku mihi atu ki a koutou, nau mai, hara mai ki o Kia o tātou paremata, nō reira tēnā rā tātou. I joined together with colleagues around the House and acknowledge everyone that has worked towards this day. It's good to be on the right side of history. And my biggest thank you really goes to Te Anau Tuiona, no Te Rōpū Kākariki, the only party that has not been in government from 1982 to now that could actually do something about it. And today, they're the only party that has. And I acknowledge them. Because whilst Cameron Brewer might claim that the current Prime Minister is doing something about it, I kind of think he was forced into it. Forced into it by his colleagues in New Zealand First and the ACT Party. So let's not overplay that position. Because this bill is not over yet. And some of us think it should go a bit further. And I'm going to support my colleagues who have done a lot of work on this, along with Te Anau Tuiona. And let's see and test whether Cameron Brewer is right. Because if he is, then the Prime Minister will do the right thing. And make sure at the committee stage, when those amendments go up, they vote for it. No good standing in this at the second reading and proclaiming how good the Prime Minister is now. Let's see after the third reading. Then might acknowledge that. But today, no. 11 Prime Ministers so far have done nothing. And today I think it's right for me to acknowledge what has been done. I join also colleagues in acknowledging the work of the chair of the Select Committee and all of the members, including Lamonga Sosene. And I send all my alofa to her. Madam Speaker, everything's really been said, but I really wanted to say it's good to be on the right side of history, but this is not the only piece of legislation which is on the wrong side of history. And as my whanaunga from Te Taihauru, from Taranaki, said, there are other bills as well, currently going through this House, or about to go through this House, that will end up on the wrong side of history, and people's grandchildren in 40 years might be back here correcting what their grandparents did. So be careful what you pass in through this House. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity of speaking. Kia koutou anō, aku tuakana, me aku teina, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Madam Speaker.
Greg Fleming.
La ususunga I le whawhonga whetalai. Whawhetai mo lena awanoa whaaro, ua o mawaiina e mawhai una, o tautala ai lena pili. Mata nofi ma tau e luma o Samoa ma ona tangata. Whawhetai lava, ile tō aua e mai lenei taiao, ua mata nofi ai lenei aso. Whawhetai mo le tō sao mo Aotearoa, ai mai si le tō loto ainga, mo si o tātou atu nuu. Ua manuia le atu nuu nei, ona o autau. Madam Speaker, the details of this bill and its long history, the disagreements and the agreements have been well canvassed in this morning's speeches. So instead of going over them again, I wanted to take this moment of great honour in your presence to acknowledge the extraordinary people of Samoa and to give thanks for all that you bring to Aotearoa. I thank you for your grace, I thank you for your patience, I thank you for your perseverance, and most of all, I thank you for your example to us all in Aotearoa. You and your culture have never forgotten what matters most. And as I hopefully spoke to in your most beautiful language, perhaps only equalled by te reo takitaki o te whenua nei, is my deepest appreciation for that example that you provide to us all. In the brief time that I have, can I also acknowledge my colleague Tiano Tuiono. Tēnā koe te pika, te nui nā o te wā, for championing this bill, for wanting to right this injustice. Thank you so much. To my colleagues across the House who have worked so hard on this piece of legislation at the Select Committee, tēnā koutou. And to the good spirit of this House, the thoughtful consideration, the genuine listening, it turns out it leads to good law, or at least to better law. We should do it often. Can I also mihi to my colleague and friend Margaret, or Mags, Epati. You are an absolute delight and treasure to work with. And it's awesome that you just happened to be here on this day and that I was given the opportunity to speak. My colleague Minister Chris Pink spoke in his remarks earlier this morning of the beautiful hymn that he heard. In my experience, that is an expression of who you are, of your commitments and of your example. And therefore, aolei umalau tautalanga, o te toi whaewhitai atu Samoa, wha malo le tautau ai, wha malo le loto atu nuu, malo le loto toa malo le loto tele. Whaewhitai ele tō nonofo ai I lene atu nuu o Aotearoa, aua se silinga manuia mo auto ainga I Samoa. Wha manuia lea tua. He rereke ki te reo takitaki anō. Wha manuia lea tua. Whaawhitai. Madam Speaker, it is my delight and pleasure and honour to commend this bill to the House. 685 to the world.
Madam Speaker.
Tangi Utakere.
Talofa lava, whaewhawhai tele lava, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise as Labour's final speaker this morning to provide my support for this bill. And Madam Speaker, I do so as a member of Labour's Pacific Caucus, and I do so on behalf of my Samoan constituents of Te Papaioia, Palmerston North. I want to start by acknowledging the sponsor of this bill, Tiano Tuiono. I want to congratulate him on unfortunately having luck play a role in this particular issue today. I want to say to everyone that it's all good that a Cook Island brother from Palmerston North is leading the righting of this wrong for our Samoan community all around the world. And I also want to say that it signifies the importance of having Pacifica representation in this place, in this House, to right wrongs, to make decisions, and I thank Tiano for leading the way in that regard. I want to also acknowledge the Governance and Administration Select Committee. When I entered Parliament, I had the fantastic opportunity to be a member of that last term, and I know it's always been collegial. Actually, Madam Chair, you were the chair while I was the deputy. It's good to see that that has continued through to the 54th Parliament. In particular, I want to acknowledge my colleague and the chair of that committee, Rachel Boyack. I know that she is fair, I know that she is thoughtful, and I know that she has worked through this process with the support of colleagues around the House, and I want to acknowledge the work that she has done. I also want to acknowledge the members of the committee who have worked extremely hard although there is still some work to do, as colleagues have already alluded to. In particular, I want to acknowledge Le Maunga Lydia Sosini, who has been a leading light in terms of this bill and its progress through the Select Committee stage. I know, and we all know, that she unfortunately is not able to be here today, but I was in touch with her this morning and she asked me to wear this ulafala, acknowledging that she's unable to be here today. Madam Speaker, this was a bill that attracted so many submissions. More than 24,500 individuals and organisations took the time, gave the energy, made the effort to submit because this is an injustice. It included many submissions from off these shores. And often in Select Committee we might think, well, how much weight or value do we give that? In this particular regard, I think it's important that the weight and value is at a high level. The overriding support, the overwhelming level of support is in favour of this bill. The overwhelming level of support is for this bill to go further than it currently stands. I want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, those who are in the gallery today. I want to thank you for your voices that have informed this bill on its journey. I want to acknowledge those who have passed. I want to acknowledge those who are unable to be here, those who are not able to witness this injustice being rectified in this Parliament at this time. I want to acknowledge the former parliamentarians who are here, in particular Arthur Anai, for his leadership, for his support, for his call to action for this over many years. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that does seek to right a wrong. It seeks to restore a right that was unjustly and unfairly stripped away by the New Zealand Government and the New Zealand Parliament of the early 1980s. It's a bill that returns the right of New Zealand citizenship to those who were born in Samoa on or after the 13th of May 1922 and before 1 January 1949, and for whom their citizenship was removed by that 1982 Act. What's pleasing to hear at this point in time is there is a level of support which sits at that unrivalled level here in the New Zealand Parliament, unanimity for this particular bill. And whilst there have been some issues raised, which sure we will tease out when we get to the committee the whole stage, I do hope that all parliamentarians continue to have an open mind as we work through that particular process. I want to touch on some of those issues, Madam Speaker. The first is the title. This is a bill that Te Anau Tuiono put in the tin with the title. The proposal from the Select Committee process by majority is actually we'll just change the existing Act rather than institute a new one. I think that's a shame. I think it's a shame because it doesn't give prominence to the fact that this is a Parliament that is seeking to right a wrong. I think the arguments that have been advanced as to why the Select Committee by majority have suggested that are rather weak. This House, this Parliament, can insert into other pieces of legislation the very issues, the very avenues to address the concerns that have been raised by majority through the Select Committee. This is a bill that would allow citizenship to be given by grant, which means that people have to apply for it. It's not automatic. But not only do they have to apply, the suggestion is that they would pay a fee. Now, it's very unusual to have a fee specified in legislation. Usually that's something that does come through regulation. And when I sit back and look and reflect on it, I think, you know, we're seeking to right a wrong, but we're asking people to reach into their pocket and to pay for it at the same time. And I think that's wrong. I think that is fundamentally wrong. Now, we hear that some of the issues might be because of cost implications. The reality is that when you are trying to right a wrong, sometimes that comes at a cost. It would have been much cheaper if the wrong was righted earlier. So let's not have that argument about, cost. It has taken so long to right this wrong, and I thank the member for bringing it to the Parliament. So having an application fee, I think, flies in the face of doing the right thing. We've heard this morning that our colleague Lamonga Lydia Sosini has really stressed the importance of communication. And I do support that. I hope that those lead agencies in immigration and MFAT in the Ministry for Pacific Peoples will work hard, I know they will work hard, to ensure that the communications around who is eligible, how they might apply, hopefully that there will not be a fee for it, the time frames, all of those sorts of things. There is a real need for a multicultural, multi-agency approach around that. Madam Speaker, the Labour Party does join with the Greens in progressing through the committee stage the possibility of extending eligibility for this to include descendants who were born before the 1st of January 1962. This is something that is in the Select Committee's report. It is something that will not come as any great surprise. Unfortunately, government parties don't agree with that, but we do hope that they consider this with an open mind as we work through the next particular stages of this. My colleague, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, has touched on the history. And I know that she said that her colleagues would look to the future, and we have. Members of the House know I used to teach history, so I couldn't resist a little sort of inclusion of history there. I used to teach a unit called New Zealand's Search for Security, and in it was a photo that was pretty prominent actually in the textbook. And it's from 1st January 1962. It's a photograph of the first Prime Minister of Samoa, the current Prime Minister's father, and the New Zealand Prime Minister at the time, Keith Holyoake. And they were taking down the trustee flags on that particular day to acknowledge the change. You know, you look at this photo and you think of all the hope, the aspiration, the change, the good stuff that's about to come. And the sad reality is that there were so many things in history since that time that I think New Zealand as a country should be rather ashamed of. Whether it's about the Dawn Raids, whether it's about the various protest movements, the Mau movement and others, and the sort of notion of events that took place. My colleague, the Right Honourable Adrian Rurafi, is right. When we look at seeking to right those wrongs, it has always been led from the left of this Parliament. When I think about Helen Clark providing the formal apology, when I think about Jacinda Ardern and the process of apology for the horrific nature of the Dawn Raids experiment, the Dawn Raids experience, when I think about our colleague Tiano Tuiono from the left leading this particular bill that will make a huge difference, but more importantly, it will go down in New Zealand's history as righting a wrong that we should all be ashamed of. It is the left that leads, but it means that everyone in this Parliament is open to join and be collaborative around ensuring that we do the right thing. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill because it is the right thing to do, and I hope that this bill will continue to go further than it currently does.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I have a serious frog in my throat after listening to 11 superb contributions. So thank you. Te lofa lava. It gives me great pleasure to rise as the final speaker on the Citizenship Western Samoa Restoration Amendment Bill. Today, we continue the journey to right a historical wrong and strengthen the bonds between New Zealand and Samoa. Firstly, I want to acknowledge our guests in the gallery, the community leaders and members of our Samoan community who have travelled from across New Zealand and the world to witness this legislation being debated in Parliament. I particularly acknowledge those families who have carried the burden of the 1982 Act, the elders who have waited decades to see this wrong put right. To them, I say, whaawiatai tale lava. Thank you for your patience and dignity. To my parliamentary colleague, Tiano Tuiono, who has championed this bill, I want to acknowledge you for bringing this legislation forward. Your careful stewardship through the parliamentary process and your commitment to the Samoan community. Madam Speaker, when I stood in this House over 6 months ago, during the first reading, I made a commitment. I said then, and I quote, "When the bill comes to the Governance and Administration Select Committee, I look forward to further discussions we're going to have on the bill. I look forward to understanding the perspectives that we're going to be hearing on the Select Committee and the real-world implications that this bill may have for people. And I appreciate the opportunity that those people will have at the Select Committee with the wider support that has been given across this House. At that time, while the National Party had concerns around the risk of eligibility changes and the lack of consultation with the Government of Samoa, we made it clear we would approach the Select Committee process ready to listen, learn, and prepared to change our minds. These initial concerns focused particularly on our obligations under the Treaty of Friendship and the potential scope of eligible individuals. Madam Speaker, on the Select Committee, learn we did. The testimonies we heard, the stories shared, and the profound impact of the 1982 Act on families and communities became crystal clear through the process. To those in the public gallery and watching at home who submitted, who presented to the Select Committee, and who made your views clear, thank you. Your courage in sharing your stories, your determination to see justice done, and your unwavering dignity throughout this process has been instrumental in bringing us to where we are today. The journey to this point has been long. In 1982, through an act of Parliament, countless Samoan individuals were stripped of their New Zealand citizenship. Today, we begin the process of restoration. I do want to outline the precise scope of eligibility under this legislation, as amended through the Select Committee process. The bill specifically provides the right to citizenship for several clearly defined groups. Firstly, those who were born in Western Samoa between 13 May 1924 and the 1st of January 1949, and who were British subjects solely by virtue of that birth. Secondly, women who became New Zealand citizens on 1st of January 1949 through marriage to such persons. Thirdly, descendants of those born in Western Samoa during the period who were themselves born before 1st of January 1949 and were British subjects. And finally, women who became citizens through marriage to such descendants. One of the most significant changes made through the Select Committee process was the decision to amend the 1982 legislation rather than repeal it entirely. This was not a decision taken lightly. The majority of Select Committee members concluded that a full repeal was not necessary and that there were compelling reasons to retain several of the Act's provisions, though I acknowledge that our colleagues from the Green Party and Labour had different views on this matter. This careful approach reflects our deeper understanding of the complexities involved. A complete repeal of the 1982 Act would have removed the established pathway to New Zealand citizenship that was agreed upon in the 1982 Protocol to the Treaty of Friendship between New Zealand and Samoa. Furthermore, such a repeal would have had significant implications for New Zealand's relationship with Samoa, potentially affecting the broader framework of the Treaty of Friendship between our countries. Instead, the amendment approach we have taken provides a clearer, more straightforward pathway to citizenship restoration while maintaining our international obligations and preserving the important diplomatic frameworks that guide our relationship with Samoa. The amendment demonstrates our commitment to both justice and diplomatic responsibility. The bill establishes a clear and accessible process for eligible individuals to reclaim their citizenship through several key provisions. It introduces a new Section 7A, creating a special category of citizenship restoration that acknowledges the unique circumstances of these individuals. It sets out a transparent application procedure through the Minister of Internal Affairs, ensuring that the process is straightforward and dignified. And it establishes a reasonable application fee of $177 with provisions for partial refunds if applications are withdrawn, making the process accessible while maintaining administrative efficiency. The amended legislation also maintains important safeguards by applying relevant sections of the Citizenship Act 1977. These include provisions for delegations of powers, requirements for oaths of allegiance, issuance of citizenship certificates, and necessary regulatory frameworks. These safeguards ensure the integrity of our citizenship processes while facilitating restorations of rights. Through consultation with the Samoan government during the Select Committee process, we can be confident that these changes will strengthen, not compromise, our relationship with Samoa. This consultation process has been crucial in ensuring that our actions align with both countries' interests and expectations, particularly in respect to the Treaty of Friendship. Madam Speaker, throughout this process we have witnessed something remarkable: the power of democratic process when guided by compassion and justice. The journey of this bill from its first reading, where it rightly faced some concerns, particularly from the National Party, to today, where it enjoys broad cross-party support, demonstrates the importance of genuine consultation and listening. The Select Committee process revealed not just the technical aspects of citizenship law that needed addressing, but the human stories behind every clause and amendment. We heard from grandchildren who spoke of their grandparents' pain, from community leaders who have worked tirelessly to keep this issue alive, and from those of you directly affected who have waited 4 decades for change. These testimonies help shape our understanding of what this bill means, not just as a piece of legislation, but as a pathway to reconciliation. This bill also serves as a reminder of the special place that our Pacific neighbours hold in New Zealand's heart. As we move forward with this legislation, we also reaffirm our commitment to being a responsible partner in the Pacific, one that acknowledges past wrongs and works actively to address them. To our Samoan community watching today, this legislation acknowledges your place in the fabric of our nation and reaffirms the special relationship between our two countries. Your stories, your patience, your dignity throughout this process have helped shape this legislation. Madam Speaker, this bill represents a significant step forward in addressing historical injustices while strengthening our Pacific partnership. As we move forward together, may this bill serve as a testament to our commitment to justice and to enduring bonds between New Zealand and Samoa. May it remind future generations that it is never too late to right a wrong, and that the strength of our nation lies in our willingness to acknowledge past mistakes and work towards a more just future. For Awhiatai Tale Lava, I commend this bill to the House.
Okay, so we just have a couple more formalities to take care of. We do look forward to the voices of our wonderful guests in the gallery, but we just have a couple of things to do first. The question is that the amendments recommended by the Governance and Administration Committee by majority to be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed.
Citizenship Western Samoa Restoration Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Now we welcome your singing. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm now going to call the members of the House to order, because I know that there's going to be further celebration that has been organised by my Assistant Speaker, Tiano Tuiono. Thank you. I call on private and local order of the day number 1.
Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill, first reading.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 24 February 2025. Madam Speaker, I am proud to present this bill, the Auckland Harbour and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill, as a Member of Parliament for North Shore. We see few private or local bills in this House. This is the first one for this Parliament, and one of only a handful that I have seen in my entire time here in this House. It's quite rare for a Member of Parliament to take a bill through the House that is so specific to their electorate. But I'm privileged to perform this service on behalf of the beautiful North Shore electorate. The North Shore has everything: beautiful beaches, thriving communities and businesses. I couldn't hope for a better place to raise my boys and represent as a Member of Parliament. We also have a heritage that makes the community unique. Part of that heritage is the Takapuna Boating Club's Bayswater Clubhouse, of which I have a photo in its current state at the moment. Stories of people meeting their future spouses at this venue were common, and the collective memories of this site lives on in the memories of many. The clubhouse served the club and the community, hosting dances and social and sporting events for many years. Sadly, though, the clubhouse has seen better days. The boating club has since moved on to newer accommodation, and the once proud building is now in a sorry state. That takes us back to the local bill and how this issue landed on my desk as a Member of Parliament for North Shore. In 1923, when the club was first opened, the land was purchased under an Act of Parliament which sets the conditions for its use. The conditions set at the time made sense and ensured that the clubhouse could function in the public interest. Sadly, though, those restrictions have become increasingly burdensome. For example, one of the stipulated uses for the site is for public swimming baths, something that there are few of in 2024. The saltwater swimming pool attached to the site was closed in the 1950s, partially because of the polio epidemic, which best demonstrates how outdated this act has become. The club cannot lease the site for anything more than a peppercorn rental, which is the actual term written into the legislation, including that made sense at the time, but once again, the Parliament wanted to ensure that the site was available for the public. In reality, though, the club serves neither the public nor the club, and the site can't be used for anything other than what the Act says, and can't even make enough rent to cover its maintenance. Very quickly, it became easy to understand why nothing had ever been done, as amending a local bill involves passing another local bill. So began the long process that has led us here to today to debate this bill. The bill in my name amends the conditions set out in the original Act, so the clubhouse can be used for commercial purposes, while still requiring that the principal use of the land remains for community purposes. The bill also stipulates that all money received under any leasing arrangement should be used to maintain the buildings and the land on the site for community purposes. This strikes the right balance. It allows for some commercial usage, but also uses the proceeds for the good of the community and for maintaining this heritage asset. All involved believe that this property should, as originally intended, be primarily used for community purposes. I'm pleased that this bill includes that. The efforts to get this bill before the House have been substantial, and I'd like to thank all of those who have made that possible. This issue was first brought to my attention and the attention of many in my community by reporting on it, particularly by Caroline Williams from Stuff. Thank you for your work in shining light on this issue. Thank you also to the Takapuna Boating Club's Commodore, James Jordan, the club's advocacy to bring this asset up to working order and keep it in the use for public good has been remarkable. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the future holds for this clubhouse. I'd also like to give tribute to former club president Barry Ward and the late Ralph Roberts, whom I know wanted to see this happen. Lastly, I'd like to thank Jack Bolter, my parliamentary advisor, who has done much of the heavy lifting behind the scenes to get this bill to the House today. While I am shepherding this bill as a local MP, it was drafted and managed by Auckland Council, the Devonport Takapuna Local Board and their hard-working teams. I want to thank all those elected members who helped this along its way, and the governing body of Auckland Council, which unanimously supported this bill and sent it here to this House. Finally, I'd like to thank all of those in our community who contributed to this process and provided feedback. The community has had the opportunity to give feedback on this draft bill as part of getting a local bill in front of this House. When I discussed the issue with those on the North Shore, the feedback is clear. Our community is better because of our shared heritage and cultural touchstones. The Bayswater Clubhouse is one of those, and I ask for the support of all members here today for the first reading of this bill. If the bill passes today, it will head off to Select Committee, where there will be further opportunity for public feedback. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the feedback will be loud and clear. Let's get out of the way of rebuilding and managing this treasured asset. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Kamala Ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a great pleasure to be able to take a call on this local bill today, the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill. The title almost as long as the content of this bill, which is a very small bill that addresses an important issue for the North Shore community. And I want to start by saying that we will be very enthusiastically supporting this bill and thank the member for North Shore, which is, I understand, the capacity that he brings this bill to the House, Simon Watts, for his leadership and advocacy on this issue. As Mr. Watts said, this is an issue which has united the part of Auckland that it relates to. Mr. Watts held up a photo of the building in question, and if anyone goes to have a look at it, you will be in no doubt of its need for further investment. A once proud building where I understand was the hub of the local community. Mr. Watts mentioned some community activities that took place there, like dances. I understand even weddings were held there in its heyday, and of course it had the saltwater baths, and I know that it's unlikely that that will return to the Takapuna Boating Club in this particular area. I think it's on Sir Peter Blake Drive, but I think that that would be a nice thing to think about in the future. So maybe another issue for Mr. Watts to pursue in the future is bringing back of those saltwater baths. This is an issue where there seems to be a lot of agreement. I just want to acknowledge some of the people that have brought that about today. I want to acknowledge the Commodore of the Takapuna Boating Club, Commodore James Jordan. I want to acknowledge the local councillors, Chris Darby and Richard Hills, who took this particular proposal to the Auckland Council governing body. I want to acknowledge them for supporting this. Also the Takapuna and Devonport Local Board for also supporting this initiative, and also all of the locals who undoubtedly drive past the somewhat dilapidated building and see an optimistic future for things to come. And I'm a big supporter of increasing the ability for communities to feel that they have the facilities to allow them to do what they would like to do, and that includes, as I understand, looking at renting out the rooms for commercial purposes, potentially getting coffees there, which would also be, I think, much appreciated, especially with close proximity to the ferries. So this is a huge opportunity. It's supported by local councillors, local boards and local MPs. It will unlock the use and upgrade of this local asset, which currently is falling apart. So it's not often we get to correct something that was done in this House in 1923, but today is one of those days, and I'm sure that there'll be widespread agreement around the House, so I won't take too much of our time, but just to say that undoubtedly the locals in the North Shore will be greatly appreciative of the House's support in allowing them to use this local asset, once a proud part of their history, to update it, upgrade it and make sure it's fit for 2024 purposes, and I commend this bill to the House.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We likewise will be supporting this bill and acknowledge the local member, Simon Watts, who's brought this to the House. Also acknowledge Auckland councillors, Chris Darby and Richard Hills, who brought it to the Auckland Council. And particularly to acknowledge all those who've advocated from the boating club and from the community to get this building restored. It's a major challenge for us, Mr. Speaker, that we have many beautiful buildings across the city that fall into decrepitude because there is no practical means for funding their protection and their restoration. I very sadly watched out in New Lynn where the Clark red brick church that was built on Margan Ave by the owners of the brickworks went into private ownership, and that owner didn't have the funds to look after the church. One of the side walls collapsed. Water ingress meant the church was so badly harmed that it ended up being demolished. It was a beautiful little red brick church. It could have made a fantastic cafe on the corner of Margan Ave. So I take real heart that someone has come up with the idea of how do we work out how to fund the restoration of this beautiful heritage building in Takapuna to ensure that it remains part of our community and it gets looked after. It was very cool to read some of the history to see that the building was moved into place by barge in the 1920s, and that up till the 1970s the club was still using it, and that the dances that regularly occurred there. Perhaps we should have some more dances at this building too. I hope not just a cafe, but let's get some dances going on there again. Yeah, I think this is the sort of solution that we do need. There's also a Yosen orchard packing building out in Swanson, where I live, out in Ranui, a beautiful old building which is not allowed to be demolished but has not currently been restored, so eventually it will reach some state of damage that it probably will be demolished, and we see this all too often. So I really admire that people have taken the effort to come up with a solution so that funds can be raised to actually restore this building so it remains a valuable asset for the North Shore community and for indeed the heritage of Auckland in general. Thank you. We commend this bill to the House.
Mr Speaker.
Simon Court.
The ACT Party will be supporting this bill, and I want to commend the Minister's staff and Auckland Council for responding to the community wishes, and also want to commend Parliament. I'm sure all parties will be supporting this unanimously, and it's an example about where we recognise a community need and we agree to support the proposal. I'm also heartened on behalf of the ACT Party to support it because it represents unwinding unnecessary law from a century ago which constrains the development that the community is seeking, that constrains the use of an historic building, which itself has already been recycled and repurposed, as Steve Abel pointed out. It's been transported to the spot by barge to be repurposed, and it also supports aspirations for economic development. And I'm not talking about the kind of economic development that's going to see condominiums on the site, but just the ability to sell an ice cream and charge a couple of bucks for it and use the meagre profits from selling an ice cream to fund the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of the building. But having looked at some images of the building, I am concerned that it is significantly degraded. While I understand from reading some reports that the structure is in an adequate condition that will allow it to be remediated and repurposed, and I'm sure that there are competent designers and architects and engineers and builders who can achieve that, I am concerned about the potential need for resource consents and working in the coastal area, which can be quite complicated regulatory areas to navigate for anybody, whether you work in local government or you've got a private asset in the coastal area and you're trying to get resource consents to do things like build a seawall, upgrade a wharf, or any of the things that are no doubt going to be really necessary to support the long-term viability of the structure, this clubhouse. So I want to reaffirm the ACT Party supports this bill. When it's referred to Select Committee, we'll be wanting to make sure that that the questions around the viability of the building, around the design, making sure that there's a value for money pathway for the Takapuna Boating Club to actually remediate this building, and that they don't end up being given permission on one hand by Parliament, but being told no on the other hand, or impossible by local government through the Resource Management Act. So, Mr Speaker, on this basis, I commend the bill to the House.
Andy Foster.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support this bill. It's a simple bill. It's a common sense bill. It's a local bill. I've had involvement in one local bill before, which was the bill that's given us the Wellington Town Belt, which was sponsored by the Honourable Grant Robertson. And so I want to congratulate the Honourable Simon Watts for getting this bill to the House. So well done on the work that's obviously taken to get us to this point. Mr. Speaker, the Takapuna Boating Club here has a problem which is in common with many community and sports clubs right around the country, and that is the difficulty, the challenge of maintaining club rooms and other assets with often a limited financial base and a limited volunteer base. This particular building is clearly in need of a lot of support, and I take the points that have just been made by the previous speaker, that this building is going to be potentially going to be quite challenging, and I hope they can get there. But we'll come back to that in just a moment. But the key point, Mr. Speaker, is that being able to bring a commercial activity in, to be able to get some revenue to support the maintenance of a building, to be able to get greater use into that building, and to be able to help with the maintenance of that building is something which is shared right across the country for so many clubs and societies and sports organisations. The problem which is different here is that this boating club is subject to an Act of Parliament, and I don't think that many sports clubs are in that invidious position, and that prevents commercial activity occurring. What this bill is about is to allow commercial activity as a subsidiary, a limited activity, sitting underneath, if you like, community activity. Mr. Speaker, I'm still involved in a number of different clubs as either a chair or as a patron of a number of them, and for one of those clubs we brought in a cafe operation, and we did that deliberately. It took us a bit of work to get it through the Reserves Act process because there are limitations there as well, and it was subsidiary to the main focus, which was for sporting organisations. But it really helps with finance, with maintenance, making a place a centre for a community as opposed to a place which is simply open for a couple of days a week. And it also, it's actually a deliberate move to make sure that a building is well utilised, and I think that is a very sensible thing to do, and so that is a very sensible thing to do in this circumstance as well for the Takapuna Boating Club. I do note that the boating club will undoubtedly, with the work that it's got to do, which we've just heard about, be subject to planning and other land use restrictions. All I can say is that I hope that they are not too onerous, and if they are too onerous, probably we should be thinking about whether we can make them easier and smoother for not only for them but for other organisations. It's a beautiful spot, Mr. Speaker. It's very close to the marina. I'm sure that if they're able to get the building sorted out, it will go very, very well. New Zealand First believes in supporting and empowering, which is what this bill is all about, our communities, and that is not just true in this circumstance but also in so many other circumstances where people have great ideas to make our community better, to make our economy better, and I would just say to this House that we need to be empowering all of them right across our society, because that is the way that we will make, if I might use the pun in this particular case, make the boat go faster. I commend this bill to the House.
No, seek the call.
Tēnā rā koe te pika.
Hana Rafti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā tātou te whare. Aroha mai, I've just run all the way from Banquet Hall, so I just need to catch my breath for a minute. E tu ana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori nei. I tēnei rangi, e tautoko ana mātou i tēnei o ngā pire, ki te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero, ki Wainganui i te rōpū komiti whakahaere mō tēnei o ngā pire. Tāmaki Makaurau, loved by many, reminds us that there is and always will be over 100 reasons to love Tāmaki Makaurau. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss the community aspects of this bill. My connection to this bill is I actually lived in Beach Haven, North Shore for 12 years of my life. And at that time, Dan Bidwell was my MP when I was 12 years old. And I was going to put a petition to him to actually change the T2 lanes to T3, but that's a whole other kaupapa. So back to this bill. Te Pāti Māori wishes to hear from mana whenua on this matter raised in the bill, both individually and or collectively, where mana whenua deem it appropriate to do so. In support the bill to first reading, we wish to hear more about how Auckland City has gone about identifying alternative options, conclusions with local boards, a consultation with local boards, engagement with the public, iwi Māori, while the general policy statement for the bill explains that restrictions in the Principal Act prevent the club from securing the commercial income necessary to fund restoration of the boating club building and provide an income necessary for the club to maintain the boating club building into the future. Te Pāti Māori notes that the principal use of the land is intended to remain for the community. We, through Parliament, wish to hear from the community directly. Te Pāti Māori will always query the way land was acquired and by mana whenua views on the land occupation. More broadly, we look forward learning more insights about that. He whenua makaurau, Auckland has many partners. Auckland is a diverse city whom many have come to all home. In this way, it is always important to work alongside our key partners, ensure that those matters raised in general policy statements. That is why we commend this bill to the House. Tēnā rā koutou.
Cameron Brewer.
Mr Speaker, I join with others in supporting the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill. As has been canvassed, it's a local bill and its sponsor is the local MP for North Shore, the Honourable Simon Watts. And so his community will be very happy with the work he's doing here. Can I also acknowledge other presence on the North Shore with my colleague Dan Bidwell, the MP for Northcote. And I'd like to think, Mr Speaker, that I have a part of the North Shore too. Of course, certainly a part of the former North Shore city with Greenhithe, Bayview, Unsworth Heights, Totra Vale, Wairau Valley. You should come, Deborah, you're most welcome to come to my electorate office at any time and we can do a tiki tour of the electorate boundaries. Mr Speaker, this, as I've said, is a local bill and its sponsor, by enabling this, will enable this Bayswater Boathouse and the Takapuna Boating Club to get on and start paving the way for the restoration of that magnificent building dated in the 1920s. As has been alluded to, it was an old tannery building in Panmure Lagoon, and it was barged, it was dismantled, barged, and then reconstructed by the Takapuna Boating Club in the early 1920s, working bees, everything else. I don't know if there were building consents, certainly wasn't a Resource Management Act back then, but once again, like most of this country, Grant, yes. Like most of this country, it was built by volunteers. And I also I think it's appropriate that we're doing it this week, a few days after the America's Cup that we won, New Zealand won, back to back to back. There's three backs, isn't there? Back to back to back. And of course, the person who brought us the America's Cup, of course, was the late, great Sir Peter Blake. And this, of course, sits on the Sir Peter Blake Parade, because that's where the Blake family were from. And we pay tribute to them, and we know that Sir Peter is looking down at us, not only willing on Auckland and the government to get behind and bring the America's Cup back to Tamaki Makaurau, but to get in and support his old boating club and restore his neighbourhood boathouse. And so I wanted to acknowledge his role in the sailing, in history of New Zealand, and in bringing America's Cup to us, which we have retained in 3 consecutive times. Mr Speaker, this big building, for those that don't know Auckland that well, it's when you hit northbound over the motorway, over the harbour bridge, and you're entering the fabulous electorate of Northcote, and there's signs of Dan Bidwell everywhere, but you look right, and you look right and you see that big timber building, 2 stories high, possibly 3 if you count the attic, and it's that big white building on the right over the Bayswater Marina. And that is ripe for redevelopment, for restoration. And so this bill, as others have said, enables an old piece of statute, enables it to be amended to allow part of it to be used for commercial purposes, but most of it to be retained for community use. And so this project, this piece of legislation led by the Honourable Simon Watts is 100 years in the making. Aucklanders can be very proud that it's on its way and that Bayswater Boathouse is coming back to its former glory. I commend the bill to the House.
Speaker.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to draw the House's attention to this again to make sure that people really understand that Cameron Brewer really wants to be a North Shore MP rather than a West Auckland MP. Just emphasise that point. I rise along with my Labour colleagues in support of this bill that will enable the Takapuna Boating Club to use its building much more effectively. It's a pretty sensible sort of bill. There was an issue, before I just talk about why I think we should support it, I just want to take an issue with something that my our ACT MP talked about, which was about whether it was going to be financially viable in order to for the Takapuna Boating Club to have some commercial operation there. I'm just going to suggest to the ACT MP that that is a matter for the Takapuna Boating Club to make their own decisions, and I'm sure they're quite capable of doing that. However, they certainly need this enabling legislation to go ahead, and from then it's up to them what they do with the building. It is actually a beautiful building. Now, I know the Minister brought a photograph down to the House. I've brought this one as well. Mr. Brewer, just so you know, there are actually 3 stories, as one can tell from the photograph. And it's quite a magnificent building. But looking at it carefully, one of the things that you can see from this picture is that the top story has, and actually the next one, it's got a deck around it and quite a beautiful veranda. And so I think this building is going to lend itself to some commercial venture like a cafe. There's something quite magical, Mr. Speaker, about sitting on a veranda over the water, having a coffee, passing the time of the day. I think it's an entirely viable proposition. And if I could think of something to compare it to, if we think about here in Wellington, the Maranui Surf Club Cafe in Lyell Bay. It's actually a really cool cafe, and again, partly it's because it's right by the water. So when the Takapuna Boating Club says they have this heritage building, and it's quite a magnificent building, and they would like to find a way for it to be viable, for them to use it, for it to be restored. Now, I note that they said the work has already been done on the foundations and the roof, but they would like to restore this building, and the one thing that is standing in their way is a bit of legislation. Now, it's good legislation, but sometimes, legislation does lead to perverse outcomes, and in this case, it's led to the outcome that the Takapuna Boating Club cannot use this building to its full potential. So one of the reasons for supporting this legislation is to enable the Takapuna Boating Club to get on and use this facility to support their club through doing it, but actually also to restore a pretty valuable building, and I hope in time that will provide a really good facility for the local community. I'm looking forward to the day, but hopefully we can head over that way, spend a day at the beach, get a coffee, have a nice meal, all those sorts of things that actually, it's one of the things that make living in New Zealand special, that access to the water, the access to the relaxation, just the general enjoyment of our wonderful coastline and outdoor environment here. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Dan Bidwar.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and join the chorus of support today on this local members' bill, or local bill. And I'd like to start by acknowledging my colleague, the Minister Simon Watts, and to support his comments that the North Shore really is and truly a great place to live, work, raise a family. And I'm truly blessed to have my family in the wonderful electorate of Northcote. But Mr. Speaker, this bill has had a lot of people that have brought it to the House today. So I'd like to just quickly acknowledge Commodore James Jordan, who was
a former GM of Northbridge, which is in the North Coast Electorate, council staff and officials in the local board, Carolyn Williams from Stuff. You do some great work, Carolyn, and thank you for shining light on this matter. And past members of the club. And it's been raised, actually, that one of those past members is, in fact, the late Sir Peter Blake. So thank you to all of your mahi in this work. Mr. Speaker, the club is and has a proud history of community involvement and sporting, and it's been raised in the House that it is an old building, that it was shipped over on barges from Panmure. In fact, 40,000 feet of timber was shipped across the harbour bridge to construct this building, and it's now in the state of disrepair as has been signalled, and this bill really gives effect to allow commercial operations to be continued or to be allowed to help restore this great and once great building. It has been heard, Mr. Speaker, that that building has some proud stories of bringing people together, and there were stories told of many couples who have met in that building through Saturday night dances, and we hope that that building can once again bring people together. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a great privilege to support this bill in the House today, and just acknowledging that it will take some funds to restore this building, and that the funds, the Takapuna Boating Club don't have those funds available. So they've then turned themselves back to the council, and the council doesn't have those funds available. So the purpose of this bill, to which we support, is to allow commercial activities to be used to help actually raise those funds up so that this building can be restored and repaired. And it is on that basis that this side of the House certainly supports a vibrant private sector, because it's not all over to government and not all over to charities such as the Takapuna Boating Club. So it's really great to support this on behalf of the North Coast Electorate and on behalf of this side of the House. And I'd just like to finish by a quote from a former Takapuna Boating Club member, Sir Peter Blake. His quote is, "The hardest part of any big project is to begin. We have begun, we are underway." And with that, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Mr. Speaker, I asked for this slot because I wanted to talk about Mount Albert and the kinds of things I've seen that support this. But before I do that, I'd like to first of all congratulate the Minister for bringing this bill, the local member, and congratulate the local councillors who were involved. But also I want to make my own claim to the shore, because my great... Shush for a minute, people. My great-grandfather was, in fact, the mayor of Takapuna from 1930 to 1951. And as I drive down to Bayswater, there's a street named after him. And it wasn't a family it was actually quite a dysfunctional family. I didn't know this man. He did not have a good relationship with my grandfather in particular. He didn't even know that he was his son in the early years. And he took his name when he was 20. So my mother bears that name. She has the name of that mayor. And so I know that my great-grandfather would have a connection with that building, and I'm proud that he does. Now I want to talk about the bill, and I want to talk about the value of the bill. What I've seen in my own area is that some of these clubs, they're doing such good things for our community, and they're gummed up by the fact they can't do things like what is happening in this bill. It's fantastic when we can double duty these things, when we can be a bit flexible, when we can see that a club brings so much to a community and we need to make sure that that continues to happen. I like the way the bill's structured, that it has this emphasis on the profits coming back to the community. In my own area, one of the big lessons I've learned is from our league club. which is an incredible asset in our community, brings so much value, brings kids in who would otherwise perhaps be disengaged from their education, etc. They learn so much in that club. It is so inclusive. But those clubs are also spreading their wings all around the place, trying to provide a lot more link for their communities in general. So there are clubs that do vaccinations, and there are clubs that will have internet connectivity. There's one rugby league club in this city that has a laundry because its workforce, its people can come and use the laundry because that's what they need in their community. So I love the idea of more flexibility here. This is not just an asset for Takapuna. People from Mount Albert will shoot across there too. This is an absolutely beautiful part of Auckland that we all get to share because it is an incredible city with these beaches. And so having this club be able to do this and restore the building and preserve the asset in this way is not just good for the people in the local area, it's really, really good for Auckland. And so I'm absolutely thrilled to see a bill like this coming before the court, before the House, and I'd love to see more examples of that kind of flexibility of mind. Sometimes it won't take a local bill, it will take a little bit of flexibility in the way that our local board or our council think about the use of space and not being too afraid of things like clubs, like the one I'm talking about, the Rugby League Club, setting up a cafe on the premises, because the use of our parks and our waterways is going to become so much more important as our city intensified. These are our commons. These are really important. And actually having a cafe in the middle of a rugby league field, or having a cafe on the waterfront, those things will connect people in ways they vitally need in a time when we are really challenged by isolation that can happen when perhaps more of us are working from home, more of us have the congestion issues that we have, more of us are living in environments which actually challenge that very, very strong sense of community. So thank you for bringing this bill, Minister. It's lovely to be here in support of it. It's good that the House is able to get out and support a bill like this. I hope that the same flexibility of mind is happening across our country in other electorates to make sure that we are really supporting our clubs in the purpose which they have, which is to bring joy and a sense of community to us. And so I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
In reply, the Honourable Simon Watts.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll keep my right of reply brief, as the people of the North Shore shouldn't have to wait a moment longer. I am humbled by the support across the House for this local bill, and I do acknowledge all of those members across all parties who have indicated their support for that. I am thankful for that support. My community of the North Shore values the ability to come together and unanimously support a small but impactful action that will make a real difference. I know that the Governance and Administration Select Committee will look forward to opening submissions shortly on this bill. It's a capable committee with good members who will give the bill a thorough shakedown. The boating club themselves and other groups may wish to submit, and I want to encourage all of those watching who want to submit on the bill to keep an ear out for when the committee calls for submissions. While I don't sit on the committee, I know that they will handle it carefully and report it back when the time comes. One contribution by the member from Northcote referenced Sir Peter Blake, and it would be remiss for me not to note that this building sits on the Sir Peter Blake Parade and simply acknowledges the deep history of sailing and living and enjoying the beautiful waters that surround the North Shore. And this clubhouse is part of that legacy and will be sustained into the future. When the time comes, I hope all members will continue to support this bill and in time join me potentially for a dance at this clubhouse in the future. Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you to all members for their support. I look forward to the remaining stages of this bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill be considered by the Governance and Administration Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Speaker, I move that the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 24 February 2025.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on members, order of the day number 2.
Pai ora, Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill, third reading.
Mr. Speaker,
Katie Neiman.
I move that the Pai ora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and those hopefully watching at home now or in the future, today I believe is a transformative day for New Zealand. We will no longer be making decisions for health without a strategy for the mental health and well-being of our people. The Pai ora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill, which we're about to pass unanimously, reflects our commitment to building a healthier and more resilient future for all New Zealanders. This bill represents an essential amendment to the Pai ora Healthy Futures Act 2022, and at its core it ensures that mental health and well-being are at the heart of our health system, with long-term planning to address some of the most critical challenges our communities face today. The purpose of the Pai ora Healthy Futures Act 2022 was to provide the public funding, for the public funding and provision of services in order to A, protect, promote and improve the health of all New Zealanders, and B, achieve equity in health outcomes among New Zealand population groups, including by striving to eliminate health disparities, in particular for Māori, and C, build towards Pai ora Healthy Futures for all New Zealanders. Now, I don't believe that you can achieve that without a core focus on mental health and well-being, which brings me to the purpose of this bill. As we know, mental health issues and addiction affect every corner of our society, from young people struggling with depression and anxiety to our families facing the harsh realities of addiction. The need for a robust and comprehensive mental health framework has never been more urgent. The bill seeks to address those needs by improving the way we plan, deliver and support mental health and addiction services across the country. The elephant in the room is that this should have been included in the original bill in 2022. That is the reason that this amendment is a members' bill. I want to thank again Minister of Mental Health, Matt Ducey, for fighting for this amendment in the original bill and for not giving up once it wasn't included and writing the amendment into a members' bill. I've been privileged to shepherd this through the House and feel that the support from all sides of the House and the Health Select Committee have been a true indication of what this means to us all. The bill's primary purpose is to ensure that mental health and well-being receive the dedicated focus they deserve within the broader healthcare landscape. It mandates the creation of a mental health and wellbeing strategy, which will guide our health sector's approach to these issues, promoting holistic wellbeing and ensuring that those who need help can access it when they need it the most. The strategy will prioritise mental health and addiction services, focusing not only on immediate care, but also prevention, harm reduction and long-term recovery. It'll also incorporate a strong emphasis on workforce development, ensuring that we have the skilled professionals necessary to meet the growing demand for our mental health services. Just to touch briefly on what the bill changes, we've talked a bit about the select committee process and what they've introduced, several, or maybe probably 3 important amendments. One of those, we talked about the removal of the clause that designated the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission as a health entity. Talked about that a number of times, obviously, in original drafting oversight, but pleased for that to be corrected. Maintaining the Commission's independence is a very important part of this bill. Another significant amendment was the expansion of the scope of the mental health strategy to include wellbeing. Obviously not just mental health and addiction. It reflects our evolving understanding of what mental health is and how deeply intertwined it is with the overall wellbeing. A holistic approach, one that recognises social, emotional and physical aspects of health, is essential to truly making a difference. And furthermore, what I think is an important amendment is adjusting the bill to allow necessary time for the development and implementation of the strategy. Strategy provisions will come into force now 12 months after the bill receives royal assent, giving the Ministry of Health the time it needs to engage with communities, experts and stakeholders to create a strategy that truly reflects the needs and aspirations of our people. And on that note, my vision and my hope is that this bill is more than just a legal amendment. I see it as a commitment to our future. It's a recognition that mental health is a vital part of our overall health and well-being as a nation. We need systemic change, long-term planning and continuous improvement in how we face mental health challenges. I just want to acknowledge the 56 submissions that were received from individuals, organisations and families directly affected by mental health issues. Among those voices was Save the Children, who highlighted the importance for centring children and young people in our mental health strategy. Their voices need to be heard if we're really going to make a difference for the future of mental health in this country. Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission also strongly supports this bill, and they've advocated actually for this as long ago as the 2022 Paeora Healthy Futures Bill. And so I really look forward to this enabling them to work with our government to really make a difference. And I want to thank everybody involved and want to see the difference that it can make and should have made back in 2022. But to address what this bill means for New Zealand, for those struggling with mental health issues, this bill is hope for change. It tells our people that their struggles are seen, that their needs are heard and that their well-being matters. It's a step towards reducing the fragmentation and barriers that have long obstructed our mental health services. For our youth, it promises a future where mental health support is more accessible and where suicide and mental health crises are addressed with the urgency and care that they deserve. For those in recovery from addiction, it signals a commitment to support them not just as patients but as individuals with their full lives ahead of them, deserving of comprehensive care and opportunities to thrive. I just want to acknowledge how much I've really appreciated the chance to speak on this bill in the first reading in front of the Select Committee and the second reading Committee of the whole House. I've spoken about some pretty emotional stuff, but I feel it's my job in this process to humanise a health strategy. This is not just about a piece of paper or hundreds of pieces of paper. It's about more than just one sector of society or one region of New Zealand. This is about an entirely preventable health crisis. A genuine plan for workforce development, for innovation, for investment, and for addressing the stigma of an invisible condition. It won't just change lives, it will save lives. I talked about wanting depression and anxiety disorders to be treated like type 2 diabetes. There are so many more comparisons that I could make. But in short, we're going to create a framework that is going to deliver long-term, measurable improvements to mental health outcomes. This is not just about policy, it's about people. It's about that happy, bubbly person that you just couldn't believe had depression. It's about that amazing classmate that just couldn't cope with the pressure. It's about your friend's dad who thought he was a burden. It's about the brother that couldn't get out of the cycle of fun becoming a problem. Let this bill be a reminder that mental health matters It matters to every individual, every family, every community. It matters to me and it matters to our government. Thank you.
Well done, Katie. Well done.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Ingrid Leary.
Speaking as the opposition spokesperson for mental health, I would like to congratulate the member on the successful shepherding of this bill through the House. We do support the bill, although I do want to just make a few comments about also wanting to support the member's statement that she hopes this is not just a legal amendment. And I guess time will tell. Because of just some of the procedural things around how this bill interfaces with the government policy statement and the order of business. I'll preface my remarks by saying that the reason that Labor did not have a mental health strategy under our government, even though we were building a mental health sector from scratch and had invested $1.9 billion, a record investment into that, was that the strategies under the Paiora legislation related to population groups. So mental health for us is so fundamental, is so cross-cutting, that we want to see mental health responses embedded across the sector, and we were not sure that having a discrete strategy was actually the best way to achieve that. However, we do appreciate the strategy has been able to bring out the voices of those in the sector to think about what a good strategic approach would look like. And as with the government members, we really appreciate their submissions at Select Committee. The other usefulness, I think, for us as members of the Health Committee was to get a reassurance from the member and then indications, I guess, from the Minister that there is absolutely no intention to remove the independence of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission. That came about a little bit accidentally because it was included in the legislation as initially drafted, and the member very kindly pointed out it was a drafting mistake, and there was no intention to do that, and she was happy to amend the bill accordingly. The final point really is just on the utility of the strategy. I do think it's great to have a strategic approach, and I really support having strategies. The problem that we have is that the government policy statement on health has already been given. This happens, it is once per parliamentary term headline statement that really sets the direction of government policy on different sectors. So the requirement under the bill to consult and be consulted, and for the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission to have an input into that, is a little bit academic at this point, unless the Minister is actually going to commit to revisiting or reworking the government policy statement. I do have questions into the Minister about that, because there was no strategy, in fact, and this had not been mentioned in the government policy statement. I guess just the order of business being a little bit upside down, even the clerks who were looking at the questions were grappling with this idea that there could be a strategy informing a government policy statement after the government policy statement had been given. So that is a sort of $64 million question, really. Are we going to see the GPS change and inform the strategy, or is this something that is really going to be held over as business for the next parliamentary term? That aside, the other practicalities are how will the strategy work in an environment where we have seen cuts to the front line in mental health. We have seen a mental health hiring freeze despite the protestations from the government. I have personally seen emails and evidence of those frontline cuts in my own electorate entirety, which are really concerning. And we also have community groups, mental health groups, who have had funding cuts from contracts from Oranga Tamariki that land fairly and squarely in the mental health sector, providing services to the families of vulnerable children and the whānau with complex needs. So there are practical implications too, which essentially involve the basics, like adequate money and no hiring freezes in order to make a strategy work. Those are things, of course, for the executive, not for the member. And so on that note, really, I just want to again congratulate her for what I do hope will be a useful tool rather than just another legal amendment. And as I say, time will tell.
Kia ora.
Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker, and tēnā tātou. On behalf of Te Rōpū Kākāriki, I stand to support this bill and thank Auntie Katie Nimmin for your work. I was having a little tongue as you were having a bit of emotion, because we know mental health affects all members of New Zealand. And it's important for us as members of this House, as we look to support this legislation, to remember the feeling of cross-party support that we have in this whare for this, but also the need for us to move forward together for the benefit of all New Zealanders. Now, this legislation's really clear. It's about strategy and planning. And it's important that we do have that strategy as a clear beacon for where we're heading as a country to support the mental health, addictions and well-being of all New Zealanders. And the way that we have considered, and as a member of the Health Select Committee, considered the submissions, heard from diverse voices, but also felt the passion of the sector, I think that it's a credit to the way that those who came before the Health Select Committee and those who have advocated for the adoption of this, having received phone calls myself, that it's good that we're at this point in time in the journey of the legislation. Now, in terms of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission, preparing these strategic documents, yes, are important, and thanking my colleague from the Labour Party for pointing out, that while we prepare the strategy, we also need to think about implementation, and we need to be able to fuel the waka significantly so that it can do the important work that it needs to do. And that includes the mahi-tahi with the sector, the various voices, the health professionals, the users, the patients, the whaiora, the whaikaha who engage in the services, as well as Tiwi Māori. With the cross-party support that we have, I'd also like to acknowledge the mental health and addictions cross-party group that we have as a bipartisan rōpū that looks to advance mental health and wellbeing solutions across this whare, and my co-leader Chloe Schwarbrick, who's the chair of this group, because we're all in this together. And as Te Rōpū Kākāriki, we understand and we feel the need for us to get behind this legislation, but also to also fuel the waka in order for it to do good in our communities. May I quote Ingrid Leary, while she may not be here, I want to talk about workforce.
Can't talk about a member that's not in the House.
Oh, can I quote her?
But you can thank her.
Can I quote her because she spoke?
Yes, you can quote her.
I can quote her. Okay, cool. I found a quote. And talking about one of the essential parts of the strategy is having a powered up workforce. And Ingrid, in her addressing of this bill in the last reading, shared, we're going to support this legislation, but with a challenge. Really, the government members, because everything I heard opposite makes sense, and that sounds great. To have a strategy is good news, but without the workforce plan, without the funding, and without transparent procurement, without localised solutions to mental health, the strategy is at risk at sitting on the shelf and gathering dust, and we all don't want that. Now, in our country, we need to recognise that we've got a mental health crisis, and particularly with our youth. Now, mental health is impacted by many things, the wider determinants. When we think about violence, family violence, poverty, educational achievement, access to housing, and also social inclusion. So let us not forget that we require a whole systems approach in delivering a powered up, community-centred, whānau-supported system that can support the mental health and wellbeing of all New Zealanders. That we need to consider in the strategy, but also within implementation, the regional diversity, whether we are rural, like myself from the north, even if we're from the deep south, like Tairi, and all of our urban centres. the strategy to reflect those diverse voices, but also for the implementation to be considered in terms of the diverse voices of community. Interventions always provide alternative pathways as well, and we need to balance both responsibility and accountability with care and protection. And so very mindful of those elements of both providing significant support to those in need, but also centring our approaches on care and protection for those most vulnerable. Now, may I talk to our youth and addressing the concern for our youth mental health and wellbeing. Now, youth have particular risks in terms of mental health and wellbeing, including sexual, physical, emotional, and even transience. Many of our young people don't have secure housing, intergenerational disconnection from whānau and community. Also those who struggle in education settings, victimisation, bullying from peers, and all sorts of other challenges in life. To prevent mental health distress, we need to cast the wider net across the health system. And when I think about the health and social services system, that requires all of us in it together, that this is at the top of our radar as we deliver to our families and communities. Because we need to be looking out for our young people. We need to have a listening ear and take care of those who may not be comfortable yet to disclose the taimahatanga, those things that are heavy burdens on their shoulders at this time, but be ready as a health, social services system, as education and as community to be there to support them when they are ready for the help that they do need and deserve. This strategy requires buy-in from across governments, and that as members of this House, may I implore us to consider this being a long-term strategy, that it cannot be just for one term. We need to commit bipartisan to keep the waka moving forward. Government agencies all need to take responsibility for their role in providing for the strategy to get the traction that it needs. And so again, like I spoke to health, social services, education, community, government departments, if you can see mental distress occurring, put your radar on, look to be that navigator and support all those who might need the awhi at that time and place. We don't have to be the skilled practitioners, but we do need to have listening ears and look for the support that that whānau or individual might require. Now, considering the aims people may have the ability or the discernment to be able to input, they've got opinions and they're watching. And their opinions should count and should matter, because ultimately they will be service users, but also they will be the parents of tomorrow. So by empowering youth voice, as Save the Children has asked and sought of us, then therefore we can provide the safe space for tai tamariki, for our young people to input into strategy, but also into implementation. And so I challenge that for our people of Tai Tokero, to centre our interventions, our programs on what youth think are valuable and important. Now, in thinking about the reports around accessibility, it's also around the workforce, it's also around rurality and also urban settings. I seek for the strategy to be more than a document on a shelf, that we get a work plan and policies across government that can be implementing strategies and interventions across the board. That all of our kaimahi know that this is important for this House, that mental health and wellbeing is a priority, and that by and large, if we are well, mentally, physically, spiritually and environmentally, New Zealand will be well. Nō reira, kia ora tātou.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and take a call on this third reading of the Pai Ora Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. Congratulations to my colleague Katie Nimmin on having such an important bill shepherded through with the support across the House. I think you've done a great job there advocating for a strategy in mental health. And that is, Madam Speaker, what I would like to talk about, the enabling a long-term planning structure for the mental health and well-being of New Zealand is something that is coming to light more and more as the years go by, as more and more people are feeling more comfortable to open up about the mental health and well-being, but also addiction issues that New Zealanders suffer with. And the more we can talk about that, the more we normalise it, the more this House takes that into account and directs our health system in ways that are a more brought together, lined up approach so that we can actually get a whole of government approach to some of these things rather than just the scattergun approach that we have had. Madam Speaker, in preparing for this speech, I read through some of the government's 2019 mental health inquiry, the Te Ara Oranga inquiry. There was some reports given back there that there was inadequate access to many without a choice of providers. There was a high burden placed on primary health care. There was a lot of confusion for patients and people seeking to navigate the bureaucracy and funding mechanisms. It was found that we need to put the person who's suffering at the centre of this system rather than having them become a navigator of a confusing web of providers and agencies. But I think, Madam Speaker, that a mental health and wellbeing strategy begins work on another recommendation from that report, which is to bring an overarching solution to this problem and bring a whole of government approach to mental wellbeing in general. And I think that is what is being achieved here by this member's bill. I'm glad to see some of the amendments that were taken up by the member and by this House, delaying the commencement to allow proper time to prepare the much talked about health entity classification, but I won't touch on that again. And references to addictions being changed to well-being, because so often addictions are the manifestation of an underlying well-being issue, as we heard during the submission process and as many New Zealanders can attest to in their own lives and that of their family and whānau. The alignment of mental health with the other 6 health strategies, I think that is putting it on a par, mental health, where it should be with some other strategies. And on that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend this bill to the House.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very proud to be able to stand on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Pai Ora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. And I'd like to begin my contribution in the third reading to congratulate Katie Nimmin for bringing through this bill, shepherding it and providing what you mentioned in your speech, hope for change, because this is what fundamentally this bill will do. Mental health, Madam Speaker, is at the core of every person, and looking around this chamber today, who could disagree with that? There are ever-increasing ways that our mental health is impacted. And I'd just like to point out particularly, and the member opposite, Hannah Linden, talked about our young people. Our young people and the way their mental health is impacted is something that we should all take very seriously, and I'd like to point to a couple of things. Social media has a devastating impact on some of our young people. It should be a tool to bring people together, it should be a tool to bring communities together, but there are so many negative impacts on mental health because of the use of social media, increasing rates of depression, anxiety, and the bullying that goes on. These are some of the things our young people tell us, and that is really affecting their mental health. Also, that constant exposure to these curated lifestyles, where we look at someone on Facebook maybe, and we wish we had their life because it seems so ideally perfect. And the anxiety that creates, that dissatisfaction in oneself, and that sort of increases that low self-esteem. Those are issues that our young people tell us about. So social media, it should be that tool that brings together, but what we need to do is we need to build resilient minds in our young people. We need to help set boundaries, help them set their own boundaries, and sometimes just turn off the socials. In terms of mental health, Madam Speaker, many diagnoses come down to the question of whether the patient is distressed and unable to function normally. Most of us will probably fit that description, that definition at some point in time. Hopefully, not all of us, all at the same time. But when we're in our right minds, which I believe we are in the House today, is that we can re-examine our thinking about how best to care for and restore people to functional mental health. And so in conclusion, Madam Speaker, creating a mental health and wellbeing strategy is a very good start. I commend the bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te pika o te rā, tēnā rā tātou. E te whare e tuana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori i te rangi nei mō tēnei o ngā pire. I tōna pānuitanga tuatoru. E tautoko te ana mātou i tēnei o ngā pire. Te Pāti Māori is in support of the third reading of the Pai Ora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. I'd like to mihi to the MP, Katie Naui, kawe mai tēnei o ngā pire e mihi ana kia koe. I'd also like to mihi to last night Minister Ducey brought in the other mental health legislation, which included the recognition of te tiriti. And I'd like to elaborate on this is what working for Māori and Pacific looks like. Mental health is a crisis, and referencing te tiriti as the rongoa for everyone in this situation. Thank you for bringing life to the recommendations of the panel, which included tā meihana jury. Pai ora mental health is one of the first time that the government included te tiriti or waitangi, and as Whaidevi said last night, the roof hasn't caved in on us. It is a sad reality that our whānau experience significantly higher rates of mental illnesses, higher rates of suicide, and greater addictions. While the of mental health distress among Māori is almost 50% higher than among non-Māori. Māori are 30% more likely than other non-Māori to have their mental illnesses undiagnosed. Māori are less likely to access mental health and addiction services than non-Māori. Our rangatahi and tānia suicide rates are through the roof, and we must start to think about implementing solutions that work for our people. And I'd like to reference some of the work that I did prior to coming into Parliament, which was educate our whānau and kura around the maramataka Māori and how whiro, te raonga maramataka, every day on whiro in August we have the highest suicide rate. So we have our own data and how that looks like. And my job was to go around to many different kura throughout the motu and educate teachers through PDL workshops, through Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori with tupuora, around maramataka Māori being a form of rongoa for mental health crisis. So these are the types of rongoa and avenues and mechanisms that we've put in place as Te Ao Māori that coincides with Te Whare Tapa Whā, that has been illustrated by Tā Meihana Jury. Our hinengaro is important to our overall well-being, and when our taha is unstable, we are in balance. What we have seen in our communities and across Aotearoa is that our whānau continue to struggle, and social factors are huge contributors to our hauora. To list a few: poverty, whānau struggling to pay their bills, lack of affordable housing, unemployment, abuse, trauma, and the list goes on. Our whānau are struggling. This includes our Pacifica disability community, Takatapui community, and now our rural communities who are losing jobs. We must eliminate all barriers to access mental health services. Our Kaupapa Māori Mental Health Service takes a unique and targeted approach in addressing the inequities and issues we believe work by Māori for Māori. We have seen our whānau ora Māori health providers, iwi, hapu and marae, start to take their own initiatives in creating a safe environment for our whānau and communities to tackle and respond to the Māori mental health inequities that we are currently tackling. We can see this being achieved using mātauranga Māori, as I've talked about previously in this debate, and kōrero, using mātauranga Māori and practices tikanga as key solutions. We must deliver and continue to adopt the recommendations from He Tapu Te Oranga o Ia Tangata Suicide Prevention Strategy, He Ara Oranga, the He Arotake Te Aka Whaiora Suicide Prevention, and review also identified 6 recommendations towards addressing mental health. These recommendations must be considered and adopted towards the mental health strategy. What works for Māori will work for all. To conclude, Te Pāti Māori supports this bill. E mihi ana.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am also very happy to rise to support this bill on behalf of Te Pāti Kakariki. I think many of the key points have been made, but the logic of a joined-up strategy is obvious. And in that regard, I think it's important for us to consider the whole of society factors that contribute to mental health issues. If we are to address these problems long term, we have to address underlying causes, understand what is going on for people when they are struggling with mental health issues. The determinants of poor mental health and addiction outcomes are well understood by research. The drivers of mental health and addiction outcomes come from an array of determinants, including violence, poverty, educational attainment or lack thereof, and access to housing and social inclusion are important ways to address the challenges we face. Having a single whole system approach to delivering community empowerment and community-empowered interventions that tackle drivers of crime, exploitation of vulnerables and geographic places, disconnection from culture. This improves living, working and recreational environments in the community for residents. Interventions that place alternative pathways, balancing responsibility and accountability with care and protection, and which promote access to appropriate support systems. In New Zealand, the youth risk factors include physical, sexual, emotional abuse and constant transience. Intergenerational disconnection from whānau, whenua and culture among issues for tangata whenua Māori. Typically low achievement and educational victimisation from peers, challenging behaviour, truancy and dropout or exclusion. So to prevent harm and mental distress, we need to cast the net wider than just the health system and recognise the role that our whole society at large plays in how we feel. This means working to address wealth inequality, ensuring people have secure housing, inclusive education, and building strong communities that improve and provide support and connection for all people. A long-term strategy should consider the role every segment of society plays. It will also help to repair some of the fragmented approach to mental health services where people fall through the cracks, especially in our regions. This strategy needs buy-in across government and across the people in this House, which it has for a start. But we need to really have the ability to think big if we are to address the underlying causes. It's very important, and the bill states this, that it has the aim to eliminate the use of seclusion in mental health care facilities. I can think of nothing more terrible to do to somebody who is struggling with mental health than to isolate them. There are some practical challenges in mental health facilities with the reason why people are isolated. It's done to protect the welfare of healthcare workers. But the use of exclusion needs to be addressed, and we need to find out ways that we can eliminate the use of exclusion for those with serious levels of mental distress, because it cannot possibly make the situation better. Developing an effective strategy needs unity and consultation with the sector and the community at large. Many approaches and designs for supporting this sector suffer from a lack of implementation and evaluation, insufficient diversity considerations, and minimal inclusion of lived experience in design and implementation. And my colleague, Hannah Linden, pointed to the need to involve youth in the design of how we deal with mental health. Findings suggest that future policy reforms should prioritise the development of whole of government strategies, involve children's perspectives, emphasise prevention, restorative and diversionary responses, multi-agency collaboration, ongoing support for implementation, and rigorous evaluation. I just want to say that it has been a quite inspiring day today, Madam Speaker, because we've managed to have 3 bills in a row that we've all agreed on. And it's a good thing that we can do that, and it's a good thing that we can have honest conversations and find the common ground that we share across the multiple parties in this House for making Aotearoa a place that is a better place to be, no matter what your mental health status is. Kia ora.
Madam Speaker.
Sia Muffindale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the Paora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill and congratulate my colleague Katie Nimmin. And it looks like this is going to pass through unanimously. And I want to thank all the people that have contributed today for their contributions. And it's been touched upon a number of times how important mental health is, and often we see it playing the poorer cousin to physical health, and it shouldn't do so, Madam Speaker, because it is just as important. Because if you don't have, peace of mind or a healthy mind, then the rest of it will deteriorate after that. And I think Ms. Nimmin spoke about the people that you will see out there who look to be having these good lives, or they're happy, but there are so many other things that you might not know about them in the background, and internally they can be falling apart. And awareness of mental health has certainly increased a lot over the past couple of decades, but we still have a long way to go in that regard. And this bill is another step in the right direction, and the intention there is to enable the long-term planning and delivery to ensure better health and well-being across New Zealand, and to ensure people can get access where they need it, and they can get it in a timely manner and in an efficient manner, and making sure that people are at the centre, and the person is at the centre of all of that treatment. And we probably haven't got that where we need it to be just yet, but this bill and the bill that was introduced last night by Minister Ducey is a step to improving those outcomes. And I know I can see it in this House that everyone is aligned on making sure that we can achieve that as a country. The committee, and I want to thank all the members from the Health Committee here that assisted in this. There were a few improvements or changes that were made which have been adopted unanimously, and I think this is a really good step. So thank you to all parties for your support here. Thank you to all members of the committee for your unanimous support. Congratulations, Katie Nimmin, on what looks like this bill will get through very soon. And this is a positive step forward for New Zealand, and I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Dr O'Shaviral.
It's a pleasure to rise on a bill that's enjoying such strong support from all across the House, and to speak in favour of this amendment to the Paora bill that brings a mental health strategy as alongside the other statutorily required strategies under that Act that sets up our modern health system. I had the privilege of last night going to an event with organisations from rural sectors, and to enjoy some positive feedback from representatives there about the other strategies that are part of the Paora bill, namely the rural and the women's strategy. The process used to bring those about was to do quite a large public consultation to feed into the strategies that were ultimately adopted. So I hope that is the opportunity that lies ahead with this strategy, also to go out to the public to ask, well, what are your 10-year aspirations for mental health care in New Zealand, and to be able to do that, because when we orientate ourselves around what the public wants, ultimately that creates the momentum for it to endure changes of government, which something that's a 10-year strategy actually has to. I want to congratulate the member who brought this bill and took it to Select Committee, and for getting this bill passed. It is an achievement, and does reflect a lot of dedication and hard work on that. I also want to mention the submitters who came to Select Committee and dedicated their time to making improvements to the bill. There is just one unanswered question for us in the Labour Party as to what next, because the strategies sit in a system of not just setting a strategy, but actually operationalising that in the New Zealand Health Plan, which is a budgeted plan, also a statutory requirement, and then being reflected in the GPS of Te Whatuora, which is what they're going to do in the next 3 years. So we're yet to hear from the government if there is an intention after creating the strategy to modify the GPS during this term of government. And that would be a really good question to know the answer to, because of course, if we want to see change in the health system, it's only going to happen if those instructions to Health New Zealand are also changed so that they can plan their budgets and so on accordingly. So while I'm grateful for all the people who came to Select Committee, I do hope that their aspirations are going to be met by the actions of this government in terms of following through and actually modifying the GPS and the making sure that the services that people hope for are actually delivered. Beyond those remarks, I think there's a lot of really encouraging and heartening comments from around the House as to the contents of what we want in a mental health strategy, both access to care in a timely way, as my colleague Sam Uffindell has mentioned, and also those key social determinants of mental health that my colleague Steve Abel has mentioned. That is a wide ambit of different fronts to be active on, but we know to make the difference that's needed, we need to look across all of those and provide meaningful change. So thank you to all my colleagues who have collaborated on the development of this bill, and I commend it to the House.
Carlos John.
I rise today to support the Paola Healthy Future Improved Mental Health Outcome Amendment Bill. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleague, Napier MP Katie Newman, because her member's bill will change the way we approach mental health outcome by requiring the Minister of Health to determine mental health and well-being strategies. This bill is a transformative step towards improving mental health outcome across New Zealand. It addresses long-standing gaps in health legislation, and it will make a meaningful differences to people in Mount Washington and across New Zealand. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to advocate for the migrant communities, which make up a large population in Mount Washington Electorate. Due to the language barrier and cultural differences, these communities are always being neglected and their voices are not heard. I feel concern raised by the athletics communities in my electorate and across New Zealand a lack of research and understanding of mental health issues from an athletics community perspective, a lack of cultural understanding, a one-size-fits-all approach in electorate workforce, lack of community engagement are among the main concern. But the good news is the help is on the way. Madam Speaker, I've been assured by Minister Matt Ducey that all New Zealanders, including all athletics and migrants community, will have an opportunity to contribute this government's mental health policy direction, both now and in the future. Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to this bill passing shortly in this House. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to Katie Newman for introducing this bill to the House. This bill will have a significant impact on helping this government to get our approach to mental health on track and delivering for New Zealanders of all ages and stages in life. I'm looking forward to a day where this House can celebrate achieving the target this government has set out, because behind each target are tens of thousands of New Zealanders who in many cases will receive the life-changing and potentially life-saving support, care and treatment they desperately need. I commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in the
the third and final reading of this bill. This is my first opportunity to speak to this bill, so I want to acknowledge the member whose name this bill is in, and also to the Select Committee who have done the mahi to get us to this point this afternoon. Still morning, sorry. The point I want to add to the contributions that I've listened to today is how important it will be to ensure that there are children's and rangatahi voice in the development of this strategy. As a former Minister for Youth and also Labour's spokesperson for children and for youth, rangatahi have told us that mental health and climate change are the two biggest issues for them. So I want to get that on the Hansard and into everybody's minds that as this passes and as we move forward into the development of a strategy, ensuring that there is children's and rangatahi voice included in that is going to be so important. I also want to acknowledge the previous contribution from the Honourable Dr. Aisha Verrill in referencing feedback she had received from the rural community about the rural and women's health strategies. Don't want to boast, but I was the former Associate Minister of Health that worked on those two particular strategies. So like she has said, we see the importance in having the strategies, but it's not just the strategy itself, it's what happens next. So ensuring that it makes that the strategies are followed through into the health plan and into the GPS, where the budget decisions are made on the implementation of any of those strategies that have been identified to achieve those plans, those strategic plans that have been developed. So I too look forward to the full process of seeing that happen, that it doesn't just become a plan that sits on a shelf and isn't influencing the health plan or the GPS, the budget spend and the initiatives that will enjoy that support to deliver on the aspirations that are outlined in these strategies. So that's all I wanted to add to the debate on this third reading. Make sure that we include our rangatahi and our tamariki voice in that. And there is a wonderful little guide to help with that process of engagement with rangatahi to ensure their voices are brought forward into this process. Kia ora.
Madam Speaker.
Rima Narkley.
Madam Speaker, it really is a pleasure to be given the opportunity to speak on the third reading of the Paeora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. It's a pleasure, and because I'm not usually on the Health Select Committee, so I'd like to mihi to my colleagues across the House for the great work that you do in that committee. I'd also like to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, I'd like to add my acknowledgement, but I hope I can make it a bit more unique. To my good friend here, Katie Nimmin, the local MP for Napier, and the heart at which she approaches everything the tasks that are given to her here in the House. And, you know, we talk about members shepherding a bill. And it's really interesting that we use that word, because with mental health and well-being, what are we doing and what are we aspiring for, Madam Speaker? We're aspiring that we can formulate in this situation a strategy to help people be shepherded through their mental health circumstances and the times where they need that support, that shepherding, Katie. And so thank you for shepherding this bill with the heart that you have and the compassion that you have. And I really appreciate the fact that our government, and this is something I said on the doorsteps a lot during our campaign, that we were hoping, and we achieved this, to make our government have the first Minister for Mental Health. And it shows how important mental health and well-being is to us. And I know across the House, it really is. So I commend this bill to the House. I look forward to how having the 7th strategy there will help us as a government be able to focus those plans and those outcomes in the mental health arena. And Madam Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge and thank my husband that's in the gallery today for shepherding me through the times where I needed to be shepherded. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you also for the opportunity to say a few brief words on the Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. And I think the name of this bill sums up both the intentionality and the importance of the bill. So I would like to commend the Health Committee, a committee that I don't sit on but I'm very fond of, and also commend the member for her work in shepherding this bill through, and acknowledge all of the submitters who would have contributed their expertise and their passion, their lived experience and their will to see a much improved bill and a much improved act in place. Madam Speaker, mental health is often the poor cousin to health, and the Cartesian dualism of why we sort of take out the brain as a separate organ and turn it into a different type of health has always confused me, and it's good to see that mental health or health is getting much more recognition. I do agree with previous submitters and previous members who have said that it is important from this point on to make sure that it doesn't just remain a plan, that it remains something that has funding behind it, that has expertise behind it, that has drive behind it, and that the good intentions behind this bill turn it into good legislation which actually turns it into good mental health outcomes for people. I commend this bill to the House.
Hamish Campbell.
It's with great honour that I rise to be the last speaker in this debate as we debate the Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill, introduced by the very capable MP for Napier, Katie Nimmin. It is just a small bill when you actually read it line by line, but it's a transformative piece of legislation that aims to address the long-standing gaps in our country's mental health. And I think Katie Nimmin summed it up very well when she said mental health matters, and I can tell you that this side of the House definitely does believe that. It's just this week that we've introduced the mental health bill to replace some of our old, outdated mental health legislation, and I think this bill here that we're talking about now is adding to that. And of course we have the first ever Minister of Mental Health, the Honourable Matt Ducey. So I think the primary purpose of this bill is to amend the Paiora Healthy Futures Act, really to better enable the long-term planning and delivery required to improve mental health and addiction outcomes here in the country, because wherever New Zealand, we want every New Zealander, no matter where they are, not only to thrive mentally and emotionally, but we want them to be able to reach their true potential, and that's what the National Party, of course believes. It's in our core principles. So it's great that everybody in this House is supporting this bill, because it's going to help us create a healthier, more resilient future for our nation.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed.
Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Members' Order of the Day number 3.
Corrections. Victim Protection Amendment Bill, interrupted debate on second reading.
Thank you. I call Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. Real pleasure to speak on this bill because whilst we have slightly different approaches across the House, we do both, or all, I think, in this House agree that victims, in terms of the criminal justice system, are deserving of far more attention. And certainly on this side of the House, we do want to see more done for victims and a reorientation towards victims. And whilst the government's view is that what victims want appears to be longer sentences, we're not convinced that that's the case. Having said that, on other things we can agree, and this bill is one of them. So this Corrections Victim Protection Amendment Bill, which does what it says it purports to do, which is to protect victims, but in particular protect victims from unwanted contact from offenders. Now, as is often the case with members' bills, whether this was absolutely necessary or whether it could be done within the existing legislation is moot. Certainly, corrections already have frameworks in place to make sure that offenders aren't contacting victims who don't want to be contacted. So that practice, but to be honest, and I think the member in charge of the bill would probably point and say, but there's situations where that doesn't happen or it doesn't work effectively enough. And so rather than having some policy framework, what we need is an actual requirement on corrections. And that's what we've got here. So good on her for bringing this bill to the House. And whilst it might not have been a bill we would have put ourselves, it does something that we actually agree with. So that's why we are supporting it today. I do want to say, though, and I hope the member will agree with me, that we need to push corrections hard because they have a number of obligations under the Corrections Act. And this adds another one. And corrections and the Ombudsman have been in front of us and talked about their operations. And what they are actually surprisingly candid about from corrections' point of view is that they are not meeting their statutory obligations in terms of how they run their custodial services, that is to say their prisons. And that's not good enough. That's simply not good enough. And one of the ways we want to see fewer victims is by having prisoners better when they're released than when they came in, and not allowing them contact with their whānau, not giving them case management plans, and not providing suitable exercise, and all of those things which are statutory requirements doesn't help that. So my concern is that corrections will look at this, kind of roll their eyes and shrug their shoulders and say, what ifs? And certainly I'm sure that the member in charge, Rima Nakle, will be assiduous in making sure that corrections do follow up. And I think one of the things that we do want to know, and I think is a really important part of this, and will be, I understand, because this was discussed at Select Committee, is, what's the audit on this? How do we know how many slip through? Because there's going to be human error, right? And my concern is that nothing will change. That corrections look at us as parliamentarians and say, oh yeah, all very nice for you and your highfalutin talking shop, but down on the ground here, we'll do it as we always have done. So we absolutely do need to follow up and make sure that this bill and the requirements of this bill to protect victims from unwanted communications, whether it be emails or letters or whatever, including through side doors, if you like, through other people and what have you, is absolutely stopped. Because, even though, and we heard of instances where, the victim was a family member, a mum or a partner or a child, even though they've still got strong connections, the harm from those connections can sometimes be quite significant, and it needs to be, the control of those communications needs to be in the hands of the victim and not any third party, whether that be, their support network or the offender or whomever. I do recognise that the bill as it originally came to the House actually was framed as applying to any person sentenced, and I can see the sense in that, and judges do make orders for people who perhaps are on probation or supervision or some other non-custodial sentence that they not contact a victim. How that's supervised is actually quite problematic, and it's essentially a self-report that if the victim is contacted, they call the police and say, the judge said they can't do it and they are still emailing me or texting me or whatever it might be, or phoning me up. Corrections isn't the right institution to actually be monitoring community-based orders. They don't have the resources, and I think they were it's good of them to come and say, well, look, that's just too much, we couldn't possibly do it, you're setting us up to fail. So that was taken out of the bill. Having said that, look, it's a good bill. We do need to have a grown-up discussion about how we protect victims, because we do have two different views, and we're not going to agree on everything, but if we can agree on empowering victims more effectively, and we can agree on protecting victims and making sure the court process and the rest of the justice framework is more or less traumatic, in short, for victims, that would be a good thing. And I'll just finish on one point, and that is the Te Ao Marama program, which was instituted under the last government, which actually takes a victim-centric approach in the courtroom, in the court process, and the prosecution process. Whilst this government, the new government, is still rolling that out, they're scaling it back, and I'm concerned about that. So that's just a note of concern. So let's work together and let's both protect victims when they do occur, but most of all, let's aim for fewer victims. Kia ora.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Today the House will adjourn until Tuesday 5 November, and that week the House will consider the second readings of the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill, the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2, the Building, Earthquake-Prone Building, Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill, and the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill. There will be extended hours on Wednesday morning for government business, and the afternoon will be a Members' Day.
The Honourable KiwiPulse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Leader of the House, any of the extended sittings that were signalled this week intended to be for members' business?
Not at this stage, but I'm always open to a discussion.
Thank you. No petitions have been delivered for presentation. The Ministers have delivered 6 papers for presentation.
2023-24 annual reports for the Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation, Financial Markets Authority, Retirement Commission, Ministry for Primary Industries. Strategic Intentions 2024-25 for the Digital Executive Board. Government response to the referral of the petition of Social Justice Aotearoa requesting the Royal Commission of Inquiry into the wrongful conviction of Alan Hall.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 2 Select Committee papers have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the Overseas Investment, Build to Rent and Similar Rental Developments Amendment Bill. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill.
Those bills are set down for second reading. No bills have been introduced. The House comes to oral question. Point of order. The Right Honourable Mr. Peters.
I seek leave to make a personal explanation regarding the statements I made in the House yesterday.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday during the general debate, I made a statement that a close relative of Azure Beryl has been involved with attending meetings, had access to papers and has been advising the Minister on the topic of tobacco reform over the past year without declaring any conflict of interest to the Minister. Comments were subsequently made by the Leader of the Opposition that, quotes, the person I understand is several steps removed, so a distant relative, and that any conflicts have been declared and managed, end of quotes, and that Azure Beryl spoke with him and she, quotes, she has assured me that there is no issue here, end of quotes. The official I mentioned in my general debate is Azure Beryl's sister-in-law, Emily Revel, who attended multiple meetings with the Minister, worked on tobacco reform legislation advice, and who did not declare to the Minister that she was a close relative, nor did she declare that there was a massive conflict of interest. The deceit and underhandedness shown by Beryl throughout her constant political attacks and smear campaign against one of my ministers is now writ large, having simultaneously misled the leader of the Labour Party.
Well, just before you do, if I could ask the Right Honourable Mr. Peters, in what capacity was he making that personal explanation?
It's in my capacity as many things, including my present position at this time and as a Member of Parliament. I said I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Okay, that's right.
So what could be the ambit or scope of your question?
Well, today you are acting Prime Minister.
Well, I didn't say that. I said I'm making a personal explanation, Mr. Speaker, and I thought you'd take it as being read.
Yes, perhaps I should, but as you know, once you're a part of a ministry, if you're acting as a Prime Minister, it's not at the moment and not the next one. So it's all right. No, we've got to clarify.
I didn't ask for that.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make it clear. The Honourable KiwiPulse.
I think that's a horrible thought for everybody, Mr. Speaker.
What is that?
The Right Honourable before my name. No one wants to hear that.
Well, it certainly terrifies me.
I imagine a lot of things do, sir. So my point of order is seeking clarification in terms of appropriate use of a personal explanation. Now, I can see that they can be used for many purposes. On the whole, they tend to be used for the correction of a statement. using a personal explanation not only to reiterate an unsubstantiated accusation, but also build on that, to me seems a questionable approach.
Except that in this case, the personal response came as a result of comments made by another member in the House, and that makes it quite a reasonable course of action. Tamatha Paul, question 1.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister, Acting Prime Minister, and asks, what commitments, if any, will the government make to ensuring the 44 recommendations from the Royal Commission of Inquiry into the terrorist attacks on Christchurch mosques continue to be implemented?
First, we would like to acknowledge that March 15 was one of the darkest days for New Zealand. In light of an ongoing work, the coordinated cross-government response to the Royal Commission of Inquiry into the terrorist attack on Christchurch mosques has been concluded. As we announced earlier in the year, the government made decisions on all remaining Royal Commission of Inquiry recommendations as the coordinated cross-government response concluded as well. The majority of the recommendations were either implemented fully or were still being progressed. We implemented 36 of the 44 recommendations, demonstrating the government's commitment to ensuring the intent of the Royal Commission of Inquiry is still met, with the ongoing work that government agencies are still doing to keep New Zealanders safe.
Supplementary. Will he commit to continue to fund He Whenua Taurikura, the Violent Extremism Research Centre, noting the increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, and Royal Commission recommendations on improving how we respond to extremism?
No, the fact is that the DPMC is looking at better options for the best use of that funding. Detailed questions should, of course, have been addressed to the responsible minister.
Supplementary. How is weakening firearms controls consistent with the Royal Commission's recommendations to tighten firearms licensing systems?
The question concerns a subject that is a work in progress at this point in time. The government has committed to a significant program to reform firearms law over this parliamentary term, and work is substantially already underway. In January this year, responsibility for the Arms Act 1983 was reassigned from police to the Justice portfolio and delegated to the Associate Minister of Justice, brackets firearms, end brackets. Reform provides a chance to modernise the regime and simplify the requirements on licensed firearms owners without compromising public safety. And of course, detailed questions should be addressed to the responsible minister.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Just noting those statements at the end of both questions. This was a question that was transferred, and so I am concerned that after the government has transferred that question, we just keep getting told that those questions should have been referred to the adequate minister when the government side chose to actually make the acting Prime Minister answer questions on this topic.
Speaker.
Speaking of the point of order.
Any experienced parliamentarian will know that generic questions can be answered by the Prime Minister. When it comes to specific details, if they are seriously being sought, the specificity of the detail should be asked of the responsible minister.
I think the problem is that the question was originally asked to the responsible minister, but then got transferred to the acting Prime Minister, and that means it's quite inappropriate to then say the members should ask the appropriate minister when in fact they did, and the government somewhere along decided that it would be the acting Prime Minister who answered it.
Supplementary. Will the government commit to introducing faith as a protected category, noting the Royal Commission's recommendations to ensure Aotearoa has fit-for-purpose hate crime laws and policies?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear the questioner's question. Could you repeat the question, please?
Again.
Ask again. Just can you face your mic? Thank you.
Will the government commit to introducing faith as a protected category, noting Royal Commission recommendations to ensure Aotearoa has fit-for-purpose hate crime laws and policies?
Could I reply on behalf of the government? We will consider all reasonable requests if they are made in the purpose of ensuring that we're a safer country.
Supplementary. How will the government commit to ongoing support for whānau of the shuhada, the bullet wounded and the impacted families?
As someone who sat around the cabinet table preparing all the work in terms of supporting those families, which was immense and highly responsible and applauded all around all around the world, I would say that we'll continue to make that commitment going forward.
And supplementary, how will the government address the fact that police data shows 58% of all reported faith-motivated hate crimes target Aotearoa's Muslim community?
Let me say that we're willing to look at all information, but the country that I belong to is a country called New Zealand, and will be that way until the New Zealand people decide to change its name, not by some elite purpose, but because we believe in referendum and consensus.
Point of order. Yep. Litigating whether my colleague used Aotearoa as opposed to New Zealand fails to completely address the question on actually quite a serious issue.
No, I'm not doing that. No, definitely address the question. Yeah. Whether to address it satisfactorily is another matter. The member have another question?
No, that's it.
No, okay. Laura Truss, question 2.
To the Associate Minister of Justice, what changes has she announced to reform anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism system?
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Mr Speaker, I have listened to businesses across New Zealand who've told me the current anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism system is too complicated and stifles productivity. Cabinet has agreed to streamline this system, focusing on cutting bureaucratic red tape. A work program is now underway that will make the system more responsive, agile, and better suited to address the real risks posed by money laundering while supporting the economy.
Supplementary. How will changes to the supervisory model cut red tape for New Zealand businesses?
Mr Speaker, New Zealand businesses have expressed frustration with the current supervisory model. The current system requires the Department of Internal Affairs, the Financial Markets Authority and the Reserve Bank to work together and implement a system-wide approach to supervision. As each supervisor is funded differently, resources are not effectively shared and emerging issues are not always prioritised effectively. To address this, we are moving to a single supervisor model with the Department of Internal Affairs taking the lead. This consolidation will simplify compliance, ensure more efficient decision making and ensure that guidance and support to business is provided sooner.
Supplementary. How will the government support the long-term delivery of an effective and coordinated anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism system?
We are introducing a sustainable funding model to ensure the long-term delivery of the anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism system. This model will include an industry levy that is fair and manageable, particularly for small businesses. Alongside this, we will be developing a national strategy and work program designed to ensure the system delivers regulatory relief and operational efficiencies for businesses across New Zealand.
Supplementary. Is she working with businesses to ensure that changes to the anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism system will be focused on delivering industry relief?
Mr Speaker, yes. The Ministry of Justice is working in partnership with industry to ensure the reforms provide real relief for New Zealand businesses. Reducing the number of supervisors and introducing sustainable industry levy are key steps in cutting the red tape that's currently hampering business productivity. These changes are designed with the goal of making compliance simpler and more cost-effective without sacrificing the system's effectiveness.
Question 3, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question to the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing. Is the complainant worker, who he called a loser, correct that the Minister had a total of 3 interactions with him? If not, how many interactions did he have?
The Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is my recollection that there were 2 interactions with the individual. That doesn't change the overall picture of events, where I acknowledge that I caused offence. I accept that, and that is why I've apologised. However, as I've repeatedly said, I did not have any alcohol prior to any interactions with the individual. I did have a small wine tasting at the end of the day.
Supplementary question. If he disputes whether or not he told the worker to F off, that he only interacted with him 2 times, not 3 times, and that he did not have any alcohol between those interactions, is he calling that worker a liar?
No, I'm not calling the worker a liar. What I am saying is I cause offence, and for that reason I've apologised unreservedly to the individual.
Supplementary question. What did he say to the worker, given that he informed the House on Tuesday the 22nd of October that he did not believe he had told the worker to F off?
Mr Speaker, the important thing is that I had an interaction which caused offence, and for that reason I've apologised unreservedly.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
That was a very specific question. The Minister in the House on October the 22nd said his recollection is that he had not told the worker he called a loser to F off, and that he had a recollection of what that conversation was. I asked a very specific question of what that conversation was. Given the Minister has indicated to the House he does know what was in that conversation, he needs to inform the House what that conversation was.
That is not the way I heard it. If your question was relating to what he had said post the claim from the... Well, that's how it came across, and I listened to these questions very carefully. Right on, Winston Peters.
The Minister has made an explanation. And it is a fact that he, in his giving his explanation, should have that explanation accepted unless, of course, someone has got contrary evidence. And for the umpteenth time over almost 6 days, we've got these questions where no evidence is produced but just the allegation and innuendo that somehow he's lying. That, sir, is against the rules of this House, and she should be told that. She's, after all, been here for a little time.
Speaking to the point of order.
It is, but as the member would be aware, we consider all these questions carefully before they make their way onto the sheet, and there has been enough other commentary in the House post the explanation for there to be the primary question to be allowed. The Honourable Megan Woods, you've got another question?
Yes, I have. What did he say to the worker on his visit to the business, given that he told the House on the 22nd of October that he recalled he did not tell him to F off? What were the words he said to the worker?
Mr Speaker, as I've said before, I had an interaction with an individual, and I have said I have a caused offence, and that is why I've apologised unreservedly. That is a simple matter of the facts, and that I had no alcohol prior to those interactions.
A point of order, Mr Speaker.
I think the Minister needs to think about what the question was. Well, I'll have the question again with the easiest.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What did the Minister say to the worker that he called a loser on his visit, on his small business visit, given he has told the House on the 22nd of October that he recalled he did not tell him to F off? What did he say?
Mr Speaker, I've said publicly that I have a different recollection and did not believe that I said to the worker to use the word F off. So I've made that clear, but what I do accept and have accepted from day one is that I caused offence, and that is why I've apologised unreservedly.
What is his recollection of the words he said to the worker?
Point of order, right on.
With the greatest respect, somebody here, indeed the questioner might have an elephantine memory, but to ask a member of Parliament, or dare I say a minister, having a casual chat what exactly he said is one thing. But a certain minister who knows he doesn't use certain words can, with conviction, say, I don't use those words and I wouldn't have used it then. That's totally different. What you got here is someone asking the same stupid question, which has had the answer, and she's got no evidence that what she's got to say is being backed up at all. It's typical of her style.
Speaking to the point of order.
It would be nice to hear you speak to the point of order after I've spoken.
Thank you.
The point that the Ronald Winston-Peters makes is that that is what the minister could have said. That would have satisfied the answer. But you have something to say in response to the point of order, or just another supplementary?
No, I was speaking to the point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I think when a member in this House is told they're asking stupid questions, they do have a right to respond to that. The Minister talked about his recollection of a conversation. I was asking him a supplementary question to follow up on. He has laid out his recollection of the conversation in this House. He now needs to tell this House what was in that conversation.
That's right, and the Minister might care to do so, and bearing in mind all of the commentary that he's just heard.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. This minister has given his answer. He says he has no recollection of that. And now he's being asked by a minister, so what do you have recollection of? Now he's given his answer, and how many times do you have the same honest answer, given with the conviction? His career, after all, is on the line, and all he's saying here, sir, is a kind of behaviour which is not provided for in the standing orders. She's had this chance to answer this question countless times, so she's now just wasting the House's time. If he says, I have no recollection, then the next minister she's being asked, so what was your recollection? He's already answered the question.
Well, hang on. He didn't use those words. He did. No, he didn't. Yes, he has. I'm sorry. I'm pretty good at listening to these things, and I'll certainly be the first to stick my hand up on it and say I'm wrong if Hansard's proved me wrong, but I don't think it will. I think it's a simple matter. If he didn't recall, he says he didn't recall. Minister might like to reply to the question.
Mr. Speaker, I have made it clear that I stated I did not believe I used the word F off, but I do not recall exactly what I said, but what I do know is that I ended up causing offence, and that's why I apologise unreservedly.
Supplementary question. Isn't his apology to the worker he called a loser hollow, given he is disputing multiple facts as laid out by the complainant? One, that he interacted with him...
Stop right there. That is where we transgress the bounds of the personal explanation that has to be accepted by the House. Question number 5, Ricardo Mendes March.
Number 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. Will her money management sanction leave people financially worse off? If so, how is money management a, quote, non-financial sanction?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, under the current system, if someone does not comply with their obligations, they can be subject to a financial sanction with their benefit reduced by either 50 or 100%. The government is introducing non-financial sanctions like money management as an alternative. Someone subject to the money management sanction would retain their full benefit but face restrictions on where they can spend some of it. To spell it out for the member, someone getting their full benefit is financially better off than someone whose benefit has been reduced. Of course, avoiding this or any other sanction is simple. Beneficiaries only need comply with the obligations they agreed to when they applied for assistance, such as to look for or to prepare for work.
How can she call compulsory money management a non-financial sanction when people will be prohibited from receiving hardship assistance even if they direly need it, pushing people and their families further into hardship?
Mr. Speaker, if somebody is sanctioned under the current regime, which was in place when the member that is a party of was in government, remains unchanged. What this changes is allowing for a non-financial sanction, which would mean they are better off than if their benefit was reduced by either 50% or 100%?
Does she accept the overwhelming evidence presented by her officials that show that compulsory money management can prevent people from shopping at cheaper alternatives and prevent people from paying their rent? And if so, are increased living costs an intended outcome of her non-financial sanction?
Mr. Speaker, no. I think that member doesn't really appreciate how it works. Officials provide advice, ministers make decisions. Officials provide more advice, ministers make decisions. And in this case, there'll be legislation that comes to the Select Committee.
What will happen if a household with children that is subject to compulsory money management has extraordinary circumstances that leaves them needing hardship assistance?
Mr. Speaker, they will have 100% of their benefit, whereas under the previous or the existing graduated regime, they would have 50% of their benefit. So they will be better off with this non-financial sanction.
Will children in households subjected to compulsory money management be able to be offered hardship assistance in case they have an extraordinary event?
Mr. Speaker, it's no different than the current graduated sanctions, where those grants are not available when someone is sanctioned. And I would say it's very simple. If beneficiaries do not want to have any sanction applied, they just simply have to fulfil the obligations that they signed up to when they applied for that benefit.
Is she comfortable with the evidence presented by her officials that shows compulsory money management harms child well-being, including lowering average birth weights for newborns and reducing school attendance rates in addition to higher living costs?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the member doesn't appreciate how the process works. Officials provide information, ministers make decisions. That means more information is provided by officials based on decisions that have been subsequently made.
Point of order.
A point of order, Ricardo Mendes March.
Thank you. I seek leave to table two documents obtained by the Official Information Act dated 9th of May 2024, titled Further Design Decisions to Implement the Traffic Light System and subsequently Policy Decisions and Options to Progress the Traffic Light System.
Good. Have they been broadly released by the department?
We've obtained them by the Act. I don't believe.
I can't hear you. Stand up from my...
We've obtained them via the OAA, and I don't believe they have been proactively released.
Yes, I know, but have they been publicly released by the department?
I don't believe so, no.
Leave it sought. Is there any objection to that course of action? Appears to be none. Question number 5, Jamie Albuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Acting Prime Minister, does he stand by all his statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yes, I stand by all my statements and actions on behalf of the government, especially the actions that the many talented ministers of the government are taking to restore law and order, rebuild the economy, deliver better public services, and the focus on the fundamental principle of equal citizenship.
Supplementary. What update can he provide on the government's focus to restore law and order and personal responsibility?
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of New Zealanders is a top priority for this government, and we have hard-working ministers focused on doing just that. The coalition's focused on the things that matter most, not cultural identity. Ministers Mark Mitchell and Casey Costello are backing our police in the fight against gangs and criminal activity after receiving a massive investment in recruitment of $191 million. They are now expanding police recruitment wings to boost frontline officers to meet our target of 500 new police in 2025. And Mr Goldsmith is making sure the laws are fit for purpose, and we're not going to go around as some silly elitist Maori extremists supporting gangsters.
Supplementary. What update can he provide on the government's focus on equal citizenship?
Well, there are some that don't seem to remember what Dame Whina Cooper, the leader of the Maori Land March of 1975 in September, when she came to Parliament to face our then Labour government, she said, we signed the treaty to be one people. We signed the treaty to be one people. And the principle of equal citizenship is the realisation of that under this government's policies. Nicola Willis is ensuring public services are delivered based on need, not racial background and identity. What would I know? Well, a whole lot more than you, Sunshine. I've been around. In fact, Your tribe is where it is today because of a young lawyer called Winston Peters who started the case against the Labour Party and the Crown, and he won. And there you sit, a beneficiary with no appreciation. Start being Maori. Now,
I think, have you done that?
No.
Oh.
No, well, sir, it is part of Parliament.
Sorry, wait on.
It is part of Parliament. It is part of Parliament. If you want to intervene by way of question time and interject, then you can expect that you're going to get a response. That, sir, is the magic of this Parliament. I hope we don't lose it.
We certainly won't. Just a minute. Objections are, of course, appropriate at times, but not the barrows that often now accompanies them. So if you've got a sharp interjection that puts the Speaker on the spot, that's really quite a classy thing to do. But none of what I've just seen is at all classy. Jamie, oh, you finished? What? I thought you'd finished.
And that guy, no, I was interrupted. Well, you know that, famous.
Point of order.
You know that.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Peters, I've got a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, at no point did you get on your feet. The answer finished when the Minister sat down.
Yeah, I think we'll take it as that. Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you for the honourable part. Supplementary. So what update can he provide on the government's focus on rebuilding the economy and improving productivity?
Well, borrowing from the excellent example set by the Honourable David Parker, Ministers Bishop and Cheyne Jones are fast-tracking 149 infrastructure projects to boost economic growth, create jobs and address New Zealand's housing, energy and transportation needs. A recent global survey indicated that New Zealand was at the very bottom of the delivery of infrastructure, and we're going to deal to this country's critical needs. Minister Louise Upston is announcing positive feedback that the traffic light system has shown promising results in the first full months. 98% of beneficiaries meeting their obligations and now aim to have 50,000 fewer people in the job seeker by 2030. Just a snapshot of the many things that we're doing positively.
Supplementary. What update can he provide on the government's focus to deliver better public services?
Mr. Speaker, the New Zealand people can be confident that this government is focused on the delivery of excellent public services. The Honourable Erica Stanford is refocusing our education system, removing the indoctrination obsession that has seen our performance slide miserably. She is making sure the focus is on the basics of reading, writing and maths, structured literacy and numeracy, giving our young generation the tools they need to succeed in life and taking us back where we should be at the top of the educational chart. And to ensure we can service genuine needs, the Honourable David Seymour is doing great work to transform the school lunch program, which saw so much waste, and if you asked any teacher out there, many would confirm that. Previous administrations couldn't run a school tuck shop. We're showing them how it's done now.
Question number 6. Dr. the Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Does he agree with the Prime Minister when he said offshore wind and seabed mining companies in Taranaki, quote, need to get together and work out how they can coexist, end quote?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Minister, yes, I agree with the Prime Minister. There are opportunities for New Zealand in both offshore wind and seabed mining, and it's important we enable both to boost economic growth as we continue to rebuild the economy.
Supplementary question. What international examples or studies are he and the Prime Minister relying on, given seabed mining and offshore wind do not coexist anywhere else in the world?
Both of them in some senses are nascent technologies. On behalf of the Minister, I don't have the background to what international studies the Minister would have read, but I'm sure he has had access to fulsome advice from his officials.
Supplementary question. Does he take responsibility for creating the, quote, key uncertainties, end quote, including both route to market and allocation of seabed that Blue Float have pointed out as a reason for pulling their investment from New Zealand today?
Well, on behalf of the Minister, no. What I do take responsibility for is advancing at pace the development of an offshore regulatory regime for wind. We inherited from the last government no regime, no cabinet decisions. There was some consultation, but the good news is that the government will have a bill in the House by the end of the year to introduce an offshore regulatory regime, and that will provide the opportunities for many companies to investigate and get access to our amazing offshore wind regime.
Supplementary question. Isn't it the case that his government's policies are driving away economic opportunities and job potential of the offshore wind industry, which has an estimated...
Sorry, just a minute. There is no talking while a question's being asked.
Isn't it the case that his government's policies are driving away economic opportunities and job creation potential of the offshore wind industry, one of whom has named the uncertainty posed by his government for withdrawing today, and that has an estimated 50 billion GDP contribution and 12,000 jobs, and they are being driven from New Zealand?
Sorry. Does the member want to leave the House? Because that's what will happen if there is continued commentary like that while a question is being asked. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, on behalf of the Minister, what we are doing is creating the conditions for offshore wind to actually operate in New Zealand. There is no legal regulatory regime. We are the government that is actually introducing the regulatory regime. There is quite a degree of interest offshore in New Zealand's wind capabilities, particularly off the coast of Taranaki and around that area. That is really exciting, but to actually do that, you need a regulatory regime put in place. We are doing that. Ultimately, the investments that may or may not be made into that wind resource are going to be made by the market and by people looking at things commercially, and that we'll just leave it over to the market to decide whether or not they invest.
Supplementary. What specific measures will his government consider or put in place to prevent seabed mining activities from delaying or impeding offshore wind development in New Zealand?
Well, that will depend on where things go. Clearly, we have fast-tracked the Trans-Tasman resources, but as the member will well know, just because it is listed in the bill and has been fast-tracked does not mean consent will be granted. The conditions upon which that development takes place will be carefully worked through as part of the expert panel. But I tell you what we won't be doing is we won't be putting in place a building blocks for a massive dam in the bottom of the South Island that stymied investment into the renewable sector, otherwise known as Lake Onslow, advanced by that previous minister.
Question 7, Sam Uffindale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What recent reports has she seen on Family Boost?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, the Family Boost childcare scheme opened for claims on the 1st of October. As members know, Family Boost is a new payment to help parents and caregivers meet the costs of early childhood education. Just wait, the answer's coming. I'm advised by Inland Revenue that after only 3 weeks of claims being open, almost 30,000 households have received their first childcare payments.
Supplementary. How much can parents and caregivers receive from Family Boost?
Mr Speaker, parents and caregivers can receive 25% of their early childhood education fees after the 20 hours early childhood education and MSD childcare subsidy have been taken into account, up to a maximum fortnightly payment of $150. Payments are made quarterly as a lump sum, so parents and caregivers can receive up to $975 in a 3-month period. This is the maximum payment, and people will receive a range of amounts depending on their particular circumstances. To ensure the support is well targeted, the maximum payment reduces for family incomes over $140,000 a year.
Supplementary. How much has been paid out so far?
Mr Speaker, so far $11.5 million has been paid into people's bank accounts. This is only after 3 weeks of claims being open, and this amount is going up every day. High housing, food and childcare costs have made life tough for many families in recent years, but interest rates are now coming down. Tax relief was delivered in July, and with schemes like Family Boost, we are able to relieve more of the pressure on people's wallets. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, the parties on this side of the House are on the side of the working people.
Supplementary. How can people...
Just a minute. Sam Uffindale.
Thank you. How can people register and claim for Family Boost?
Mr Speaker, more than 50,000 people have already registered for Family Boost. But I encourage everyone else who could qualify for Family Boost payments to register and to make a claim when they are ready to do so. They can do this through My IR, which is the online secure system for managing interactions with Inland Revenue. The link to register with My IR and the link to log in are on Inland Revenue's homepage, www.ird.govt.nz, and I would like to thank the opposition for drawing attention to this as we have continued to see people registering for their entitlement.
Question number 8. Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Māori Development, is the Minister committed to a meaningful solution to ihu mātau? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
E te maanga o te whare. Yes, I remain committed to a meaningful solution at ihu mātau.
Mr Speaker, Mr Speaker, to the Minister, why did the Minister deny that he never had any discussions regarding whether te rōpū whakahaere was fit for purpose when a documentation shows that it was in fact the Minister who raised the idea? Quote, if the rōpū whakahaere is not working, then dissolve the rōpū whakahaere and find something that will work.
Te maanga o te whare. I think the member mischaracterises things again, and that's not atypical. The idea of potentially dissolving te rōpū whakahaere is one that's been discussed by various members of te rōpū whakahaere, and we've had that kōrero. But this is not an easy solution that we've inherited from the previous Minister for Māori Development or the previous government. I'm committed to supporting te rōpū whakahaere to reach an enduring solution by consensus, especially given the legacy of Raupatu, multiple whakapapa connections and interests in this whenua, and the use of nearly $30 million of taxpayer funding effectively under land for housing for this project used by the previous government.
Mr Speaker, is the Minister aware that te rōpū whakahaere is an independent entity and that the ministers do not have responsibility for it? And if so, why is he then seeking to undermine the process when there's still well over a year for the group to come to an agreement?
Mr Speaker, right, I think I can correct a factual error. We're up to 3 years of 5 that was curated under the previous government, and I'm very supportive and confident that the members will seek to create an enduring solution. The role of this government and myself as the Minister for Māori Development is to ensure that there are Crown appointees appointed to te rōpū whakahaere, and of course we've been involved over the years in providing some budget tautoko. It may come as a surprise to the member who has asked the question that other people do have some inventive and innovative ideas that might be of some service to te rōpū whakahaere.
What reports has he received as Minister in terms of trying to resolve this matter that suggests that Willie Jackson did not help when he secretly met with the ihi mātau protesters without telling his coalition partner, and then the mess began?
Well, I don't think. Well, it's it may be as the minister wants to claim fact. It is not something that Mr. Potaka has had any. Well,
it's nonsense.
Well, it would be a very brief answer. If the question is, and you're quite right, has he had reports? Well, it better be a brief answer.
E te maanga o te whare. I am aware that there was not complete consensus across government previously to support this.
The question was if you had reports or not, so that's not a good way to deal with things. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, to the Minister, does the Minister think that he has undermined te rōpū whakahaere when he was told by his own officials that the Crown should not interfere, so that decision-making truly reflects the aspirations of ahi ka? If not, why not?
E te maanga o te whare, te rōpū whakahaere members have conveyed to me that they were very appreciative of my attendance at te rōpū whakahaere meetings, given that in the previous 2 years the member, as the Minister for Māori Development, had not attended those meetings.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker.
Yep.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, what will he say to the predicted 50,000 people, many who will be supporters for ihu mātau, who will march against the government on November the 18th in protest over this government's anti-treaty agenda?
No, that's not a question that the Minister can answer. It's anticipating something. Do you want to ask another one?
Yes, no problem, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. No, Scurry. Question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. What does the Minister say to Rahui Papa, who has asked for for a response from from this government, and has also said to get rid of the Maori bashing racist bills, policies and procedures that the government is rolling out? What's his response to Rahui Papa?
E te maanga o te whare. I'm very committed to supporting Te Rōpū Whakahaere to come to an enduring solution for ihu mātao. What I'm not supportive of is the member and others inventing stories out of the Brothers Grimm or fables curated from the Wātea newsroom.
Take a point of order.
There's a point of order being called.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has now made an allegation in terms of making up stories in terms of the Wātea newsroom. I think he's totally out of order. I ask for an apology from the Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the way I heard it was that he spoke generally about his disapproval of people that are making up stories. I didn't hear that he specifically said that it was a particular news outlet. If he did, then he may like to consider his position.
Mr. Speaker, I did not attribute the fables to a particular news outlet. What I said is that stories get made up within some newsrooms.
Look, it's much the same offence has been taken. I'd ask the member to withdraw and apologise.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw and apologise.
Thank you. Another supplementary?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Just seeking leave to see if I might be able to table papers that clearly show the Minister has attempted to interfere in the process. They were going through Official Information Act, so I'm able to table those, just seeking leave.
You might be able to. The question is, could you? And the need for the House to understand where they came from is part of the leave that could be put. Where they come from.
The aid memoirs, and they came from Te Puni Kōkiri, Mr. Speaker.
Is it public information?
Oh, it hasn't been released publicly, this information.
Leave us order through any objection. Sorry?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Well, okay, point of order.
The member has made an accusation that I have interfered with the whakahaeretanga or the operations of Te Rōpū Whakahaere. If that accusation is proved to be inaccurate, then I would expect that the member to withdraw and apologise.
And that's quite... this is getting beyond a joke here. If the member has been offended, then of course that would be the course of action expected by the House. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be very happy to apologise if I'm wrong, but I think I've clear documentation that shows that the Minister...
No, that's enough. So there's leave is sought. Is there any objection to that course of action? No, hang on, we can't, no, hang on. Look, you're the man who says do things right all the time. I'm trying to. That's fine.
I've sought
leave is sought. Is there any objection?
Give me leave.
There is objection. The Honourable Winston Peters.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, we all know that if you're going to seek leave with respect to those documents, you've got to state what they are with precision. Just saying where they come from, no date, no time, no nothing, is not adequate. And these standards of the House should not be allowed to slip any longer.
I quite agree with you. I thought that we were going to get that, but when we didn't,
Mr. Speaker,
decided that, hang on a minute, sit down, decided that it would be better just to progress and try and move on in the afternoon. Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you for that clarification from the Acting Prime Minister. I thought I was clear, so I'll be clear again for the Deputy Prime Minister, the Acting Prime Minister's sake. This is an aid memoir, Mr. Speaker, that has been given from Te Puni Kōkiri, and it is dated the 4th of March 2024. Clear?
Yeah, that's, but it was also rejected. We're moving on to question 9. Sit down. Dr. Carlos Chong, when the House gets quiet, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. How is the government progressing with its plans to restore stronger consequence for crime?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr. Speaker, the government's making excellent progress on its plan to restore stronger consequences for crime. We're achieving this through a number of mechanisms, including legislative change, bolstering resources for the front line, and by setting defined targets. All New Zealanders deserve to feel safe in their communities, homes and workplaces, and to have confidence that those who commit crimes face consequences for their actions. And we're very focused on achieving that.
That's right. Supplementary. Why is it important that real consequences for crime are restored?
Well, Mr. Speaker, because New Zealanders are sick and tired of the prevalence of violent and serious crime in our communities, and the majority want to see a stronger response. That's why the government is delivering extra powers for the police to tackle gangs, and why changes to the Sentencing Act are being made to require tougher sentences.
Supplementary. Is the government only interested in locking more offenders up?
Mr. Speaker, of course not. Tougher consequences for offenders are required, but in no way is that our only response. The government, on behalf of all New Zealanders, commits colossal funds to address some of the drivers of crime, such as addictions. And this government has committed extra resources to extend access to rehabilitation programs, for example, to those prisoners awaiting trial or sentencing.
Supplementary. What other actions is the government taking to restore real consequences from crime?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is bringing back three strikes legislation. And just this week, my colleague, excellent colleague, Minister McKee, announced the government will recommend modifications to three strikes to strengthen the regime. This is an important tool to stop a very small number of prolific offenders creating many more victims of their crimes. And next Tuesday, public submissions close at the Justice Committee on the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill, and the government's very interested in hearing views on that to consider if indeed we have gone far enough. Thank you.
Question number 10, the Honourable Chantanetti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, does he agree with ACT leader David Seymour, who said the free school lunches program was wasteful and urged National to abandon the program? And if so, are his recent changes setting it up to fail?
The Honourable Karen Choi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Associate Minister of Education, I agree with ACT leader David Seymour. The former school lunch program implemented by the Labour government indeed was wasteful. In the recently announced program, every student receiving a school lunch today will continue to do so from day one of term one next year, but we are leveraging the private sector expertise to achieve better results. If the previous program had been designed like this, we would have saved over $800 million over the last 5 years. This is what I call setting up a program for success.
What was the procurement process for primary schools, given they were initially told that the program would not change for them?
Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I am really proud of the fact that under this program, more young people will be receiving food than were receiving it before, and we are actually spending the same amount of money doing what this government promised to do and bring back some discipline to our finances.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I asked quite clearly what the procurement process was, and that was not addressed in the answer to that question.
Well, unfortunately was unable to hear it because of the amount of cross-party discussion that appeared to be going on at the time. Asking your next supplementary question.
How much funding, if any, will primary schools receive to heat and distribute these meals, given they were initially told that the program would not change for them, or are teachers and teacher aides just expected to do that because they've been delivered the meals?
Mr. Speaker, schools are currently in the process of negotiating what that would look like, so I won't be able to comment on that right now.
What does he say to primary schools and providers who were told in March they were able to continue as is for the next 2 years, and then unexpectedly found out via media earlier this week the program had changed for all, resulting in a loss of thousands of local staff in the program across the country?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say is that I am proud of the fact that every student that is receiving a meal today will receive a meal on the first day of term 1 next year, plus an extra 10,000 young people who really need that food will be provided with food. The result has meant an improvement in the program, same nutritional value, better value for money, and doing what this government promised to do, and will be disciplined with our finances.
Supplementary. Who is correct? David Seymour, who has bragged about reducing the cost of meals to $3, or the March Cabinet paper, which highlighted that changes to the school lunch program would risk achievement, attendance, nutrition and the well-being of children?
Mr. Speaker, none of what was spoken about in the second part will come to fruition, because every student will be getting a meal, and every student who is getting a meal today will get a meal on the first day of the first term of next year, plus an extra 10,000 kids. I'm not sure what the problem is, and I would have thought that Labor would have celebrated 10,000 extra children receiving a meal.
Question 11, Rima Nakli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Housing and asks, what recent reports has he received regarding the government's target to reduce households in emergency housing by 75% by 2030?
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
E te māngai o te whare, good news. The number of households in emergency housing has dropped by 62%. From our starting point,
I'm quite sure that came as news to the government side of the House. They could just hold off on those applause points until the question is fully answered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Blue shoots. Our starting point of 3,141 households in December 2023 to the 1,179 households as at 30 September this year. Under the last government's wash, we had an emergency housing catastrophe. Tamariki and whānau deserve better than growing up stuck in dank emergency hotels. We promised change, and in government we are starting to get change and get emergency housing back on track.
Supplementary. How much is the government spending to deliver emergency housing?
E te māngai o te whare. In the previous 4 financial years, the cost to taxpayers for emergency housing was approximately $1 million a day. As a result of our progress to meet the target, emergency housing is now costing the taxpayer less than $500,000 a day.
Supplementary. How many whānau and tamariki are benefiting under the Priority 1 pathway?
Mr. Speaker, the Priority 1 pathway for fast tracks for tamariki who have been in emergency housing for 12 weeks or more have been very, very successful. From there, these tamariki can focus on things like attending school regularly, including kura kaupapa, and taking part in the opportunities that living in this amazing country can provide. In the 5 months since Priority 1 started in 2024, there have been a total of 726 houses housed under Priority 1 category. Nearly 1,500 are tamariki. Every single one of those tamariki have been placed into warm, dry social housing. Mr. Speaker, in 2023 December, the starting point for tamariki or children in emergency housing was nearly 3,500. At the end of September, there are less than 1,200, many of whom are tamariki Māori that have gone from emergency housing to warm, safe, dry homes. Thank you for your tautoko.
Supplementary.
Just before we progress, can I just say there is a rule that if a member has moved out of their seat and interjects in the House along the lines we just have heard, that is disorderly. Can I also say that it doesn't matter how much the interjection is constantly made, doesn't change the answer, nor give a greater opportunity to the person interjecting. The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr Speaker, that is the very point. During the answer by Tamara Portaka, there was this constant barraging from the front row of the Party Māori, a member who doesn't belong there, using the new location to get closer to making objectionable statements, and did it the whole way through. And he doesn't seem to have learnt that there are rules to this House, and he's going to be told to abide by them or we can get going.
Well, for once, your mark's right on top of mine.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister, how many of the 726 social houses referred to in his previous answer were paid for or built under this government?
Mr Speaker, thank you for that question. The previous government contributed to significant building of warm and dry homes, but unfortunately did that in an absurdly unsustainable manner. Minister Bishop and Minister Willis are leading an absolute renaissance of housing in New Zealand that will ensure a more sustainable system and house those in genuine need. Now, we know that many of the children that have left emergency housing have gone into houses that were built under the previous national government.
Supplementary. Supplementary.
I don't know, it must be the fact that it's a long weekend or something. There's just too much noise. The member will now ask a question.
What real-world impact is the Priority 1 fast track having on whānau and tamariki?
Mr Speaker, of course, we've announced that more than 2,000 tamariki have moved out of emergency housing into different housing, and many of those have now moved from the catastrophe that was curated by the previous government into warm, dry homes, out of the dank homes that the previous government had ensured that they lived in, called emergency housing. Recently, I met with a mother and child in Aotearoa, Christchurch, who moved out of emergency housing. They engaged with Te Manu Whakahia Aotearoa, MSD support services via Emerge, and are now living in a social home.
It might be late in the day, but some people are going to be asked to leave the House if they can't behave themselves in a reasonable manner. Two people having an argument across the other sides of the House is just a little bit too much for me to take. Mr Potaka, the Honourable Tama Potaka will resume his answer, but he will oblige the House with some brevity. Oh, if you've finished, that's good. We'll go on to question number 12.
Mr Speaker, I didn't hear the last word that you used.
Well,
they were talking, so I couldn't hear you.
I think, I'll talk to the member later. Ingrid Leary.
My question is to the Minister for Mental Health. Does he stand by his statement that police changes to 111 calls for mental health crisis situations coming in next week uses a careful and measured approach to ensure the transition is planned and managed safely? And is he satisfied it won't compromise the safety of first responders and mental health workers?
Mr Speaker, the difficulty in answering that question is the member is conflating two different mental health programs. The police-led change program to 111 calls to a multi-agency response is a 3 to 5 year program that myself and Mark Mitchell are taking back to Cabinet at the end of this year because the last Labor government cancelled that program when they came into office, so we've lost 6 years. So no changes to that program are coming in next week.
Supplementary. How will ambulance officers attending dangerous crisis call-outs from the 1st of November be assured of safety?
Well, as I've said in my primary answer, Mr Speaker, the 111 change program is not happening next week, but if I can help the member, there is a program called the Police Change Program. It's not actually happening next week, but it's happening on November the 4th. The first phase is there's three succinct changes. One is around the request to transport patients. So the issue the member is raising in the House is not one that will happen next week.
Supplementary. Is he concerned that frontline workers involved in either of those programs were not consulted by Health New Zealand on the new safety guidelines and that as at last Friday they had not been finalised?
Well, Mr Speaker, whenever there is a change program, we need to have a very clear plan in place. That's why I've made it very clear to my officials that we are in this direction of travel, because it is better to have a mental health response than a police response to mental distress, unless, of course, the individual or people around them are at risk. I've made it very clear that an agreed action plan needs to be in place that safely allows that change. If that plan is not in place between police and health, then that stage will not be activated. On top of that, I've made it very clear that any issues need to be escalated to me. No issues have. I asked my officials on Monday. They say they are on track and given me assurance that we can move in that first phase.
Supplementary. Why do parts of the new Interim Health New Zealand safety guidelines look just like the ones police use when they have completely different roles and training?
Well, I don't know the specifics of what the member is alluding to, Mr. Speaker, but what I can say is that police and health for a number of months now have been working towards new SOPs, new standard operating procedures. I've made it very clear that unless an agreed action plan is in place that safely allows that change, then that phase will not be activated.
Is the Minister building the plane while flying it when it comes to the safety of frontline mental health workers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member can ask that question, but she might like to reflect how we lost 6 years in the change program to responding to police crisis calls, because for all their talk about mental health, the first thing they did is come in and cancelled the mental health call-out program, the co-response program, and she might like to reflect on that 6 years of lost activity.
A point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've deliberately waited to the end of question time to make this point. I don't wish to relitigate the issue at the start of question time. And so in order to avoid that, I wonder if you, sir, would be willing to reflect on the personal explanation that was made at the start of question time and how that complies with the criteria and process for personal explanations outlined in McGee, page 275, and report back next sitting week.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
We come now to the end of oral questions. We'll take a couple of seconds while people quietly leave the House without those usual discussions along the way. What time is it? 3:30. Oh, okay. We might get him slightly before that. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Government Notice of Motion number 2, appointment of independent auditor for the Office of the Controller and Auditor General.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move that under Section 38(1) of the Public Audit Act 2001, the House appoint PKF Goldsmith Fox Audit as the independent auditor to audit the financial statements, accounts and other information of the Office of the Controller and Auditor General for the financial years ending on 30 June 2025, 30 June 2026 and 30 June 2027.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Government Notice of Motion number 1, recommendation to appoint Chair of the Electoral Commission.
I call on the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr. Speaker, I move that under Section 4D of the Electoral Act 1993 and Section 32 of the Crown Entities Act 2004, this House recommend Her Excellency the Governor-General appoint the Honourable Justice Simon John Isdell Moore, KC, as Chair of the Electoral Commission for a term of 5 years. Appointment of Dame Marie Schroff as Chair of the Electoral Commission expired on 19 August 2024. Dame Marie is not seeking reappointment and a new chair needs to be appointed. I want to acknowledge the service of Dame Marie, noting her distinguished career in public service leadership roles as Secretary for the Cabinet and then as the Privacy Commissioner and now most recently as Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. The chairperson's position is a leadership and governance role. It requires a person with excellent leadership and decision-making skills, good strategic planning skills, and an unquestionable personal integrity and independence. Even though there is no statutory requirement for the chairperson to be a judge or former judge, the constitutionally significant nature of the Electoral Commission's role means having a chair who can provide strong and independent legal leadership is highly desirable. Justice Moore retired from the High Court bench in October 23, but remains on an acting warrant which runs until 31st of December 2024. Justice Moore began his career in 1982 as a staff solicitor at Meredith Connell. 3 years later, he was made a partner of the firm and was chairman of partners from 2003 until his appointment to the High Court bench in 2014. In June 1994, he was appointed Crown Solicitor for Auckland, a role which gave him overall responsibility for the prosecution of all indictable crime in the region. In June 1994, he was appointed Crown Solicitor General for Auckland. In March 2000, he was appointed Public Prosecutor for Pitcairn Island by the British Government, and in 2004 was responsible for the prosecution of 12 men on the island for historical sexual offending. He was appointed Senior Counsel in 2008, becoming Queen's, now King's Counsel when the title was restored in 2012. The Crown Entities Act 2004 provides that appointments to independent Crown entities may be for a period of up to 5 years. I am proposing Justice Moore for a 5-year term commencing on 18 November 2024.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's not a lot more to add, and I think the Minister and I have read the same biography of Simon Moore, but suffice to say he's had a distinguished legal career and has a reputation for both fearlessness and impartiality. And I hope that he'll bring that to this important role at the Electoral Commission, because increasingly it's a bit of a cauldron, and certainly the skills he brings, his legal skills and his knowledge of not just criminal law but also prosecution procedure may well serve him in good stead. And the Electoral Commission does come under criticism at times, and it's important, I think, that the appointment, as this one clearly is someone who can rise above that and make good decisions and direct that organisation in an even-handed manner. So, and happy to say that this appointment was consulted on and is supported across the House. I think that's a really, really important thing. He certainly is someone who the Labor Party has confidence, has the skills, but also the independence and integrity for this role, which is so critical to our democracy. Kia ora.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the appointment on behalf of the Green Party of the Honourable Justice Simon Moore KC as Chair of Te Kaitiaki Take Kōwhiri. It's an important organisation. It's a good choice for a challenging role. Tuatahi, the Electoral Commission safeguards our precious democracy, overseeing every part of parliamentary elections, from registering political parties, running voting booths, processing votes, and being answerable to how general elections are run. Tuarua. The Honourable Justice Simon Moore KC has an impressive career that has been alluded to, from a law clerk in 1980, although he may find his anthropological studies of some use in understanding voter behaviour and non-voter behaviour. He became a High Court judge and has covered a huge breadth of cases and was appointed by the British government for the terrible affairs in the Pitcairn Islands. He's dealt with a number of high-profile murder cases, but he remains humble and he's passionate about this country. So no wonder he's happy to accept this role. I'd like to read out a quote from Simon Moore. He says, "It doesn't matter where you go or how long you have been away for, you always realise what a privilege it is to live in New Zealand. So that's a bit of a recommendation. To Aotearoa, the chair of Te Kaitiaki Taki Kōwhiri is a challenging role. I'd like to thank Dame Marie Schroff for her mahi in maintaining public confidence in our elections, in contrast to the growing distrust of elections around the world. During the next 5 years of this appointment, I look forward to the Honourable Justice Simon Moore KC implementing some of the recommendations of the Independent Electoral Review, potentially expanding the role of the Electoral Commission, perhaps to local elections, responding to the Select Committee points on the report that is imminent on the General Election 23, and I look forward to the House supporting the Electoral Commission by updating some of the legislation that will support our precious democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT to also speak in support of this motion. I do also just want to start by thanking Dame Marie for her service as the chair of the Electoral Commission. It is a very important role, and I want to thank her for undertaking that very important public service role. I'm not going to go through too much of Justice Simon Moore's CV. That has been well covered, but I do actually remember Justice Moore when he was the Crown Solicitor in Auckland. It's one of I was a young, first a law student and then actually a young lawyer at the bar, and I actually remember, he's one of the lawyers I actually remember seeing on TV, obviously very high-profile cases, including what's already been referenced about his appointment by the British government as the public prosecutor for the Pitcairn Islands. The chair of the Electoral Commission is a very important role, as the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb outlined, and it does need someone who has some experience. Obviously, a legal background is excellent, but is calm, level-headed, can work through issues and ensure this important organisation for our democracy is led well and actually is making informed decisions and sensible updates and changes as necessary. You know, the Electoral Commission does from time to time come under public scrutiny, and so having someone of Justice Moore's stature to be able to lead that organisation and respond to public interest and other recommendations that come forward will be excellent, and it will continue to ensure that our democracy is well served and our electoral processes can withstand integrity. So on behalf of ACT, we very much support the appointment of 5 years for Justice Moore to this important position, and we obviously will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Police, I present
Casey Costello.
On behalf of the Minister of Police, I present a legislative statement on the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Casey Costello.
On behalf of the Minister, I move the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, the Government wants to reduce the harm to children from sexual offending. This bill updates and clarifies the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Act of 2016. That Act established a register to reduce sexual reoffending against child victims and the risk posed by serious child sex offenders. However, it can be improved. This bill will improve the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offender Register and help registry staff assess
and manage the risks presented by child sex offenders living in the community. A number of the amendments will require offenders to provide additional information, in particular about their location and activities, as well as their likelihood of contact with children. Other amendments will make it easier for offenders to comply with reporting obligations, for example, by being able to report changes to their information by phone. These changes will support police and the Department of Corrections to keep children safe from harmful sexual offenders. This will be done by requiring offenders to report additional personal information to help inform risk management approaches, requiring some information to be provided within different timeframes to better enable registry staff to manage and monitor risk. Most importantly, it requires offenders to report if a child is going to be living at the same address as them 48 hours before this occurs, rather than 72 hours after. Making it easier for registry staff to contact the principal caregiver if it is necessary to make a disclosure about a registrable offender who may pose a risk. Also making it easier for offenders to comply with reporting obligations. And finally, providing registry staff more time to make the necessary international notifications and border alerts. The new reporting requirements and changes in reporting timeframes will create additional obligations on offenders currently on the register. The bill also improves the clarity of the Act and updates it to reflect evolving technology and address gaps. Most notably, the bill adds 7 additional qualifying offences to the Act. These are offences that cause an offender to be placed on the register. The 7 additional offences are 4 Prostitution Reform Act 2003 offences, which were unintended omissions from the original Act, 2 Crimes Act offences, and 1 Customs and Excise Act 2018 offence, which closely align with other offences already covered by the Act. Madam Speaker, while this bill is largely technical, it continues practical improvements to an important mechanism to protect our children. Taken together, these amendments will keep children safe from harmful sexual behaviour, balance individual rights with additional reporting requirements, and make it easier for offenders to comply. This bill is another example of the government's focus on law and order, and it is a reminder that our focus on reducing crime is about reducing harm, in this instance, preventing harm to children. I am pleased to commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on this Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill. A little bit disappointed to hear the Minister claim this as a government initiative or an initiative of the current government. This is a useful piece of work, and it's a piece of work that's been in train for quite some time, and we don't need to be claiming it for one side or the other when we're actually just working together to protect particularly vulnerable young people. Given that it's actually a piece of work that had its first regulatory impact statement in 2022, indicates that, of course, the underlying policy is something we agree with. We do agree that the framework needs some modernisation, and absolutely agree that some of those offences which relate to prostitution offences with young people, where young people are involved, including sort of trafficking young people, engaging young people in prostitution, but also offences which are in fact trafficking offences when when young people are being trafficked for sex. Obviously, they should be captured by a sex offender registry, along with the other offence, which I don't think the Minister mentioned, is essentially the possession of objectionable material involving young people, which also I think we cannot stress enough that involves child victims, and that is a child sex offence. At the same time, I'm glad that this is going to the Justice Committee, although everything seems to go to the Justice Committee at the moment, because there are aspects of it that we do want to make sure that the balance is essentially at the right point. One of the points that's come out of here is services of notice to people that they're on the sex offender register and that they have to comply with it by email. And sitting alongside that is how you have a register of people's residents who are homeless. So you've got on one side recognising that some of these offenders are people who dwell on the fringes of society, and then in the very same breath saying, and we'll tell them what to do by email, and these are people who don't have access to Wi-Fi. So interested to see if the Attorney General's got a view on this, but again, really important that we don't just have something that is administratively convenient for the police to manage, but also something which actually works so that the offenders know what their obligations are and are equipped to meet them. Because, as the Minister points out, this, whilst it might impose demands on offenders, it's not primarily punitive. Its purpose is wholly protective and preventative, and that's how we should be approaching it. What is the most effective way to make sure that these particular offenders, and it's not about ostracising them out of the community, it's actually about making sure that they understand their own risks and that people around them understand the risks that exist, because these are by definition people who have been convicted and are now back in the community, having served their time and suffered the punishment part of the consequences. Now it's about putting a protective framework to protect those around them so there are no more victims of it. So yes, very happy to support it. It came out of work under the last government. This government's moved it along. It's what governments should do. But again, there's an important role here for the Select Committee to work in hopefully a very cooperative way, given that it's not a party political bill, to improve it, make sure that that balance is struck and that it works as well as it can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to take a call on behalf of the Green Party. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the seriousness of the issue we are speaking about. Child sex abuse is horrific. Experienced sexual abuse as a child can cause lifetime trauma for survivors, with all aspects of well-being and life being affected. Preventing child sex abuse and ensuring the protection and safety of children is necessary and urgent in our work here in Parliament. In good faith, with the intent of the bill, the Greens will be supporting this bill to Select Committee stage. However, the Greens have serious concerns with how this bill is currently presented, but believe the Select Committee is the right place to scrutinise the bill and to gather experts and evidence about the effectiveness of registers in reducing sexual reoffending against child victims. The purpose of the initial act and this bill, I'm going to read this just to make sure that I am really correct with this, is to reduce sexual reoffending against child victims. And the evaluation of the Child Sex Offender Register revealed gaps in the Act that hinder its administration. The bill proposes updates to the addresses and addresses gaps and clarify reporting requirements for offenders. Some of the key changes include expanding the types of personal information offenders must provide, like email addresses, internet activity and devices, and tightening reporting timeframes for international travel and the presence of children at their residence, and allowing online reporting. New qualifying offences involving minors are added, and technical updates include redefining terms, expanding government agency roles, and improving data collection for monitoring. Madam Speaker, whilst the Greens support the intent of the bill to reduce sexual violence and will be supporting the Select Committee to gain greater scrutiny and ensure our debate is led by evidence, we have some major concerns. Firstly, there are several Bill of Rights inconsistencies attached to the existence of the register, which have been deemed unjustifiable by the Office of the Attorney General. By registering convicted child sex offenders and subjecting them to reporting requirements, there are breaches of the right to benefit from a lesser penalty where penalties change, as well as the right to freedom from double jeopardy. Because the changes to reporting will be applied retrospectively, those already punished for their offences will receive another punishment. Because the proposed changes to reporting will be applied retrospectively and because they constitute additional reporting requirements, registerable offenders will receive an increased penalty. However, Mr. Speaker, it is crucial to acknowledge that the right to live free from abuse and violence must always be upheld. At times, differing rights can come into tension with one another. Therefore, it is essential that the process of finding the correct balance and exploring these complex issues be informed by experts and guided by relevant evidence, particularly regarding the effectiveness of this bill in achieving the intent to reduce sexual reoffending against children. Mr. Speaker, it brings me to another main concern that the Greens have around the lack of substantive evidence for the efficacy of an offender register in a New Zealand context. Statistics show us that less than 10% of all sex offending is reported, that less than half of that results in conviction. They also show us that most child sex offending is perpetuated by people known to the child and who have no prior relevant conviction. We need to be really clear about the progressing effective and evidence-based initiatives when it comes to violence prevention. Much of the evidence about registers suggests they do not have harm prevention effects, although we note that much of the research comes from different jurisdictions which have varying levels of difference to New Zealand context and register. Mr. Speaker, the Green Party has consistently been a strong advocate for violence prevention, supporting trauma-informed and evidence-based responses to violence and ensuring robust support for survivors. Thank you.
Laura Shask.
I rise in support on the first reading of this bill. The bill updates and clarifies the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Act 2016. The purpose of this act is to establish the register to reduce the sexual reoffending against child victims and the risk posed by serious child sex offenders. I think it's mindful to just note that while having this register is extremely important, we still need to remember about all the victims and those people that are actually out there that, aren't part of the system. And there are still many people out there and many victims, and I think we've got a long way to go. But having the updates in this bill are really important. To be honest, I was quite surprised that some of these things didn't already exist. When I looked at the 7 qualifying offences to add to Schedule 2 of the Act, they include things like intentionally or recklessly making an intimate visual recording of another person if the subject of the visual recording is under the age of 16. This is outrageous. How was this not already included in this legislation? Causing, assisting, facilitating or encouraging a person under 18 years of age to provide commercial sexual services to any person. Section 20 of the Prostitution Reform Act 2003, if the victim is under 16 years of age. These are horrific acts, and we're only just putting these in the legislation to enable people that have committed these crimes to be part of this register. I honestly actually find that quite outrageous. This bill is important because the harm that's caused to children from sexual offending is significant. It's lifelong, it's intergenerational, and it's really a big deal. This bill will improve the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offender Register and help the registry staff assess and manage the risks presented by child sex offenders living in our community. This in turn will support police and other agencies to make our communities safer. A number of the amendments will require offenders to provide additional information, in particular about their location and activities, as well as their likelihood of contact with children. Other amendments will make it easier for offenders to comply with reporting obligations, for example, being able to report changes to their information via phone. This bill is another example of this government's focus on law and order and putting our victims first. Amendments will improve the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offenders Register by the range of administrative but nonetheless important amendments to this Act. The most substantive amendments require offenders to report if a child is going to be living at the same address as them 48 hours before this occurs, rather than 72 hours after. Sometimes I wonder who put this legislation through in the first place. Require offenders to report if they're attending educational training courses and clarify that voluntary work must be reported. Clarify how locality is defined for offenders with no permanent address in New Zealand. Enable notices to be served to offenders by electronic means as well as post. Require offenders travelling out of the country to report this information at least 7 days in advance rather than the current 48 hours in advance. And require offenders to report their return to New Zealand no more than 72 hours after re-entering. Clarify that where there is successful appeal against the registration, that information contained on the register that relates to the offender must be removed. Remove the requirement for an application for review to be made within 28 days of this registration. The amendments will support police and the Department of Corrections to keep children safe from harmful sexual offenders by requiring our offenders to report additional personal information to help inform risk management approaches. Requiring some information to be provided within different timeframes to better enable registry staff to manage it and monitor the risk. Make it easier for registry staff to contact the principal caregiver if it's necessary to make a disclosure about the registrable offender to whom may pose a risk. So there's quite a few little amendments, and I've just covered off a couple of these within this bill. But the key messages here, guys, is this government is actually focused on putting the victims first and keeping our community safe. I do want to acknowledge that this work has started with the previous government. However, I think it sends a strong signal that the Minister has prioritised it and is bringing this to the table, along with the other things that we're doing with law and order, like banning gang insignia, giving police the power to issue dispersal notices, the new legislation for introducing powers for courts to issue non-consorting orders to stop specified gang offenders from associating or communicating with one another for up to 3 years. We've also introduced the sentencing reforms. It means the principles of the sentencing to take into account any information provided to the court about victims' interests. This is going to give greater prominence to victims in sentencing decisions. I'm proud to be part of a government that puts victims first.
James Baker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. By my count, this is the 22nd bill the Justice Committee may well consider this term, and it is welcomed because it is obviously, Mr Speaker, a needed change, and it's another amendment to the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill, or another amendment to the Principal Act. And we've seen a few amendments over the lifetime of this Act, and I wanted to point out that, like many of the previous amendments that have gone through this House, there is a retrospective element to this, and there often are with these sex offender register amendments, because we want the changes to apply to those who are currently on the register, not just to those who may be put on the register in the future. And so it is important to point out that there is a retrospective element to this bill. And of course, with that comes a certain amount of Bill of Rights implications. So the committee will do a good job in analysing and scrutinising the impact on the rights of those individuals who are on the register. But from an initial glance at the bill, Mr Speaker, I consider those rights to be justifiably limited by this bill. It is an important step to take in terms of the policy objective of keeping children in New Zealand safe. They are justified limits on the rights of those individuals to require them to take additional steps around notification, registering about where they're going to be residing, reporting attendance. They are limits on the freedoms of those individuals, but they are justified, I think, in order to meet the policy objective, which is to keep our children safe. And so we look forward, let's assume it gets its way to the Justice Committee. We look forward to considering it alongside a number of other bills, and I know in cases like this and bills like this that the committee can work very collegially and very constructively together. So, Mr Speaker, I commend the bill to the House. I think it's a good addition to our laws, and I look forward to considering it in due course.
I call Maria Meno Kapakini.
Talo whalawa, I te pika, I te katoa, kia ora tātou katoa. It's a strange feeling when you stand to speak on something that ultimately is a terrible thing to have to deal with, but that's our job. And my previous job in that regard then was working in the child protection team some years ago, and working particularly with interviewing children that's a sustained serious sexual assault by people that were meant to love them. So I have a particular connection to this idea of making this better and to this work. So Duncan, kia koe koutou ngā kai mahi wēnei mahi, I mui tēnei rā tēnā koe tēnā tātou te whare. So I'm going to take this approach, if I may, Mr. Speaker, which is to say this. Today, we found ourselves discussing again a matter of the utmost importance, which is the protection of tamariki. Many of us in this House have children of our own, and we all share in loving them for who they are, as they are, and for they will always be part of us. And for those of us without tamariki, I'll take a moment to remind us that we were all children once. Perhaps this is one thing we will all share in common. This is important for us to reflect upon as we develop our debates and perspectives on how to best protect tamariki. We must all ask ourselves what we would do if our own tamariki, and perhaps what we would have liked for ourselves in our childhood when it comes to protection. I present this opening kōrero to the House to remind us how close we truly are to this bill. We stand here to ensure that our tamariki and those overseas can thrive within their childhood, protected from those who seek to harm our beautiful mokopuna. And this protection is necessary as every child deserves a safe, loving environment so they may grow into the leaders of our tomorrow. The amendments recommended within this bill will help us to safeguard their futures. The robust measures suggested with these amendments are aimed at the prevention of abuse. Yet, as we champion the protection of tamariki in our discourse today, it is my obligation on behalf of Te Iwi Māori, of ngā mokopuna Māori, to highlight the inconsistencies and protection of tamariki that exist in our own shores versus our efforts overseas. I have mentioned prevention in this kōrero, but it feels, as I just said weeks ago, almost reckless to use such a term in this space. I refer to the use of this word as reckless, given that although amendments will potentially prevent further harm internationally, they will not prevent what happens to our tamariki here in Aotearoa. And so I must ask this House, where was the protection for the thousands of our children that endured abuse in state and faith-based care? Who protected them then, and who protects them now? It is in this institution, and some of us here today, who turn a blind eye to our own, but on an international scale strive to maintain what can only be described as a facade. A facade that underneath advocates for others and not our own. This point cannot be debated. When you dictate for survivors of abuse in state and faith-based care, how will you apologise to them and then throw the removal of Section 7AA from the Oranga Tamariki Act in their face? Then it is clear. This government will not only respond to voices loud enough, and influential enough. When our tamariki Māori is 70% of children in state care, and are also 80% of those currently experiencing abuse within that very system, how much louder do we need to be? It is absolutely critical to remind ourselves of the realities for our tamariki here on our shores when discussing a bill that seeks to protect children overseas. I ask that members think of their own children, of their own childhoods, and truly consider whether they would stand by their actions to date. I commend this to the House. Tēnā tātou.
Talofa lava, Mr. Speaker. National supports this bill, which updates and clarifies the Principal Child Protection Act of 2016. The bill will improve the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offender Register and help registry staff assess and manage the risks presented by child sex offenders living in the community. This in turn will support police and other agencies to make our communities safer. A number of the amendments will require offenders to provide additional information, in particular and importantly about their location and activities, as well as their likelihood of contact with children. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is another example of this government's focus, laser-like focus on law and order. I commend it to the House.
The Honourable Adjournment.
Tēnā koe te manga o te whare. I stand to speak in support of the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill this afternoon, and want to acknowledge those who have made contributions before me. The bill ensures that the wellbeing and sexual safety of children and their whānau, so that New Zealand Police can protect New Zealanders and ensure registered sex offenders in New Zealand cannot harm people. I think it's important for us to understand that the Child Sex Offender Register is a tool that is administered by the New Zealand Police to help with the protection of children and the prevention of reoffending by known child sex offenders. The registry provides up-to-date personal information about registered child sex offenders living in the community, where New Zealand Police and Corrections are able to assess risks, monitor people who have offended in the past, with the aim of preventing reoffending and keeping children safe. So I want to acknowledge that Labour had done some work on these provisions that are in this proposed legislation to add a clarified list of personal information that will be reported, and amendments to the requirements around reporting travel plans, and also adding 7 additional new qualifying offences. So, Mr. Speaker, Labour supports this bill, but I do want to raise my concerns in terms of other things that the government are not doing that impacts on this. Earlier this year in the House, I asked questions about the proposal of Oranga Tamariki to cut their International Child Protection Unit. We understand that there are cuts to the teams at DIA and Customs, which work with the exploitation material around young children. So the contributions that I've heard in the House this afternoon about how the government is prioritising the safety of children and putting a focus on law and order, it concerns me that at the same time we have seen those very concerning things that I have just raised. So I implore the government to do all that it can to ensure we have the protection of our most vulnerable, and that is our tamariki. And so, without further ado, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the amendments are administrative. The object is to refine and update information held by the registry, to maintain that information and to make that information available to government agencies and the police, so that the agencies and police can better prevent and resolve child sex offending cases more quickly. Mr. Speaker, the Child Protection Amendment Bill is a part of a raft of legislation that the government is enabling, including the gangs legislation which has passed, which should be enacted by mid-November. Sentencing reform has also been introduced to prevent unduly lenient sentencing, and of course the support of police and corrections in the work that they do. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah.
Dr. Tracy McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity and for the House for the opportunity to say a few words on the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill. Several speakers today have talked about the bill being technical and administrative, but within all of the things that it does do, there are several things that do need a closer look at. So as a member of the Justice Select Committee, I look forward to the process of having this bill sent to the Justice Committee and for us to have a really good look at what is quite an extensive list of key amendments to the bill. And if I look through that list, whilst some of them seem very administrative, as the previous speaker has just said, there are, there always is the potential for things to have unintended consequences, and so it does require a good close look. As my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, had said earlier, it will be interesting to see if the Attorney General has some views on some of the broader implications in this piece of legislation. But I think the fact that it is protective, it is not punitive, it is a piece of legislation or a bill that seeks to make the most of a situation with a protective factor in mind, and ultimately that is always the most important case, and children in particular absolutely deserve, without it even needing to be verbalised, the full attention of everybody in this House and everybody involved in the process to make sure that our legislation is top-notch and is doing its very best to make sure that there are no loopholes, that protections are in place, and that children can feel and are safe. So we're happy to support this bill. It largely comes from work that was done by the previous government, so there would be no reason for us not to. But I do share some concerns that have been raised by previous speakers, including the Honourable Willow Jean Prime, about this is a step in the right direction, but there's plenty more to be done. So we look forward to this government over the rest of its 2-year tenure to also put its shoulder to the wheel and look at other ways that it can protect children. But with having said that, I commend this bill to the House.
Rima Nakle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my contribution to the first reading of this bill, the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill. This bill has been sent to the Justice Select Committee, which I am privileged to be a part of, Mr. Speaker, and chaired by my good friend James Meager. And in the Justice Select Committee, yes, we do see bills from an array of different subjects, and the subject that we are contributing to today, as our colleagues and my colleagues before me mentioned and spoke actually in depth about in some cases, is a subject which is difficult and which is exceptionally moving. And it's quite confronting that in this day and age, as we seemingly progress, Mr. Speaker, we still need to enhance, develop, and work more towards how do we protect our children, protect our tamariki, our mokapuna. How do we protect them from the dangerous claws of those people that violate them in a way that affects them for the rest of their lives? And so it's our duty, our responsibility as legislators, Mr. Speaker, to wherever we can work on laws like this law today to make sure that the mechanisms are in place so that our children can continue to be protected, because they need that protection, Mr. Speaker. And what this bill seeks to do today, it's going to be amending the Principal Act, which is the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Act from 2016. That's the Principal Act, Mr. Speaker. And if we were to korero about the overall purpose of this bill, in essence, as we've heard, and I'd like to sum up, we're improving the safety of children and young people in our communities. And we're going to be doing this with this bill that will hopefully progress in full through the House by providing clarity, Mr. Speaker, to the Act, the Principal Act, consistency, enhancing the consistency, Mr. Speaker, of the Act to support the practice of the registry staff, because they need that. Compliance, Mr. Speaker, assisting the registrable offenders to comply with the requirements placed on them under the Act, and to update the Act, Mr. Speaker, to reflect the movement in technology that we witness and that just grows exponentially when it comes to technology and how technology is misused in order to target our vulnerable children. And so I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that this Act, that this bill rather, will be seeking to amend that Principal Act. And as I've mentioned in the House before, Mr. Speaker, crimes of this nature against children, in my opinion, are some of the most abhorrent acts and crimes that we unfortunately have to see, because it strips children of their innocence. It steals their innocence from them. So for me, I'm glad that this is before the House. I thank everyone that's contributed so far. I look forward to us discussing in every way that we need to in the Justice Select Committee what we need to do to make sure that this bill becomes an act, or this bill transpires to a part of an act that is practical, that is feasible, and that makes sure that that objective, that kaupapa, to continuously protect our children from the claws of registered offenders is there and is strengthened. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend this bill to the House.
Well done.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to the debate about constituency and local issues arranged by the Business Committee under Standing Order 80. Would some honourable member care to move that the House take note of constituency and local issues?
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to kick off this debate about local issues. Northcote on the great side of North Shore is a fantastic place to live, work and raise a family, Mr. Speaker. And it is my privilege to represent the wonderful community of Northcote and to live in Birkenhead with my wife and my 5-month-old son Noah. But Mr. Speaker, if there is one bugbear that our community has, it is the subject of congestion. And it's congestion on our local arterial roads, Mr. Speaker, that I wish to talk about today. Roads like Northcote Road, Lake Road, Queen Street, Glenfield Road, and, Mr. Speaker, Oniwa Road. And Oniwa Road is the subject of today's speech because, Mr. Speaker, this is an important road, an arterial road for our community. Last year alone, on an average day, this road gets 34,000 vehicles. At its peak in the morning, Mr. Speaker, 2,000 vehicles travel down this road. Absolutely. So, look, Mr. Speaker, it is a significant issue for our community, Oniwa Road. It has been for a number of years. And I want to tell our community today that I've been working on some solutions with Auckland Transport to resolve this matter. Now, one issue or one series of solutions certainly is encouraging more buses and ferries and people to get on those, and that is something we're committed to. Another thing is around encouraging things like flexible working and working from home, which I think is something I'm committed to. But another area is around improving the overall productivity of Oniwa Road, and it is the subject of today's debate that I wish to devote my attention to. So, Mr. Speaker, I have been working with Auckland Transport on this matter, and I have been critical in the past of Auckland Transport. But under the leadership of Birkenhead Local, Dean Kimpton, and under the leadership and possible changes that are coming our way under Minister Simeon Brown, I'm really confident that Auckland Transport, will be focused on actually delivering and listening to our communities in the future. So recently, Mr. Speaker, AT did a corridor study on Oniwa Road. And I want to talk through the House through some solutions that the study did that I think will receive wide support in our community. The first is no parking 24/7. And this is something that has received wide support through myself and the local board and that we're committed to advancing. The second is redeveloping the top of Oniwa Road to make the flow of traffic flow much better. The third, Mr. Speaker, is allowing freight trucks and trucks to use the T3 lane. And that'll be great for businesses like the Chelsea Sugar Factory, a fantastic local business in our electorate. The fourth area, Mr. Speaker, is around dynamic signage for the T3 lane, because there are a lot of people, I don't do this, I use it whenever I can, but there are a lot of people that don't use the T3 lane even when they are allowed to use it. And so actually making sure that there is some dynamic signage is something that is favourable. But Mr. Speaker, there are some solutions that weren't canvassed in the report that I wish to encourage Auckland Transport to progress further. One is in particular the constrained capacity from Oniwa Road onto State Highway 1. Now, I think this is worth exploring with NZTA around actually how do you get more flow of traffic onto State Highway 1. Whether it's enlarging the on-ramp, whether it's looking at dynamic signage, I do think then I would encourage Auckland Transport to pursue this more. But Mr. Speaker, so that is a bit of an update on what is just a bugbear for our community. And we're working hard, but I want to encourage Auckland Transport to continue to listen to our community, work with us and take action, because ultimately, Mr. Speaker, our community demands action, and this is what this government is committed to get action, to get our community back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to talk on local issues, of course, regarding the wonderful electorate of Dunedin. And I want to talk about the hospital, but before I get into that, I need to acknowledge the flooding that occurred in both my electorate and my colleague Ingrid Leary's electorate of Tairari just 3 weeks ago on the Thursday and the Friday of the 3rd and the 4th of October. And in my electorate, sir, there's, whilst there might not be as much flooding as there was in South Dunedin and Ingrid Leary's electorate, there's been some slips which have taken or putting houses at risk, and that's obviously a very terrifying time for the people involved in that. So all my best wishes and sympathies to all involved. And thank you also to all of the emergency services and volunteers involved in that. But moving now to the Dunedin Hospital, because a week or so before those floods, Dunedin was combined in both a sense of optimism in terms of community building, but some real anger at promises that look to be broken by this government about that hospital. And Mr. Speaker, it was an amazing, beautiful, sunny Saturday that 35,000 people gathered outside the dental school and outside the physio school. And I name these places because they are part of the University of Otago, whereby people learn how to be dentists and physios associated with that hospital, because it is a tertiary hospital, and it's very important that there is a tertiary hospital in Dunedin. Now, the 35,000 people, Mr. Speaker, that is a quarter of Dunedin's population, and this protest was organised with about a week's notice. So it was a tremendous show of unity from the people of Dunedin about wanting the tertiary hospital that this government and that National Party promised at the last election. And I know that, Mr. Speaker, because I was there when we were told by the National Party, by the leader and by the spokesperson for health and by the candidates standing in Dunedin and the Otago areas, that they would do exactly what the business case said. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to get into the details of exactly how many beds and how many theatres are needed for this hospital to work, because I need to say how important it is that there is a new tertiary inpatients hospital in Dunedin. The outpatients building is already up, and if you're driving in Dunedin, you will see a very large building that is for the outpatients. But, Mr. Speaker, we need the inpatients building, and the fuss is about the inpatients building. And this needs to be tertiary level, so that is that complicated surgeries and associated other medical events that don't require surgery are available in Dunedin. And Dunedin is that tertiary hospital for the wider Otago and Southland area. And Mr. Speaker, Otago and Southland are both very large regions. It takes, if there's a little bit of roadworks, it will take you 4 hours to drive between Queenstown and Dunedin if you are not speeding. And that is a large distance. There are large distances to Invercargill as well. And of course, there are many towns in the regions of Otago and Southland that also need better healthcare provision. There's a lot of growth in Queenstown, and there needs to be more primary provision, particularly in Wanaka. There's more to do in that area, but that does not take away from the need of the new inpatients tertiary hospital in Dunedin. What we saw from ministers was a pitting of Dunedin against other regions for the health dollar, and that is abhorrent. We also heard exaggerated claims of $3 billion for things that have never been part of this inpatient build, and that is a disgrace as well. So, Mr. Speaker, the people of Dunedin demand that this government does what it said it would. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Julian Gender.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Tēnā koutou te whare. It is my huge privilege and honour to represent the people of Rongotai. Yes. That is the southern and eastern suburbs of Poneke, Wellington, and of course, the mighty Chatham Islands. Reikohu. I wanted to talk today about the main issues facing Wellington, and particularly the southern and eastern suburbs of Wellington, which is issues to do with transport and housing. Everybody knows transport and housing is such an opportunity to do things better for our city, for our people, for our natural environment, for cleaner air, for the climate. There are so many opportunities. And yet we have a government that has put the Mount Vic Tunnel, whatever that project might be, could be 3 different projects, into the legislation for the fast track bill. which will completely erode the ability of the community to have any sort of say on this project. Not to mention the fact that it is going to cost an astronomical amount of money to not even solve a problem, which I think is a huge, huge disappointment. So, I mean, when it comes to the tunnel, what's been talked about is potentially a 4-kilometre underground tunnel. $6 billion would be a conservative estimate for a tunnel like this. And what else could we get for $6 billion? Here we have the party supposedly of fiscal responsibility and rationality saying, sounds great, $6 billion. So a few cars can drive from one suburb to another. But really the reason they care is because they fly into Wellington Airport and come to the Beehive, and they want to spend money from people right around New Zealand just so they think they can save a few minutes on some peak hour travel, which is ridiculous, because if there is a place that you would spend billions of dollars on roads, it's in the rural parts of New Zealand where people need to use trucks and cars to move people and goods around, not in the middle of a city where it is the most expensive and the most counterproductive. And I can see that members on the other side of the House are geometrically challenged. Sorry to hear that. But actually, when it comes to moving people, cars are the most inefficient way and high-cost way to do that in a busy city. So here, let me paint a picture for you. In Wellington's morning peak, Mr. Speaker, Minister, quiet. In Wellington's morning peak, buses represent only 3% of the vehicles on Thorndon Quay. Guess how many of the people they carry? 3% of the vehicles carry 60% of the people. On Adelaide Road, buses are 1% of the vehicles, but carry 40% of the people. If you look at the census data, vehicle use in Wellington has continued to decline, with driving dropping below 50% for the first time. And Wellington working from home has increased, but also public transport patronage and walking and cycling, not a surprise, a huge percentage for the Rongotai electorate. For $6 billion, we could have light rail from Island Bay, Miramar and the airport to the city, added bus routes with all electric buses, new bendy buses, a new ferry, electric ferries, and port infrastructure for the eastern suburbs, with money left over to work on our regional rail network, which we know has been underinvested in and needs significant investment, because also the regional rail network moves a huge number of people into and out of Wellington. So I don't know. I don't understand how we could have political disagreement on this. Surely if we care about outcomes, we care about people being able to move around the city efficiently. We care about people having affordable choices. And another aspect is affordable housing in the city, because that means people don't have to live outside the city. Unfortunately, this government has cancelled 4 Kāinga Ora projects in the Rongotai electorate, which would have provided much needed increase to the supply of public housing, but also improve the quality of the public housing. I talk to constituents all the time who are living in substandard public housing, and those projects have been put on hold that would have provided that much needed housing. So we have the opportunity for a greener city with more affordable housing, more efficient and affordable transport that would actually work better for those people using cars on the streets if we were able to have higher quality, better transport options, so not everybody had to take a private car from the airport to the center of the city. It just makes sense. And of course, that is why the people of Rongotai and Poneke, Wellington City, vote Green.
Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about a region in New Zealand I don't live in, but a fantastic region. Talk about the rural legends down in Southland, Aotearoa, Lumsden, real parts of the world. They've got hold of me and they've had an absolute gutsache, as we've recently heard about the weather, and I want to commend Rachel Brooking for bringing it up. Absolute gutsache, Mr. Speaker, what these people have been through. And I want to contextualise what that means to be a rural person in that part of the world, Aotearoa, Lumsden, Dunedin South, all of the above, Gore, trying to reconcile what their future looks like with not tens of mills, but hundreds of mills. Gore got over 200 mills, anecdotal evidence, I'm sure some have offered, Manapuri was certainly 260 or more. Reconcile that every day, sir, for these poor people down in that part of the world. And I want to talk about these people because I absolutely believe in this part of the world, these are an incredibly tenacious group of Southerners, real Kiwis, absolute legends in my mind. Mr. Speaker, I want to share a couple of anecdotes about a group of people in particular that had to go through this horrid time. There was one young man, and I want to frame this for this House if I can, that I think just epitomises a Southern person, someone with absolute guts when everything is against them. This young man got up at 3 a.m. in the morning to move his livestock. He did that for himself and then he did it for his neighbours, feeding livestock at 3 a.m, notwithstanding, sir, that at this time of the year it is already exorbitantly wet, and then to add insult to injury, it snowed. Well, we've got an old saying in rural New Zealand, some may be conducive of it, some may have heard it before. It's mare's tail, horse's tail in the sky. It basically means as the days get longer, the winds get stronger. Now, these people knew this stuff was happening. Every day at 3 in the morning, they were putting on wet weather gear that was wet from the night before, going out to move their livestock for fear, if nothing else, that they were going to lose their animals. All these people in this part of the world, and I want to celebrate their willingness against all the critique and all the lectures and all of the stuff from this place about how damnably good these people are. Because I can say, with my experience, that is incredibly difficult. The mental strain, the mental well-being, all of which is so damnably difficult when faced with these challenges. And to add insult to injury, when it got cold, it got really cold and nothing grew. So a couple of examples I want to share with the House, just try and contextualise just how bad it was for some people. One chap said to me, I spent $90,000 more than I had just to be criticised by all the people that I wasn't doing enough, all the officials, all the local council. 90K I didn't have, gentlemen from Gore. You don't just materially make that money appear. Notwithstanding you had an extra 50 lame cows that were walking short. These people are incredibly invested in the people of Gore, Lumsden, Edendale, all of that region. I just want to, again, commend them on their absolutely gutsy endeavour to come out the other side of this. Another farmer said, I struggled trying to reconcile. He was from Gore, went to take the wool off. All the commentary from all the exponents, proponents, everyone who had critique or criticism saying you shouldn't do it. He followed the market signals like any decent wool grower will do. And by virtue of this event and others, the next day the wind swung to the southwest and he lost 500 lambs in that sitting. Notwithstanding the hoggets didn't come to milk. I just want to tie off, Mr. Speaker, that part of the world has some incredibly tenacious, capable people. I'm immensely proud to be a New Zealander, and whilst I don't live there, I call it my second home because those kind of people are worth representing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a List MP, I say that our rohi starts at Cape Reinga and ends somewhere south of Stewart Island. So I'm going to reflect. On some of the recent visit I had to the Bay of Plenty and around the East Cape to talk about some of the local issues, innovation and opportunities from that time. Look, we all know that the East Cape is one of the poorest parts of our country. It has been repeatedly hammered by storms. When I visited Ben Green and his team at the Emergency Management Centre, which is probably the leading emergency management operation in the country because they've had so much practice. They've had 9 major storms since June 2021. 9 major storms since June 2021, of course, including Gabrielle. And they said that they had 3,000 roading faults, 8 bridges lost, 53 more scoured out, 77 affected by slash, and 250 major dropouts. So this is a region which is well used to some serious challenges. Mr Speaker, they have responded with some really innovative approaches in terms of digital information, resource kits that they can get out around their rohi with tents, desalination plants, some really great innovation there, water treatment, water bladders and solar kits. So they are doing a fantastic job. And Mr Speaker, it was really revealing, travelling around to see the damage which was still there from roads, now almost 2 years on. Part of the coast, of course, was cut off by Cyclone Gabrielle for many, many weeks. And we also have a challenge there with forestry. So forestry has contributed damage to the roads through slash, and obviously the heavy vehicles being able to get out of that area. But forestry is also an essential industry and a very, very large employer for that area. So it's something that we desperately need to find a solution for. And the coast is looking for solutions, and reliable transport is one of the keys. And it was really interesting to go and visit the Terimu Trust up in Te Aotearoa, which is about as remote as you can get, who are looking at a marine facility and the ability to be able to get not only forestry but potentially new horticultural operations out by barge, by sea, rather than having to rely on the road. They also raised the issue of distributed energy resilience because, of course, during storms you lose a lot of those power lines, and they are also building a 500 kV solar farm, which I thought was brilliant. And in the Bay of Plenty, there were exciting waste energy operations. At Aotearoa, it was great to be able to visit one of the PGF projects, probably one of the biggest PGF projects, the breakwaters, which have now opened up that port, and to visit Whakatohia mussels. And they have gone from a business formed in 2014 with nothing, no employees, no infrastructure, now to having a processing factory, a marine farm, and looking to up to about 9 more marine farms, 3 vessels and 180 staff, all learning new skills. That is a huge positive impact for Aotearoa and its region. And now they just need a marina to be able to put those boats rather than having to rely on a silt-prone river. And Mr Speaker, really what I'm saying here is that I want to see us, and New Zealand First has always stood for this, backing our regions, backing the innovation that they bring and trusting them, because if we're going to get growth in our economy, that is where it's going to come from. And an example, Wairoa District, visited the Wairoa District, and they don't feel supported by either regional or central government in respect, for example, of medical services. They don't have a dentist there, only got a dentist there a couple of days a week. The aged care facility has been closed down. And they are doing some great work in vocational education, and they also want support around forestry and flood management. And Mr Speaker, I also visited several other education providers, and the strong message from many of them is that they want support, not the heavy hand of bureaucracy. So in Wairoa, fantastic work being done by the local Polytech coordinator, locating tutors and the people who want to learn from those tutors to learn new skills. The problem was that they often found that their proposals were not being supported by head office. Not being supported by head office. The YMCA in Gisborne runs a great program for young people, 16 to 24-year-olds, and they were telling me the stories of young people who are destined for gangs or for the jail, and they were teaching them mechanical engineering, automotive engineering, joinery, but they were also teaching them self-discipline, timeliness, or timekeeping, and money management. They're audited by TEC and the NZQA, and what they're doing is they're transforming lives, which is absolutely fantastic. And I was able to look at some of the cars they were working on and some of the motorbikes that they were actually essentially building. This is setting those young people up for employment or apprenticeships rather than for gangs or the jail. One problem, and it's a problem that I heard from a number of people, organisations, if a young person leaves a program partway through to get into a job, the Ministry of Education says that's a fail. That's a fail because you didn't complete the course, and I think that is wrong. To me, that's a fantastic success that should be celebrated and not penalised. And I heard exactly the same message from iwi organisations up north just earlier this week. So we need the Ministry of Education to back these organisations and to treat those things as a success. Mr Speaker, I saw many other things which I thought were well worth recording, but my time is running short. But all I would say is we need to back and trust our people, because that's how we're going to get our country going forward.
Tēnā rā koe te pika o tira, ai mihi ana kia koe me tō pire I te tainga ki te wahanga tuawha, ka nui te mihi kia koe. I rise on behalf of Te Pāti Māori for Hauraki Waikato to give my kōrero on local issues. My electorate of Hauraki Waikato, which we are well aware of how geographically huge the Māori seats are. Data also shows that we have the most amount of young people in my electorate, must I add. My electorate is nearly 11 general seats in one. From Papakura, the whole of Hauraki, Kāwhia, Whaingaroa, Raglan, Huntly, through to Hamilton, the whole of Hamilton, Te Awamatu and Matamata. So you can only just imagine how long our constituent case list is. And I wanted to elaborate on so many things today, from housing to justice to hospital cultural awareness. However, I wanted to use my local issue time to bring attention to the wetland fire in Whangamarino. We have now entered the 4th day of the fire and emergency crews fighting a large vegetation fire near Meremere. The fire has a perimeter of 15 kilometres and now has burned more than 1,000 hectares of land, which includes the Whangamarino wetlands. I'd like to give my sincere mihi to the fire and emergency services and first responders who have tirelessly done their mahi in the response to this fire. I would also like to use my platform to inform our whānau living near these areas on what to do from the directions from the fire and emergency services. 1, if you see or smell smoke outside, keep your windows shut. Keep your windows and doors shut. 2, if you have roof water supply, disconnect the pipe to your tank, and if there's a lot of ash and debris on your roof. 3, do not fly any drones near the fireground area, as many firefighters have already had to disarm drones from yesterday. To the extent of my kōrero, to the bigger, wider picture that the wetlands and rivers' significance and importance to us of Waikato people, I'd like to give a voice to the repo, the wetlands located in the Waikato, who have suffered unrelentingly the issues and threats to its ecosystems, from invasive species like the freshwater gold clam, compounded further by land use and other legacy issues. The importance of the Whangamarino wetland to the Waikato River, to Ngāti Naho, to Ngāti Hine, and to the Waikato people cannot be overstated. More recently, devastating fires continue to eat through the Whangamarino wetland, which help to act as lungs for our Waikato region. The source of the fire remains still unknown as we await further updates by fire and emergency services. While it is pleasing to hear that no homes or papakainga have had any effect by the fire with the goal of limiting the extinguishing of the fire as quickly as possible, the consequences of this event are still largely unknown, and we anxiously await to see what the devastation will mean for the Waikato ecosystems. Coupled with environmental concerns, the major area is the historical significance to Waikato and the people of New Zealand more broadly. I wish to discuss some of these concerns, but want to first start with some of the background. The Whangamarino wetland is among the largest freshwater wetlands in the North Island and is one of the 3 nationally significant wetland sites in the Department of Conservation. Arawai Kakariki. Wetlands Restoration Program covering almost 7,000 hectares in 1989. Mr. Speaker, the Waikato people are river people. Waikato River legislation, the Waikato Tainui Raupatu Claims Waikato River Settlement Act 2010, includes a statement of significance of the Waikato River to Tainui, that the Waikato River is a single, indivisible, there goes my lisp, thing that flows te tāheke huka to Te Puaha o Waikato, the mouth of Waikato, and includes its waters, banks and beds, and all minerals under them, and its streams. This is in relation to Tai Timu, Taipari, Taiao, Waikato Tainui Environmental Management Plan, which explains because of the important connections between wetlands and rivers. In conclusion, e te pika, we cannot allow our histories and the quality of our relationships with whenua and wai go up in flames. The Whangamarino requires aggressive advocacy for its protection. We, the community, and its landowners are the relevant statutory bodies. 1, limit the extinguish this wetland fire. 2, investigate and understand the source of the fire. 3, recommit and provide further support to allocate its to fire and emergency. Kia ora.
Dr. Vanessa Wiener.
Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to highlight 2 matters of local importance in my electorate Banks Peninsula. Firstly, the Bromley Organics processing plants and the putrid stench from it, And also the Aotearoa waste and sewage management system. I hear about these issues frequently from constituents and I share their frustrations with council processes. In recent weeks, I surveyed the opinions of constituents in Banks Peninsula, and I want to thank the hundreds of people who've already responded to my letters. One question I asked is what they enjoy most about living in Banks Peninsula, and a large proportion have responded that they love the proximity to the hills and the harbours. People appreciate the natural environment. There's a small corner in Bromley which fits into the Banks Peninsula electorate. And these residents are not loving a feature of their neighbourhood. They've suffered from a terrible stench from the facility that composts the Christchurch City green waste. The process has at times resulted in piles of matter decomposing and the smell of that drifting over the local area. The stench has impacted their physical and mental health for years. A recent report highlighted that CCC had failed to communicate well with residents and dismissed their concerns. Although the council has a plan to fix this now, there are still concerns in the community that the solution that's been adopted will result in delays and will still take years. This lacklustre response to the residents in the Bromley example reflects the impression that council often lacks the accountability that residents demand. The era of assuming that central government will step in with handouts whenever there are issues is over. There's no magic money tree to support embarrassing oversights or misguided projects. The days of financial recklessness must fade away, while a new chapter of prudent management and responsibility begins. I've had conversations with councillors who feel frustrated with the information that council staff provide them. When they're asked to make savings, they're offered up with the classic starving orphans for sacrifice and asked to make unpalatable choices instead of the staff giving the difficult analysis. People expect councils to fix the roads, collect the rubbish and maintain vital infrastructure with diligence and care, and for that they're willing to pay their rates. However, people in Aotearoa are divided over the Christchurch City Council's decision to implement a costly upgrade to the wastewater management in Aotearoa. While the plan sees the welcome removal of the waste treatment facility from the culturally offensive location next to the Takapuneke Reserve, and was driven by the need to protect our fragile environment and provide safe sanitation for residents and visitors. But the reality is that as we evaluate the progress and the financial implications of this project, we must ask ourselves, was this the best use of our resources? Are we prioritising our immediate infrastructure needs effectively? The option adopted is to literally push you-know-what uphill and discharge onto land in Robinson's Bay. More than ever, ratepayers in Aotearoa and surrounding areas are concerned that about rising costs and disruptions. The scheme has faced many delays and increasing budgets, leading to the question, are we truly getting value for money? Although there are consents that are pending, the current treatment facility treats the sewage, then discharges the treated water into the harbour. The upgraded treated water that is proposed for the new scheme would be a superior level of treatment than is currently performed. However, the option to just move the facility and continue to discharge to sea was not considered because of cultural considerations. So the incursion of stormwater leading to overflow is still going to be a problem because not all of the pipes will be fixed. Water quality could be assessed, such as particulates and bacterial counts could be used to assure that water released to the land or sea could be allowed, and the fears of the community about overflow could be allayed, as well as potentially saving millions of dollars. I enjoy an excellent working relationship with city councillors, and I know that they do their best. Banks Peninsula was amalgamated with CCC in 2006, and some call it the gift that keeps on giving, I suspect with a touch of irony. I'm honoured to represent the people of Banks Peninsula, definitely one of the most beautiful electorates in New Zealand, and I invite everyone to come and visit this beautiful jewel of the tourism crown of Canterbury.
Nice work.
Well done.
Ingrid Leary.
I'm so thrilled to have an opportunity today to talk about the biggest local issue in the electorate of Tairi, and actually the electorate of Invercargill, which I have the privilege of being the buddy MP for, because the biggest issue that they are telling me that they feel is, why does this national government hate the South Island? And it is a really profound feeling. You've heard earlier today from my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, about our hospital, about the 35,000 people that marched. But actually, there's also hillside workshops, which our government invested $105 million into, so that there would be a thriving economy and opportunities for jobs for the young people of South Dunedin, so that we could have rail happening in the South Island, that we could be able to make the carriages and fix the carriages at Hillside. Well, that just ain't going to happen if we don't have rail-enabled ferries. So in the South Island, I know that the government like to talk about potholes a lot. The biggest pothole we can see is actually the Cook Strait. And we really do need to get ferries, Mr. Speaker, because without them, the hillside will not be sustainable, and that will be such a waste of money. We'll be turning back the clock, turning back the tide to 2012, when the national government tried to close down Hillside. Then in this House we saw this terrible kamikaze amendment and lawmaking directly aimed at our Southern Otago Regional Council, cutting them off at the knees, basically saying, you don't know what's best for you, we know what's best for you, and we're not going to let you notify your freshwater plan that you spent $18 million on, and many years of consultation and lots of ratepayer money. Then we have the fact that the whole of Dunedin proper is really based economically around health and education. And what we need is to maintain our position as a tertiary education centre of excellence. The government says, yeah, fine, we love the South Island, but never mind, we're going to build a new medical school up in Waikato, and we're not going to give you a hospital. And by the way, while we don't give you the hospital, it's costing $110,000 per day, not to build that hospital. That is the size of a small house every week, Mr. Speaker. Then we have the Prime Minister, who finally, eventually, after 14 months, first visit, took some floods and a bit of a civil emergency for him to finally show his face in South Dunedin, didn't get briefed, didn't bother, didn't know about the South Dunedin Futures plan that his Treasury officials had rejected, couldn't even answer questions on it, and then when he did answer questions on it, he had to come back to the House to clarify his answer. He just doesn't care about what people in the South Island think, which is probably why he didn't bother to get the right briefing. Then we look at the roads of national significance. 2 roads of national significance under the national government and the whole of the South Island. Well, guess what? None of them in my electorate, none of them around Invercargill. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the National Party's document, Accelerate New Zealand, on page 4, there's a map of Aotearoa, New Zealand. But there's something missing from it. Can you guess what's missing, Mr. Speaker? The whole of the South Island. More landmass than the North Island. Completely forgot to put it on there because we don't matter. Then we have Air New Zealand, national carrier, decides that people from Invercargill, Queenstown, Dunedin, from next year will have to bunny hop through the main centres. That's a big insult to business. It means that it's going to be much more expensive for people to travel. It's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, because once you raise the fares, people don't travel, the fares get more expensive, and then the airline can say, oh, guess what, there's no demand, so we're going to make the prices even higher. And we have already been experiencing really significant price hikes in Dunedin. It used to be about $230 for an economy flight. It's now something like $450 to $500 on many of the routes. So I would just like to say to the national government and to the members opposite, well, guess what? We've got news for you. People in the South don't really like you either. But all is not lost. If you can come down, build the hospital that you promised, make sure that we have rail-enabled ferry, make sure that you stop interfering with our local councils, we might be able to kiss and make up, but until then, we're asking ourselves, why do you hate the South Island?
Hal Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is much to speak about Wanganui at the southern end of the Wanganui electorate. And today I rise to celebrate our city status milestone, Mr. Speaker. This weekend there will be a festival atmosphere in Wanganui as we celebrate a century of being a city. In 1924, Mr. Speaker, Wanganui was recognised as a city, and it was a significant moment in our growth and recognition of our contribution to New Zealand's regional development. If members are looking for something to do this weekend and want to enjoy a festival and a weekend in Wanganui, Mr. Speaker, Mayor Andrew Tripe, councillors, and of course our great local MP will be there in our heritage wares, travelling down the main street, myself on the back of a horse and cart. Some highlights, Mr. Speaker, from our 100 years. Wanganui is New Zealand's only City of Design, our first and only UNESCO City of Design, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, Wanganui was recognised for that, and indeed in 2022, Stuff had a heading, that's a world-class art and design centre. Mr. Speaker, we are a hub for art and design and innovation here in New Zealand. Indeed, when we talk about innovation, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot said around New Zealand about the Cullinane Institute. Well, of course, Dr. Paul Cullinane was born here, or Callaghan rather, was born in Wanganui. We are a manufacturing hub and a hub for export across New Zealand. Wanganui is, of course, a key manufacturing hub in this country, a driver of productivity. Mr. Speaker, we employ the largest number of people in terms of any industry in manufacturing itself, and are home to notable companies such as Q West Boat Builders, who are currently building the boat for the police in Auckland, because of course Auckland wouldn't function, Mr. Speaker, without great regional economies like ourselves. We're also building Fuller's hybrid passenger ferries right now. There are businesses like Pala Mountains, who of course are exporters in animal nutrition. Mr. Speaker, we are a hub for Māori culture and have provided leadership to this nation when it comes to recognition of things like the Wanganui River. Of course, the Te Awa Tupura Act, Mr. Speaker, was created in 2017 under the last national government and recognised the Wanganui River for the contribution of one of New Zealand's most important tonga. I invite, of course, my colleagues to join for a tour on the Wanganui River in the future, and my colleague James Meagher, in honour of not speaking in this afternoon's debate, has said he will sponsor a member to join me on a tour of the Wanganui River. We are, of course, a regional and agricultural sector, a backbone of New Zealand's economy. And there's a lot spoken about the fruit bowl of New Zealand in this House on a regular occasion. But did you know, Mr. Speaker, did you know that indeed the kiwi fruit first arrived in this great land in Wanganui itself? It was the principal of Wanganui Girls College, Mr. Speaker, that brought the Chinese gooseberry, as it was called, the seed, to New Zealand, and it was first promulgated, Mr. Speaker, in Wanganui. So when it comes, Mr. Speaker, to agriculture and the role of agriculture in New Zealand, of course, couldn't do without Wanganui, the city, Mr. Speaker, of Wanganui. Wanganui is, of course, a cultural centre, and I just want to acknowledge the Sargent Art Gallery, or what will become known as Te Whare o Rehua Sargent Gallery, when it reopens after a huge redevelopment on the 9th of November. In my final 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker, I have to also talk about the contribution to sport. Peter Snell, one of New Zealand's greatest athletes, broke the 4-minute mile, Mr. Speaker, in Wanganui. Gary Anderson won New Zealand's first ever medal in cycling in Wanganui. Bill Osborne, All Black and Māori All Black, from Wanganui. Mr. Speaker, what would this country be without the city of Wanganui?
Ruben Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, it's a real privilege to stand and take a call in this special debate on local and electorate issues to talk about not just the mighty Christchurch East, but to also talk about the mighty Aranui. Ara meaning path, nui meaning great. If you're in Christchurch East, or if you're in Christchurch, or in fact anywhere in New Zealand, you'll know that Aranui is a straight-up suburb. You'll know that Aranui has a strong community. And you will also know that people are proud to call Aranui home. If you live in Aranui, you'll know that it's very, very hard to find a bus. Now, there are some great people living in Aranui. There's the Lalu family who've owned the Hampshire Fruit and Dairy for 59 years. They've had that business for 59 years. That means there are people who remember a time that Winston Peters was not in this house. But they also remember a time when there were buses down Hampshire Street. And just this week, over 500 people came out in Wainoni Park, which is on Hampshire Street, to welcome our Kiwis when they turned up for a fan day, and the Eastern Eagles performed an amazing welcome haka. But none of those people could easily step onto a bus to get home, because if you're in Hampshire Street, you cannot get to a bus. Earlier this year, the Minister released a GPS for land transport. This was not about bus stops, this was about stopping buses, because there was so little set aside for public transport. This is about a government that doesn't support public transport and that supports roads, and as we've heard from so many other speakers this afternoon, not roads in the South Island, certainly not roads in Aranui. So, some important statistics to know about our community of Aranui. 27% of the population of Aranui live in the highest levels of socio-economic deprivation. And the average bus patronage for residents of Aranui is 1% higher than the Christchurch average. So if you could ever find a community that needs to be better served by buses, you'd be hard pushed to beat Aranui. Now, last week, I was very lucky to host a catch-up session at our local Eastgate Mall with one of our local regional councillors, Councillor Joe Davies. And we offered ourselves there to be available to talk to people about being able to make submissions to the regional council about public transport services in their communities. And we were very, very lucky to be joined by Pam Williams from Aranui, her daughter Koha, and her granddaughter Natalia. 3 generations of Aranui residents who wanted to raise their concerns about the fact that the bus that used to come down Hampshire Street and take people to the city, to study, to work, to enjoy things outside of Aranui, no longer services that community. It is now, in fact, a 2-kilometre walk for residents of Hampshire Street in Aranui to get to their nearest bus stop. A 2-kilometre walk. There's a Route 80 bus that runs up Wainoni Road, and there's a Route 5 bus that runs up Pages Road. And whilst that bus claims to run every 10 to 15 minutes up Pages Road, it does not deviate from Pages Road, it does not come down Hampshire Street, it does not serve that community adequately. So we joined Pam on Monday morning, and her daughter Koha, and her granddaughter Natalia, and hundreds of locals from Aranui. We had a barbecue in the morning from 7:30. People came along, had a bacon sandwich, and signed the petition to bring buses back to Hampshire Street. And we were back that afternoon at 5:30 with a sausage sizzle and a petition, and Pam continued to collect signatures. That day alone, Pam collected 228 signatures of support to bring the bus back to Hampshire Street, back to Aranui, back to serving this community that so needs a bus service. I'm incredibly proud of the work that Pam did with that petition, of the engagement from that community, and of the submission she has sent to the Regional Council just today. Thank you.
Ka Haringi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about my home, the place where I choose to raise my teenagers, Christchurch, or Tautahi. Christchurch is an ever-evolving city and is like a phoenix that has risen from the ashes. We have seen so many people, like me, choose to move to Christchurch, to call it their home because of so many amazing things it has to offer. It is the gateway to so many incredible natural taonga that Aotearoa has to offer. Christchurch is becoming an international city, and you cannot come to Christchurch without seeing the public art and the culture and this rich fabric that is being built into the community of Ōtautahi. We also have a strong Samoan history within the Christchurch community. We have a Samoan community who shows up for our people, as we saw during the Christchurch earthquakes. Our Samoan community has also given so much to our arts and culture. We have Oscar Kitely, Lady Six, Scribe, Tyra Hammond. So many incredible Samoan artists have come out of Christchurch. On Tuesday this week, we had the Hui a Motu, where the tangata whenua of the land hosted iwi Māori from around Aotearoa to talk about the future of Māori in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We are a hospitable city, and when we look at our city, we also have to look at the realities that face so many of our brown community in a predominantly Pākehā city. We have solutions to this, which is finding community and finding safe spaces for brown people in Aotearoa and in Ōtautahi. Now, a group of young takatapuhi brown people in Ōtautahi felt isolated. They felt like they couldn't be their true selves. Some of these community members have had to leave jobs because of discrimination felt and not having the support they need within their communities and within their work. And we also had one of the founders of an incredible group which just launched last night, Browntown, be accused of being a thief and a gang member when they were just walking into a shop. Now, we want to live in a world where everyone is equal, where everyone can be their most authentic selves, to laugh loudly, to enjoy the freedoms of being part of community. But sadly, these young people felt like and feel like Ōtautahi in some places is not a safe place for them. And so what did these young people do? They came together and they decided to put on events which welcomed the community and became a safe space for so many people who feel isolated and downtrodden. In this space, we have tangata moana coming together, and the founders of this space are Devon Bailey, Grace Colquitt, and Shay Watine. Now, I want to read some of Devon's words from the launch that happened last night in Christchurch Central. Browntown is more than just a collective. Browntown is a space where our people can see themselves represented in ways that uplift, empower, and celebrate the most authentic versions of ourselves. Christchurch is notoriously a discriminatory landscape, and our Māori and Pacific communities often bear the brunt of racial prejudice on the daily. Unless you have experienced it for yourself, it's difficult to comprehend, but it is something we feel very deeply. We feel it in the stars in the remarks, we feel it in the stares, in the remarks, in the subtle and in the not so subtle ways that make us feel like outsiders in our own city. If you need to be convinced of our necessity any further, I've brought receipts. I would like you to all look at a published article from the Star which says, "This isn't the Christchurch I know." Well, that is for those people to really take on board what these young people are saying and give them
Remember, round up the sentence.
Absolutely, and let them shine their lights bright and be their authentic selves.
Thank you.
Thank
Katie Nimon.
It is a great time for Hawke's Bay right now, and there are two reasons for that, and I'm going to share them both with you. Now look, around this time, that's quite right, Dan Bidwell, around this time, Hawke's Bay people get a little bit smug. We get smug because we have this wonderful thing called a 4-day weekend, and nobody else gets it in New Zealand when we do. Tomorrow is Hawke's Bay Anniversary Day, a wonderful day to celebrate. Now, unlike many other provinces, we aren't grouped in with Auckland Anniversary or Wellington Anniversary. We have our own anniversary day, and it is a special day. Right now at home, it's the Hawke's Bay A&P show, a beautiful day at cracking 28 degrees in the wonderful Hawke's Bay province. And look, tomorrow it's going to be equally as beautiful, and I really look forward to getting out and about and meeting with so many wonderful people in our fine region with my colleague Catherine Wedd. And we've got a lot to celebrate. Apart from the fact that we've got a wonderful 4-day weekend that we enjoy every single year, we also have a brand new road of national significance that is on its way thanks to this wonderful government. And look, what we had the wonderful privilege of doing the other day is Catherine Wedd and myself, we went along and we observed the brand new amount of work that is being done on the... And boy, if I tell you, I don't think there are many people, if any, in Hawke's Bay that are actually disappointed to see some roadworks for once. Fantastic to see diggers and some incredible boots to them who are clearing vegetation, enabling works to get this road underway that we have been waiting for since the 60s. And so I tell you, when people see work getting done after being talked about and talked about and talked about, and finally after a year of this government, we have started work. So let me tell you some pretty cool things about this project. Not only have we committed to doing more of this project than first thought, so we are going to be extending from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, from Taradale Road to Links Road, Pakowhai Road, which is an incredibly congested area. We are using Cyclone Gabrielle's silt to compact and settle the site and widen the corridor and level out the ground to be able to do this work. Now that's a pretty cool use of some terrible circumstances for our region. Yes. And I think back in the last 18 months and all the people that have had to travel to work or to school or to the hospital or to the airport using that road, 29,000 cars a day, I will tell you, using that road, and sometimes on what should be a 23-minute trip takes 2 hours. 2 hours because of losing a couple of bridges, and even with one bridge being restored as a Bailey Bridge after about 6 months, we are still in incredible congestion in a road that's meant to be an expressway, most commonly known as the Not Very Expressway. And it's really disappointing that we've had to suffer through this, and it's so exciting for people to start to see progress. The first time, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, that people have actually said, isn't it great to see some orange cones on the road? And so I tell you, the further extent of this area that we are working on from Taradale Road to Links Road is going to make a significant difference. And one thing that's made this all very good is the foresight of NZTA to actually pre-own the corridor. So we don't have to go through the process of purchasing land, and this is one of the many reasons why this is Hawke's Bay's first road of national significance and New Zealand's first road of national significance this term. We are ready to go. And boy, I tell you, this helps connect mine and Catherine's electorate, and actually Mike Butterick's as well, and Dana Kirkpatrick, because this is a central arterial route between our many fine electorates in the wonderful Hawke's Bay East Coast region. And so, look, we are so excited. We have been fighting really hard for this, and for us to see this work bring the project 12 to 15 months earlier than planned is just about the most exciting thing. It is like every Christmas coming at once. So this weekend, when members of Hawke's Bay are celebrating their wonderful anniversary tomorrow and their amazing extra day off on Monday, we have a 4-day weekend. Everyone that drives over that road and sees the progress, clearing some vegetation, bringing in some silt, compacting it down, we are paving the way to increase productivity, happier people, faster commutes to work, school and special services that we need, and it's all done in the first year of a new national-led coalition government. And I am so proud to say I'm the MP of Napier, and I have been campaigning for this from the beginning. Thank you.
Carlos Chong.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be standing here as the MP for Mount Washington, one of the most hardworking and talented electorate. As a local MP, I'm committed to being available to my constituent to understand the issues that matters most to my constituent. I have visited every single school in my electorate, every retirement villages, businesses, meeting constituents at Wesley Market, and most recently, I've sent out 1,000 of the surveys. And thank you for sending me your feedback. There's no doubt that the last few years have been difficult for people in Mount Washington. Escalating crime, the cost of living crisis, and endless road work are the real issues in Mount Washington. For many Mount Washington residents, the cost of living crisis has been working a second job just to pay rent and put food on table. But the good news is, we are making progress, and people in Mount Washington can see light at the end of the tunnel, especially with the brochure of tax relief, family boosts, and OCR cuts. Even though life is tough, but with courage, hardworking, resilient, and a never give up attitudes, the people in Mount Washington managed to overcome these obstacles and achieve great success. From Linfield College robotic team won nationwide robotic championship and represent New Zealand to compete in United States. The Chief Justice of New Zealand, the Right Honourable Dame Helen recommend to award-winning ice cream shops. Mount Washington electorate is full of talent. People in Mount Washington deserve better. As the local MP, I want to make a difference by creating opportunities and showcasing the talents of our local children and youth. Last weekend, I had the privilege to host Mount Washington's first school student art showcase, with schools in Mount Washington across primary, intermediate, and high school contributing pieces of student artwork. The showcase gives Mount Washington students a platform to showcase their artistic creativities. I've bring a few printouts of some of the artwork. Aren't they beautiful? I believe they are full of talent. So this is no doubt that Mount Washington is a home to a generation of creatives who, with the right opportunities, have huge futures ahead of them, both in New Zealand and on international stage. Talking about opportunities, I got another initiative become reality yesterday. I have the privilege to co-host a job fair with Auckland Business Chamber for local Mount Washington grammar students looking for Christmas and summer jobs. It is so encouraging to watch students come in with their CVs, ready to learn and engage with the local businesses, showcasing what they can do. It is a chance for our students to gain insight into different industries and meet potential employers right here in our neighborhood. This is a fantastic opportunity for our young people, and I'm proud to be part of it. And as I mentioned before, law and order is another issue that matters most to Mount Washington residents. Business owners, parents, local constituents are suffering. They are scared. Our government is focused on restore law and order and make sure there's a real consequence for crime. I host a public meeting on community safety with Police Minister Mark Mitchell and local police. I also assist community patrol of NZ to get 3 more patrol cars around New Zealand to help with community safety. Madam Speaker, youth vaping is another major issue in Mount Washington. I'm genuinely concerned about the numbers of youth and young people who are vaping. This is why I host Mount Roskill's first ever youth vaping awareness seminar in association with Dr. Kerry Barrows and Faith Free Kids NZ. Parents bring their children to listen to medical experts about the dangers that vaping poses, particularly to young people. I'm looking forward to a day when New Zealand reaches smoke-free 2025 and the numbers of vape shops in Mount Roskill Street reduce. Madam Speaker, every day is a great day for Mount Roskill because we are making progress. Our police are tackling crime, and especially youth crime. Our local cafes are starting to thrive again. New development opportunities are creating opportunities for local residents to get on property later. I am incredibly proud to be the MP for Mount Roskill, and I will continue to fight for my constitution every day.
Rachel Boyack.
Talofa lava, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it will be of no surprise to anyone in this House that as the MP for Nelson, I am taking a call today on the most significant project in my electorate, which is the rebuild of Nelson Hospital. Madam Speaker, I want to focus today on the most recent issues that have occurred with this government's mismanagement of this project. Madam Speaker, prior to the election and the week leading up to the election, the Prime Minister, the now Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, was asked in Blenheim whether National would commit to the rebuild of Nelson Hospital. He said, we would look at it. Now, I issued a press release because that concerned me deeply. They would look at it, Madam Speaker. I was then accused of misinformation by Shane Retty. But guess what, Madam Speaker? The government has looked at it and they've downgraded it, Madam Speaker. It is outrageous. It is shameful. They have downgraded the rebuild of Nelson Hospital. When our government did a stock take of all of the hospital buildings across Aotearoa, it was clear that Nelson Hospital had the highest need in terms of a rebuild. We have an ageing and growing population. We regularly have people unable to be admitted to hospital because we do not have enough beds, Madam Speaker. We desperately need this hospital. Now, what's happened recently is that the Minister was going to come to Nelson and release the master plan. It was in the documents that have been provided to us, release the master plan. He was going to, well, the officials, were going to give a briefing to Nelson City Council on the master plan. But there was no master plan announced, and it mysteriously disappeared off the agenda of the Nelson City Council meeting due to apparently a miscommunication. Now, Madam Speaker, when officials, and I want to acknowledge that officials are doing the work of this government, and we have excellent officials in Nelson, when they presented to Nelson City Council, they said that there would be a series of buildings worth around $200 to $300 million. Now, this is off the back of a plan to completely rebuild Nelson Hospital to a cost of $1.1 billion. That is the cost and that is the investment we need in Nelson, Madam Speaker. So where is that money going? Where's it going? Well, actually, this government has given tax cuts to the wealthy. They've given tax cuts to tobacco companies to make health outcomes worse in this country, yet failed to properly invest in health infrastructure in the budget. And, Madam Speaker, the last time I spoke in the House, I used this little graph, which clearly shows which party of government invests in health infrastructure. The current government only put $100 million in this budget, which will not touch the size of what is needed for the rebuild of Nelson Hospital. Now, Madam Speaker, I accept that we need beds as soon as we can. And if we need to build the shell of one large building and fit it out as quickly as we can, fit out parts of it so that we can get beds on stream, I accept that. But I tell you what will happen. If we build a $200 to $300 million hospital and get beds in place immediately, we will be having another conversation in 10 to 15 years about the full rebuild that we need. because everybody wants to come and retire in Nelson. We have migrants moving to Nelson. We are one of the fastest growing regions in this country, and our hospital is in the worst condition of any. I am so proud to have been the first MP under a Labour government, the first government to actually get money for this project. We got the first $73 million last year, and if we continued on the trajectory of investment under Labour without these irresponsible tax cuts, there wouldn't have been an issue about funding it over the coming years, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I am putting on record today that I will continue as the local MP to fight for the health services that Nelson so desperately needs, because if we kick this can down the road, we will be back in 10 to 15 years, and it won't be $1 billion, it will be $2 billion or it will be $3 billion. We need to invest in Nelson Hospital now. And Madam Speaker, I want to put on record that Nelson is going backwards under this government, that the South Island is being neglected and going backwards under this government, and all of New Zealand is going backward under this government and its coalition of cuts.
Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, I've been a proud Westie for over 20 years. There's a strong, independent, pioneering spirit in the people of West Auckland. That's embodied in the immigrants from Dalmatia who came to New Zealand, settled in West Auckland, dug the kauri gum, cleared land for farming. They built construction businesses, they built homes and factories. They also planted grapevines all over West Auckland, and they started selling our first wine from the cellar door. They did this at a time when there were few legal options to buy things like wine and beer in New Zealand. Sadly, though, West Auckland now contains a relic of that prohibition and temperance past. It's a relic that is completely at odds with the idea of a modern, liberal society. West Auckland is subject to one of New Zealand's last remaining liquor licensing monopolies. In West Auckland, as well as Invercargill and Mataura, only licensing trusts can operate liquor stores, taverns and licensed hotels. These monopolies are outdated, many going back to the 1970s. They leave us with little choice and inflated prices. West Auckland is growing rapidly, but there are only 8 venues licensed as taverns or hotels in West Auckland. That's to serve a population of almost 300,000 people. That's 1 tavern or hotel for every 37,000 residents. That compares to Auckland as a whole, where there is 1 for every 3,200 residents. That's almost 10 times as many outside West Auckland for the people who live there. The community of West Auckland is being underserved. It means that some locals either go without the services that other Aucklanders expect as part of normal life, or they have to travel and spend their money elsewhere. And they do. They spend around $129 million a year on hospitality services outside West Auckland because they're simply not available. The current rules are a confusing mess. In my home patch, you can operate a hotel, but you're not allowed a bar or room service. Supermarkets can't sell alcohol, but you can get it delivered to your door. One of the arguments for liquor monopolies is that all the profits go back into the community. But 80% of the profits that these trusts generate are from pokies, not from selling alcohol. Revenue from gaming machines makes up most of their funding that they give back to the community, not liquor sales. Another argument is that when monopolies control and limit the sale and supply of alcohol, there's less harm from alcohol. But there's simply no evidence that is the case. There's no evidence there's less alcohol-related harm in West Auckland because of this monopoly. It's time to repeal the monopolies held by Invercargill, Mataura, Portage and Waitakere licensing trusts. It would break these communities free from silly rules. It would allow entrepreneurs, locals, the ability to start businesses, get into hospitality and sell alcohol under the same rules that apply nationwide, the same rules that apply everywhere else. It's time to bring back that diversity, that vibrancy, that pioneering spirit and colour to local communities. By allowing more bars, more hotels, more taverns to emerge, we will offer a wider range of choices for people seeking to eat and dine out, or even people who want their family to come and stay in a hotel that currently doesn't exist in West Auckland. We have one hotel where you can get a bed and get room service for 300,000 people. Let that sink in. The benefits from removing the trust monopoly will also flow through into the wider economy, as other businesses are attracted to town centres by more people coming and spending time enjoying hospitality with friends and families. These people are currently venturing into more competition-friendly suburbs of Auckland, where they're not bound by the same antiquated restrictions that control and restrict our development. It's time to end these outdated and paternalistic monopoly that stop us from growing and reaching our potential in West Auckland. It's time to treat Westies just like all the other adults in New Zealand who want to get a drink. I'll have more to say about this soon, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Jana Kirkpatrick.
Privileged to take a call in the local issues debate, and always good to be able to wax lyrical about the electorate that I represent, from Makatu to Manatuki, from Minganui to Matawai, and from Tikitiki to Te Teko. I had so many things I wanted to talk about today: the Kawerau geothermal project, the Tairāwhiti regional growth plan with a lofty goal of increasing regional GDP by 1%, and my friends at Waiariki Whānau Mentoring, who I am just in awe of for the work they do. But they, Madam Speaker, will have to wait for another day, because it would be remiss of me to not address the story of the day. Madam Speaker, Aotearoa, one of those small places that has it all. Great people, sandy beaches, rivers, a coastline unrivalled in its beauty, history and a climate that is hard to beat. It has thriving horticulture and dairying sectors and the largest open ocean mussel factories, farms and factory. It is home to the fine people of Whakatohia, looking after their people across the social sector. And it has a mayor and councillors that work hard for their district every single day. The work done by police in Aotearoa this week has been welcomed across the town, the region and the country. 30 search warrants, 28 arrests. They've seized illegal drugs, firearms and assets to the value of $800,000. But yesterday, Madam Speaker, our colleague Rawiri Waititi called that terrorism, and then earned himself a tinfoil hat for his conspiracy theories. And maybe, Madam Speaker, if he had a tinfoil hat, it would inspire him to come up with an idea to make positive change in towns like Aotearoa, instead of labelling excellent police work as terrorism. For that member to suggest that a police operation designed to crack down on methamphetamine distribution, criminal activity and lawlessness as terrorism is outrageous and disconnected. I have previously met with the people of Aotearoa, the iwi, police, councillors, business people. They are tired of this behaviour and want change. For a member of this House to condemn police who executed a fine piece of work yesterday is disgraceful and disrespectful to all the people in that community. It's believed that there are about 125 gang members in Aotearoa, few less today than there were yesterday, but that leaves more than 9,000 people who deserve better. Overnight, there was a lot of text activity exclaiming outrage at the ridiculous remarks made yesterday. People have had enough. The community is stepping up. They are grateful for yesterday's police intervention. One person stated that the real acts of terrorism have been conducted by the gangs, actually, who have at times made it unsafe in Aotearoa for far too long. We don't want meth in our community any longer, is what they told me. A Facebook user who asked, and I summarise, when the Waiaweka Pa was getting shot up every day, who were the terrorists then? When the rangatahi were beaten up at a festival, who were the terrorists then? When people were scheming to shoot someone at a tangi, who were terrorists then? One said, what happened yesterday does not compare with the constant gang abuse endured by innocent victims in the community. I don't understand, this person said, why the Māori Party is branding the police as terrorists when in actual fact they have done the victims of constant gang abuse a huge favour. There are a lot of relieved people in Aotearoa. It is time for Aotearoa to claim back its town,
to be rid of that gang town perception that we all hate, to stand strong against gangs, and to be safe in the knowledge, Madam Speaker, that this administration cares about people going about their lives in a lawful and responsible way. Whakatohia will put people at the centre of their support systems and look after those who need it. And as a final comment on this, Madam Speaker, I challenge the media to tell the other side of this story for once, to tell the good stories about a poriki, about this exceptional little rohi, rather than giving gangs relevance by stealth through the media. So let's finish on a happy note, shall we? Let's talk about something good for the Eastern Bay of Plenty community. I just want to give a shout out to Simon and Winnie and the wonderful team at Te Ohiwa Harbour Cruise and Oyster Experience, who I visited with my good friend Tim Gosley, and also Nadine and team at the Kohutapu Lodge and Nature Tours at Lake Anawhenua, both finalists in the Tourism New Zealand Awards early next month. Such an honour, and congratulations on leading by example and putting the Eastern Bay on the map for all the right reasons. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping that everybody here will have a very happy long weekend to all of New Zealand, especially to the good people of Aporiki who will be able to get out and spend some time on their beaches, on the Motu cycle trail with their whānau and community, and know that it's going to be a great weekend going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, there's a lot that I could talk about in this 5-minute local debate. I could talk about Judds Road intersection in Masterton, a crucial intersection that the National Party promised to keep open, haven't fronted up with the money, and now it's set to close, and they're not talking to the local community. I could talk about our social housing bill program, which has been put on hold and no answers from the government. And I could talk about the shameful toll that this government is putting on the Manawatu-Tararua Highway with no notice, a shoddy consultation document, and 2 local National MPs who refuse to stand alongside their communities and oppose the toll. But I'm not going to. They're all worthy of a speech of their own, Madam Speaker. But there is one that I need to talk about that trumps them all, and that is Wairarapa Hospital. Because since this government came in, it's been bad headline after bad headline after bad headline. And the rhetoric we hear from the Health Minister does not match the reality on the ground. That's right. When the Health Minister stands up and says there's no hiring freeze and there'll be no cuts to frontline services, but the nurses in Masterton say they are 40 nurses short and they're not allowed to recruit, who are people going to believe? Someone who's pushing an agenda or someone who's actually working in the hospital? That's right. I reckon New Zealanders would believe the nurses. The ones working and I certainly do. And that is a direct result of this government's policies and their gaslighting of New Zealanders, looking at them in the eye and saying, no, there's no impact on frontline services, when there actually is. 2 orthopaedic surgeons have resigned, Madam Speaker, and there's been no promise to replace them in Wairarapa Hospital. The radiology service is going to be cut in November. Now, why does this worry us? Because we've been here before with the national government. They tried to close our hospital in 1991, and what spurred on the disgust in the community is that national government was siphoning money from Wairarapa Hospital back into central funds. And why is that important? I'll explain. Health New Zealand sued the Masterton District Council for $90 million. Wow. And they settled because of defects in the hospital. Now, we have asked continuously, and others like the Wairarapa Times Age have asked ministers and Health New Zealand continuously for information that is quite clearly in the public interest about the settlement, and no one has said anything. They refuse to answer. The only figure we know is that the claim was for 90 million. So that is the only figure that I can use for the rest of this contribution, Madam Speaker. They have settled. Where has the money gone? 90 million that's been given from the Masterton District Council to Health New Zealand to pay for defects in our hospital, and it's disappeared. 90 million. And no one, well, certainly up to, I'd be able to use an accurate figure if they answered our questions, but it's the only figure we've got to use. $90 million that should have been used to fix our hospital has disappeared and no one is being accountable for it. The only logical conclusion that we can reach is that this government has put it back into central funds, just like the national government did back in 1991 when they tried to close our hospital. Now, Masterton Hospital is not big enough. And I think that is part of the reason why they're not hiring nurses, because there isn't the space to put them in there, even though the demand meets 40 more. We need a bigger emergency department and we need 2 more wards. And if Labor were re-elected, we would have got it. That's right. What do we hear from the national government? Silence. Silence. Why? Because they flogged our $90 million, that's why. That money should have been ring-fenced for us. It should have been ring-fenced for our hospital to fix the defects and expand it to meet the demands in our region. Instead, we have people travelling an hour and a half over the hill to get services which they should realistically expect in a hospital like Masterton. Where has the money gone? It is a genuine scandal, Madam Speaker, and if the government had any desire to be transparent, they would answer simple questions. What have they done with the money? Because if they won't answer, we only got one conclusion to reach. They have taken our money for our hospital to pay for their tax cuts because their budget didn't add up. It's a disgrace.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $110,000 per day, Madam Speaker. $110,000 every single day that this government is wasting as it refuses to honour its promise to deliver the hospital that the people of the South need. 35,000 people, Madam Speaker, 35,000 people marched to protest the government's proposed downgrade of our Southern Hospital in September. These are the numbers, Madam Speaker. 26% of Dunedin's population turning out, many of whom had never protested before, on the streets, outraged not only at this government's incompetence, but also disgusted by the South being royally shafted by this government. One sign at that protest read, quote, "Don't piss on us and tell us it's raining. You lied just to get the votes." People in the South know how to tell it like it is, Madam Speaker, and we will keep doing so. Not building the hospital as promised will create clinical risks. People will fall through the cracks. And talking about cracks, now we have a truly crackpot idea from this government. The government is now talking about retrofitting the old hospital. The old hospital has issues like concrete cancer, unsuitable column placement, ceilings too low for modern equipment, and it will be unusable after a serious earthquake. During heavy rain events, we see water running down the walls, buckets in operating theatres. Cheaper to fix than what is already under instruction? Yeah, right. We're seeing a pattern here. Cancel the inter-island ferry contract, get hit by $500 million of contract break fee, fail to deliver the critical infrastructure we need, no plan forward, a government all at sea. Earlier this year, the government rejected the Dunedin City Council's plea for partnership and support to help the city cope with the climate impacts that we've been affected by in the October floods. The PM even had the gall to claim that he was unaware of any partnership project proposal. And that just shows how at sea, how lost at sea he is. This week, the government has conclusively given the middle finger to our community by introducing a last-minute amendment to stop the Otago Regional Council from doing its job and notifying its Land and Water Regional Plan. When will this government stop attacking the South and start providing for our communities? The government promised us a hospital, but the only thing they've delivered to us is a crisis. We don't need more empty words, we need hospital beds. Right now, the piles for the inpatient building are in the ground and it's time to get our Southern Hospital built. No ifs, buts, or maybes. The government is still dithering, talking about scrapping the psychogeriatric beds, which will put lives at risk. The sunk costs are rising on this. The sunk cost on the planned infrastructure building, the architecture, the structural engineering, the building engineering, the project management, the project coordination, legal and quantity surveying, as well as the building piling, which has just been finished, might all be written off if this government changes tack at such a late stage. This is showing the deep incompetence and disrespect this government has even for our precious taxpayer funds. Just those things written off are a small 250 million that might be written off. You can't just wave a blueprint around and call it progress. You can't keep on burning dollars and not delivering. Waste, incompetence and complete disdain for Dunedin and the Deep South just seems to be baked into this government's DNA. Not that anyone can guarantee that the Southern Hospital will have any laboratory capacity to conduct the tests on this government, but what we can see is that action speaks louder than media releases and press conferences. The South needs follow-through. They need the government to honour their promise. Madam Speaker, I've been honoured to host many Green MPs in Aotearoa over the last few months, including our co-leader, Chloe Swarbrick. We've visited the site, we've met the teams, we know it deserves to be completed. Don't promise us progress when the only thing expanding here is a waiting list.
Tom Rutherford.
Madam Speaker, it's a real privilege to take a call on the local issues debate, particularly on behalf of the mighty Bay of Plenty electorate. And it would be remiss of me, Madam Speaker, to not first talk about what's coming up this weekend. NPC final, Bay of Plenty Steamers up against Wellington. We love an underdog story here in New Zealand. We love an underdog story, and wouldn't it be great? And I see my colleague Barbara Edmonds across the House, and she mentioned earlier about the go the Lions, she says. Well, I say to the people of the New Zealand public, you love an underdog story, get in behind the Bay of Plenty Steamers. They've had a fantastic season and they're going to bring it home on Saturday down here in Wellington, and I'm going to be supporting them all the way. Fantastic team, and they're going to have a fantastic result this weekend, Madam Speaker. And so to my community of the Bay of Plenty, to Te Puna in the west, Kaimai Ranges, Oropi, Ohaueri to the south, Welcome Bay, Mangatapu, Arataki, Omanu, Matapihi, Mount Maunganui, and in the east, Papamoa, we live in absolute paradise. And as we saw in the release of the census data yesterday, we're one of the fastest growing places in the country. And you can understand why. With our beautiful Bay of Plenty beaches in Papamoa and Omanu and Mount Maunganui, why wouldn't you want to live there? And for me, it's an incredible privilege to represent the community I'm so pleased to call home, the place I've grown up in, and to be able to represent it in this place in my 20s. It's an incredible privilege and one I don't take lightly. And every day when I come here, I know that I've got the support of the Bay of Plenty community who are saying, go on, Tom, represent us and do your best in Parliament. And Madam Speaker, there's a couple of key organisations I want to talk about. Firstly, Community Patrol. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had the Minister of Police, Mark Mitchell, in Bay of Plenty electorate alongside me, and we had a meeting with our community patrollers from across the Bay of Plenty. And I just want to put on record our thanks to them. They do an exceptional amount of work, not just in the Bay, across New Zealand, but particularly in the Bay of Plenty, helping support our local police and keeping them safe. So to Debbie and her team and the Papamoa Community Patrol and all of those across the Bay of Plenty, we simply say thank you. And Madam Speaker, I also went to a very special evening on behalf of a gentleman called Rex Cotter a couple of weeks ago. Now, Rex has served fire and emergency in New Zealand for 60 years. 60 years. First 30 years spent at the Aotearoa Fire Brigade and the last 30 years at our Papamoa Volunteer Fire Brigade. Myself, having been a volunteer firefighter, I just went along to say to Rex what an incredible amount of service he's given to our local community and helped keep us safe. So to Rex, I say thank you, mate, for all your work and your ongoing support in keeping our local community safe. Coming up in a couple of weeks' time, Madam Speaker, the Sands Town Centre in Papamoa East is being opened. And this is going to be 4 times the size of Bayfair, if you know the Bayfair shopping mall in Mount Maunganui. And it's going to provide the network we need in our Papamoa East community. It's going to provide an amazing amount of jobs and opportunities, and it's fantastic for our local community. This major investment in our community future is going to bring new amenities, job opportunities, and most importantly, economic growth. And I couldn't be happier for it, and I'm looking forward to going along. Madam Speaker, I'm also looking forward to attending next weekend the Te Puna Country School Fair. And for my sins, Madam Speaker, I've agreed to be dunked. I'm going to be sitting up on the platform. The students are going to be throwing their sponges, hopefully at the target. I'm not the target, but hopefully hitting the target. I'm going to be falling into the water. Madam Speaker, it's going to be a fantastic event at our local Te Puna Country School Fair next weekend. So if you're looking forward to getting me dunked in the water, I'd suggest coming along. And I know the principal, Neil's going to be there as well, and the teachers as well have all put their hands up to be dunked into the water. But it's going to be fantastic for our local Te Puna community. And the last couple of points I want to talk about. Most recently, last month, we hosted the AIMS Games in the Bay of Plenty. This was its 21st year. I participated in it, not last year, Paulo Garcia, a few years ago, but it's for students in Year 7 and 8 to compete in their sporting codes as either individuals or in teams, 27 different codes. It brought 390 schools to the Bay of Plenty, over 12,900 athletes. That's more than the Paris Olympics had at 10,700 athletes. And to our local economy, it brought $1 million a day and nearly 25,000 people to our region. And it is fantastic, and we look forward to hosting it year after year. I know there's other communities around the country that want the Zespri AIMS Games in their patch, but I say to them, good luck. It's not going anywhere. It's staying in the beautiful bay. And finally, the roads of national significance. 29 over the Kaimai Ranges, the Takutimu Northern Link. Our government knows that we want to support this infrastructure so people can get where they need to safely and quickly, and I'm pleased to be part of that government, Madam Speaker.
Glenn Bennett.
Very good, except for the rugby.
Taranaki blows. Taranaki blows, but I love it. Taranaki has wind that blows through our beautiful shores and our beautiful region. In fact, Madam Speaker, Taranaki has the best wind in the country. It does. It has the best wind of the country, and Taranaki blows, and I love it, and I think it's fabulous. Taranaki is the energy province, and it will continue to be the energy province as we look to our future, as we look to our renewable energy options and what we can be. Because Taranaki blows with clean, with renewable, with beautiful wind that we want to harness to ensure that we power New Zealand. But we've got our challenges, we really do. And one of the challenges is this government in terms of their settings, in terms of their fast-track legislation, which is creating roadblocks to the future of clean energy. We've got solar. And we've got beautiful solar farms. In fact, driving to New Plymouth Airport on Tuesday morning, saw the new iteration of solar farms by the airport there. 14,500 solar panels that are going to help to power more than 2,000 homes. We've got the Kapuni solar farm, which alongside wind energy there as well, which can power around 12,000 homes along with the balance factory, ensuring that we have good, clean energy blowing, the sun shining, ensuring we have that nice, clean energy. We've got green hydrogen, and the previous Labor government invested heavily in green hydrogen and Haringa energy, which is based again locally in Taranaki, where we're looking at how do we fuel up our trucking industry? How do we make sure that those big users of energy, that we have infrastructure that can drive our future to a zero emissions economy? How do we ensure that Taranaki remains the energy province? We do that by ensuring that we lead the way in solar, we lead the way in wind, we lead the way in green hydrogen. And then, Madam Speaker, there's Araaki, another initiative that is New Zealand's energy centre based in New Plymouth, looking at new initiatives, looking at new opportunities, looking at new innovations that can ensure that we power up to a clean and a green future in terms of what we have. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to finish in terms of looking at the different energy sources on wind. And many of us who have driven through Taranaki, when we get down the bottom there past Waverley, we see the Waipipi wind farm. that's blowing and creating energy for that part of the country and making sure that houses are powered up. And because we have the best wind in the country, and because Taranaki blows, we of course want to look at what offshore wind could do, not just for the region, but for the country. We have the ability and we have the power offshore there to power up more than 700,000 homes. We have consistent wind blowing at 30 to 35 kilometres an hour, which is the kind of wind we need to ensure that we can scale up. We can bring electricity into businesses, into homes, into our communities and schools. And the Labour government worked hard on this. We worked hard in terms of our regulatory space. How do we actually create a framework so that offshore wind is something that will be possible for the future? How does it power up not only our homes and our businesses, but how does it also help us to innovate? How does it help us in Taranaki to ensure that we are the renewable energy province, that we have jobs, that we have a strong economy, but also that we're seen around the world for being a leader in terms of green energy? Now, over the last 4 years, I've met with many in the offshore wind industry, and they've been looking hard, and they've been investing, and we've brought international investors over, such as Blue Float Energy, who sadly today, Madam Speaker, have chosen to exit New Zealand because they cannot see that it's viable. And of course, the uncertainty that the Fast Track Bill brings, the uncertainty that Trans-Tasman Resources and their sea mining brings, the uncertainty of the fact that nowhere in the world have we seen the ability to do seabed mining and to do offshore wind at the same time. They have left New Zealand, and they're one of the biggest companies that was going to ensure that Taranaki in New Zealand can be the clean, green energy centre of the future. Taranaki blows, Madam Speaker, and we need to harness that wind. Taranaki blows, and we need to build offshore wind. Taranaki blows, and as for this government, well, they just suck.
Oh, yes, I like what you did.
Paulo Garcia.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I moved to New Zealand in 2005, February, I lived for a year in Titirangi, right across from Rudolf Steiner School. This was 2005 February, and I stayed there for a year. I was awakened into the New Zealand experience of the bush and the beaches of the West Coast, the beautiful walks through the Waitakere Ranges. I did all that, fished in kayaks, did the walks, and then when my family came in 2006, we did it all over again, and we continued to do that. Never in my wildest imaginations would I be able to have thought that I would be standing here speaking about the place that I love as the MP for New Lynn. It is a mind-blowing situation for me. I cannot even begin to be thankful and amazed at it. Madam Speaker, New Lynn, which includes Titirangi all the way to Bethels along the west coast, Langholm, Bethels, and Piha, all the way to Blockhouse Bay and a part of Avondale and New Lynn itself, is a vibrant, multicultural community. Hard-working families live in New Lynn, and many cultures diverge in New Lynn. We have strong an Indian community, a strong Pakeha community. We have Africans, we have Filipinos, we have Afghanis, and so it is an amazing place to live in. It has challenges, and I must mention that there are quite a number, one being cyclone recovery, so the Waitakere Ranges and even all through New Lynn itself and Blockhouse Bay had suffered damage, and categorization has been progressing, and although it has taken a lot of patience from residents, things are moving forward. Roads are being repaired, and categorization is almost completed, with buyouts currently occurring. Madam Speaker, there are just a few points in the area where some gaps have left people uncertain about how to deal with their properties and the properties that abut the roads from their properties. But this is being looked at. Madam Speaker, I also have been aware of challenges in the Kaingaora space and social housing, and particularly a special trust that was created by a donation from a private individual to Auckland Council for property that is meant for the use of pensioner housing. This continues to be a space that needs to be addressed and clarified. Madam Speaker, I would like to focus on the positives. The whole Newlyn area has a strong volunteer spirit. Many residents live in support of others, their neighbors. We have residents associations. We have community patrols, voluntary fire brigade. We have associations that deal with social services. In 2017, my wife and I became registered as respite carers for LifeWise, which continues to do a lot of good work. There are amazing schools throughout Newlyn doing amazing things. Green Bay High, Langholm Primary, Fruitvale, St. Dominic's, St. Mary's, doing amazing things with meager resources, going beyond, over and beyond what they are enabled to do. Madam Speaker, I end this time by giving a shout out to Newlyn RSA. They should really be more well attended. I exhort people to come and see and experience the joy of involvement with the RSA. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to arise today, and also after my good friend Paulo Garcia, the excellent local MP for Newlyn. And what I'd like to focus mostly on today, Madam Speaker, is our beautiful ethnic communities in Takanini. There's a lot going on in Takanini and around Aotearoa, New Zealand. There's a lot of positive, there's a lot of pain and suffering. But if you would allow me, Madam Speaker, and if I'd get the House's indulgence today, I'd like to focus on some of these nuggets of positivity that's flourishing in Takanini, my electorate, South and East Auckland, Takanini. And Takanini has over 50% of its residents born overseas, including myself, Madam Speaker. And I was absolutely delighted to attend and celebrate with the Cambodian community as they got together at their Vihara Cambodian Buddhist temple, an absolutely breathtaking temple on Porchester Road in Takanini, recently for the festival of Pshum Ben, where they honour their ancestors, Madam Speaker. And indeed, many of our very fast-growing Cambodian community from around the country and around the North Island attended this event. And I'd like to thank Mr. Lim and Lee and all the Board of Trustees for putting together this cultural and spiritual day. I also recently attended the Children's Day weekend at Takanini Gurdwara, that beautiful Gurdwara we have right there in the heart of Takanini. And that was a weekend of Punjabi cultural activities for our tamariki and rangatahi, including essay writing, public speaking, roti making, and prayer reading, Madam Speaker. Over 1,000 of our young ones participated, and I was honoured to hand over trophies to those that got in the top 3 of every activity for every group. Thank you, Daljit, and all the teachers that helped put this amazing day together as well. I'd like to recognise all the Diwali, my neighbours in Takanini celebrating Diwali, whether they be Hindu, from the Tamil community, the Sikh communities. Thank you for inviting me. I'm absolutely loving the events that we are celebrating together in. This weekend, the Filipino community, we are going to be I'm going to be taking part and of their contagious joy at one of the jewels of the crown of Takanini, the Bruce Pullman Park. That's 62 hectares, and we host netball tournaments, touch footy, rugby, cricket, volleyball, gymnastics, and this weekend, part of our Filipino community's absolute loves is basketball. So that's going to be happening this weekend. Come on down to Bruce Pullman Park in Takanini. Yes. And at the end of November, early December, we're going to be having at Bruce Pullman Park as well the New Zealand Sikh Games. And that's where it's those traditional and in some respects ancient games that have continued throughout the centuries that our Sikh community in Takanini and beyond are making sure are being kept alive in our beautiful country by events like this, the New Zealand Sikh Games. We've got our Portchester Islamic Centre. We've got our beautiful Chinese community, our Middle Eastern communities that congregate regularly at St. Elias Catholic Church in the Gardens. We have our Cook Island community, the Aotearoa Enua Society on Portchester Road as well. Our Samoan community, many of which from Takanini were here today in the gallery as we discuss the Samoa Bill. Madam Speaker, Takanini, I like to refer to it as beautifully eclectic. And we have all these ethnic communities that are very unique in their own ways. But there's one thing that is a common denominator between all the ethnic communities across Takanini, and that's their family orientation. And in talking to my neighbours around Takanini, I've known for a long time one of the biggest issues for them is the lack of law and order that was allowed to run rampant in the last 6 years under the former governments. And they know, they see the hard work we're doing under the Justice Select Committee with my colleague James Meagher and our ministers across the House to make sure we give police the powers they need to restore law and order and allow my neighbours across Takanini to feel safe. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Looking forward to the next one.
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would love to just do a shout out to the Polish community. Paula Garcia and I were both at a celebration on Sunday, and it's in my electorate, there's a Polish hall, and there was this most beautiful event. It was because of the Bahia Tour children. Now, it's 80 years since Peter Fraser brought in 733 children and 105 adults to look after them, and they came in because Stalin was going to send those children off to Siberia. And it's just something that we can be so proud of as a country. And those children were looked after, and I met some of those children on Sunday. There were people there who had been part of that group of people, and it's just incredibly good what we did. And I hope that we're a country that's done that more than once. I think about the Tampa refugees, and I think about the actual airlifts in Afghanistan recently. And I have some of those people that are the families that were airlifted in my community too, and I'm very proud to have a strong relationship with that community. Now, I want to spend the rest of my time talking about something rather different, and that's helicopters. Okay. Because what's happened in Auckland is that we have had an increasing rise of requests for private helicopter use, which means that it's people wanting pads in the area. There's been one of those cases recently in the media, which is in Rawene Street, which is just basically in Westmere. It's an area that's coastal. It's often in coastal areas, so you've often got an issue of wildlife and recreational space where the helicopters are coming. And this particular helicopter consent application was going to be non-notified. It's now going to be notified. But what it really highlights is the issue that we need to look at, which is probably our aviation laws. These helicopters were going to land 28 times a week, and it affects the whole community. There are risks about it in terms of safety because we don't really manage them in the same way. We have a low issue with crashes from helicopters, but that's because they've been rurally based. This is, there are real issues in terms of safety when you get into an urban setting. And there was actually a crash that occurred in New York a few years ago where shrapnel landed in Madison Ave and killed somebody. So we've got to be cognizant of that. But it's also things like noise. And I consider that we've got a real discussion to have over what I would consider as the commons. These are these issues which have been really not available to anyone, perhaps aeroplanes way above, but that means they've been available to us all. And just simply the noise factor is something that I think we should be considering. So this is an issue that's really bubbling up in my community. I raised it at a community meeting on Sunday in Point Chev, and I got a lot of nods. I know that Quiet Skies have done some really important work on this area, and there is a lot of concern about this issue. So I think while it remains an issue for the local body in some ways, it also has an element of something we need to think about, because helicopters are going to get cheaper. There are going to be drones. These are going to be real issues we need to face. They've got safety issues, they've got environmental issues, and really they've got quiet enjoyment issues. And we shouldn't be ashamed of saying that we need our cities to be lovely places to live for everyone. And sometimes it might be important that people set aside a right that they would like and just go to Mechanics Bay and take the helicopter from there, so it can be more organised. I finally want to talk a little bit about Eden Park, and I'm running out of time. I've done a lot of work in that community surrounding Eden Park, and I've done a survey in that area. It's been a really enlightening process. There is a high percentage of people coming in saying that they would like more concerts in that area, but they have also identified a lot of issues in that area around parking and around traffic management and public transport. So by doing that work that I've done, and I think I had 1,000 people respond or just over to that survey, a majority wanting 12 concerts, I've been able to identify ways that I can help that community by talking to them. I'm thankful to everybody who answered that survey and everybody who gave me feedback. That has informed me in terms of doing my job as the local MP. Thank you.
Tim Costley.
Speaker, only 5 minutes, and geez, I could talk a lot longer than this because I just love our region. Horowhenua, Kapiti, from Foxton through Waiserere, Levin, Oho, Manukau, Otaki, Te Horo, Waikanai, Parapara Umu. It just gets better and better. But what a great night it was. Only a couple of weeks ago, about 400 people jammed into the banquet hall of the Beehive here for the event, a taste of Horowhenua and Kapiti. We had 45 of our amazing producers in the food and beverage sector came down here showcasing the amazing food, beverages that come from our region. And I think everyone knows that Horowhenua grows a lot of veggies. We grow about 30% of New Zealand's leafy greens, but there is so much more than that. I think of chickens, I think of eggs. I don't know which came first, but they're both there. Pesto, olive oil, licorice, strawberries and kiwi fruit, candy, chocolate, artisan breads, gin, vodka, wine, soft drinks, Danish crackers, quality baking, sauces, and so much more. And I just think this is a sector that has been underrated and undervalued for far too long. Cheese, charcuterie, it's all there. In fact, when you go around the supermarket, you will see, and you may not realise
Not you, even though I do go to the supermarket, don't bring me into the debate.
Well, Madam Speaker, directly for you, when you're out in the supermarket, going around there, I don't think people realise just how many of those amazing products come from Horowhenua and Kapiti. And now, after this event, even more, because at this event we invited in the hospitality sector. We had restaurants and cafes, we had supermarkets, and they came in and they picked up some of these products. And I'm so proud to see more of our small businesses doing well as a result of that. That's exactly what this event was about. It was about celebrating these guys. It was about cheering them on and championing them. Because I have a vision that as our national come in and as our government build this new road, it starts construction next year, from Otaki to Levin, 4 lanes all the way. We've been fighting for years. Now under our government it's happening. But that old road, that horrible Marlborough Road now blocked up with heavy traffic and the tractors from the horticulture just trying to get about their business. That road, with all that heavy traffic removed, I have a vision that it'll be something like the Taste Highway, where people ticky-tour their way along. They might start up in Foxton, grab a Foxton fizz at the windmill, work your way down through some Lewis Farm strawberries, or down through Oho, try the wine there, Manukau Market, try the olive oil around Otaki. Maybe you finish up in Paraparaumu, where we have places like Imagination Gym, we have Bond Store, we have Dark Horse Coffee. What a great way to bring people into our region and to lift the profile. So I'm really proud. I'm proud to advocate for it. I'll be at the Kapiti Food Fair, a great event, November the 30th. Come and join me there. I'm actually running a barbecue to raise money for our food bank to help those that need a little extra help this Christmas. So come along, buy a sausage. Every single cent goes to the food bank for a great cause. Or come to the Strawberry Festival, raising money for Mary Potter Hospice. Like Tom Rutherford, I'll be getting dunked just like I did last year. What a great cause. Now, there are so many other things I could do, but in the last minute and a half, let me just run through a couple of highlights for us. It's not just the road that's coming to Otaki and Lavin. We've got the new rail, increasing the number of services. That's going to be fantastic. Fun fact, Foxton, first railway in New Zealand, wooden railway back in the 1800s. I want to give a shout out to the Kapiti Youth Council. I enjoyed joining them at their meeting on Monday. I also met with vape-free kids. And at every high school in our electorate, I've set up a youth advisory panel, and it's fantastic to hear the young voices. While we're talking about schools, I'll be at the Battle of the Bands next week supporting our local schools, but I have to give a special shout out to Side Eye Disguise. I think they're going to do great, and I want to wish Alice and everyone in Side Eye Disguise all the best for that. We've talked about sporting success this week. We missed one. The Can Survive Dragon Boat team, they took out gold at the International Dragon Boat Federation Cup in Italy. This is a team of 14 with 3 women from Kapiti. They're all breast cancer survivors, and they're competing. There's a field of 5,000. They won gold in the 200, the 500 and the 2,000 metres, and I was proud to collect for Pink Ribbon Day as my bit. Finally, happy 100th birthday. Saw 2 of them last Friday, Mrs. Zelda Becker in Levin and Mr. Bert ten Broek in Paraparaumu, a concentration camp survivor, and what a strong and inspiring man he was. This weekend, I'll see you in Foxton at the Spring Fling. I'll see you at the Waikanai Mahara Labour Day Market. Have a great Labour Day, and remember those workers, National Party are the ones that love them. We support them. Have a great Labour weekend.
The time for this debate has expired. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, the 5th of November 2024. Have a good weekend.